understand. She was like, why do you need an AC, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, girl, I work in an office in high whore drag makeup. I'm gonna melt. Like, I need an AC because I'm sitting in front of 3 studio lights, like everything. And like, she just was not understanding. So I was like, I might just buy this fucking AC. Like, I might go to the store and buy this AC and lug it home and do it myself. She did help me install it though, but like, I could tell she was clocked, but like, yeah. I didn't think she really understood it. That's just my open onion. But it is getting hot. Today it's very hot. Very hot today. The last couple days it's been really cold and I've been able to like just keep my window open. That is not the case today. But am I really gonna have to stream all 4 days in a row? Probably. I mean, today probably would have been the day to not stream, but today's my stream schedule already, so I thought, why not just get ready earlier? Yeah. Do I have enough nails? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. So what's today's schedule? Let's look. I mean, I don't know what's happening. I'm just here for the ride. I'm just here to stream it, live reactions with you all, have a lovely time, and then we'll play a nice video game later. Let me set that up actually now so I don't have to worry about it later. While I have nails on and be overwhelmed and shit my pants and die. Oh, my wig is getting staticky. Okay, I did it. We're good. The game we're playing today is made by the people that made Danganronpa, so I'm very excited. Hi, Fisher! 20 months! Eee! Fisher, I hope you come home soon so we can hang out. I don't know if you're gonna be here for, Ego reopening. Oh, you are? That's exciting. I'm performing! I'm booked. Can you believe that, Fisher? I'm booked at Ego on reopening with Complete Destruction, Kira Stone, Pulp, Onyx. Like, it's an amazing lineup. I'm nervous though. I'm very nervous. So I'm on mobile. Ooh. Hi, Jacob. Very excited, very excited. E3 weekend. So what my schedule is gonna look like. So crazy, it's literally a crazy week. It's crazy. We have this today. Then tomorrow. Then the day after that. And then the day after that. And then... Oh God. I'm gonna literally be dead by next week. Oh. Okay, what's the itinerary? E3 goes up till, so today's Friday. Nope, today's not Friday. Today's Saturday. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Tuesday is Nintendo. And then Daybreak, then Ego, and then I have to be home the next day. Okay. Okay, we're alright, we're alright. I'm only streaming one extra day. So, I mean, that's okay. I was gonna stream tomorrow anyway, and then... the only problem is I'm gonna have to do a lot of skincare. Hi, Lee! Happy to see you. Let me put my nails on. But I don't think I'm gonna be streaming on Thursdays, so I feel like the next 4 days will make up for not streaming on, Thursday. Oh, exciting, B! Hope you have fun. I hope you're safe. When I went to the store this morning, people were walking in without their masks on, and it's like people are starting to just not wear their masks anymore, which is like fun and fresh, but also probably gonna be... And I saw everybody in my area at the club not wearing masks anymore, which is like obviously fine because we're fully vaxxed. But it was just like shocking to see, because I was like, are we in this world now? Are we back to like normal, kind of? That's crazy. Lee Dawson throws his ponytail at my face. Lee Dawson, come to Ego Challenge. Come for the reopening, bestie. Booked and blessed. Zero masks. No mask up. I'm very excited to see everybody again, like all my local drag fam. Yes, that's the local bar here is Ego! Ego! Sorry. I can't wait to hear that. Very excited. I am so excited. It opens next week. Fly here, bestie! Literally, I never thought I would say the same thing, Fisher, but I'm very excited to be in the smoke area. I'm very excited. Oh. Thank God. I'm scared. I'm nervous, B. I'm nervous. There's a lash. I mean, there's a hair in my lash. I have to straighten this for the show. This hair. I also have to... Ah! I just realized I'm gonna have nothing... Well, I do have something to wear, but I have to fully rhinestone an outfit, so... Ha! Ah! I think it's just the one now, Fisher. I think they're gonna start slowly doing it. But also, like... Since it's... I think they're gonna start doing Tuesday drag shows there too, Fisher. That's what I've heard, but also don't tell anyone I said that. I did not say that on camera. I did not say that. I don't know what you're talking. Burn the tapes. No, you should go. You need to see Cheryl Hole, bestie. My Cheryl Hole bestie. My whole bestie. Oh my god, they're your whole bestie. I'm literally 30 seconds until the show starts and I'm like just getting my nails on. Perfect timing. Okay, first one out the gate. I know Capcom isn't until whenever, but I want Chris Redfield naked on my screen right now. Okay, literally gonna be me, Goose. But also, hi Goose, I love you. Warning! This has graphic mature content. Look away! Even though my thing is 18 plus. It's levitating. I'm levitating. The Milky Way. Oh, VR. Oh, Switch. Oh my god. Oh, this little intro. Little intro. Wait, I didn't open my drink before putting my nails on. Oh god. What are we gonna do? What the hell are we gonna do now? Wait! I'm not ready. I'm the only important person here at this presentation. Please stop. 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 Mario has a fat cock. Oh my god, Ace Attorney, whatever. Oh, Gearbox, they already said they are announcing a new Tiny Tina game. Very excited. Tiny Tina is my favorite character of all time. Well, one of my favorites. I could not limit myself to only a few. T-Pain is at E3? Chris Jericho from WWE? Where's Kelly Kelly?
What's up, everybody? Welcome.
Where's
to
Kelly
E3
Kelly?
Live from an undisclosed location in Los Angeles, California. E3 is back after a one-year hiatus. I am Greg Miller, one of your 3 hosts this week, and I, of course, am joined by one of my other hosts, Jackie Jing. Hello, Jackie.
Hi. Oh my gosh, it's happening.
She's stunned. Look at that body.
Yeah, we don't.
Give me a hug, you.
No, exactly. Get out of here, masks. No one needs you anymore, except for when I leave the set. When we leave the stage, we have to wear the masks.
Oh,
Actually.
I love the Batman mask.
Thank you very
Lovely.
much. Well, we all
Yes,
kinda
Batman
did that
nerd.
in 2020, didn't we?
Yes, nerds.
Of course,
Work
as I explained
nerds.
Earlier, E3 is back, but things are a little different than usual. There, of course, is no in-person convention this year. Our presentations will be virtual, but trust me, all of the
Maybe
news and
next year.
excitement is very real. So while we may be here in Los Angeles,
Yes, Wolf
reacting,
Among Us,
all of
Earth,
you get the
Wind,
opportunity to see
Fire,
every announcement
Water.
from the comfort of your own home.
Yeah, that is right.
Yep,
Greg.
I'm
We're
home,
coming to you
besties.
From here in LA and sending the show out all
Next year,
over
all
the
of these
world.
conventions I'm
From
going to in full
coast
drag. I don't
coast
even
in the
care. I
US,
don't care.
To Latin America.
I don't
to
care.
the Middle East, to the EU.
They're streaming
to
this
Japan,
on
to
TikTok?
China, and more.
So
We're spanning
true.
over a dozen different countries, several continents, and if the Wi-Fi connection is working okay, maybe a space station or 2 orbiting Earth. All this with the helping hand of some of the most trusted media companies around the globe. Very exciting.
Oh my gosh, it's the best, right? And as it continues to go, that was
One of the things
that I
streaming
think
on
was so
the
exciting
Nemesis
to me when they
Network.
approached me on hosting, right?
Yes.
Was the idea that this truly is a global event. They want to get everybody involved, everybody touch the ball, localizations, different people, different outlets covering it, and really making it, E3 for all. This giant E3 that we can all celebrate together, even though we're still apart.
Yeah, what's so exciting is the accessibility, and I just
They
feel
don't
like
stay on my
everyone
arms,
is so
so if
hyped.
it falls,
Ryan
no, it
Altano
didn't.
Yeah.
dropping us a
of course,
tweet
of
at like
course.
5:30 a.m.
Yeah.
Because he wakes up that early all the time,
He's
right?
got a kid now.
I know, but
5:30
even before he had a
a.m.?
kid,
No,
he's just
that's-
an
I'm
early
still
riser,
awake
I
from the
think.
night
You don't know
before.
Brian Altano
I'm going
reminds
to
you of
bed
any
at
party,
that
okay?
time.
okay.
He was not waking up, ladies
You're right.
and
I did know Daddy Altano, so okay. But yeah, it was
Yes,
just
Daddy.
so exciting
Sorry.
this morning, waking up to all of the tweets and all of the excitement. 2020 kept us apart from our friends and family, but 2021 is bringing us all back together again. We have a whole host of media friends from around the gaming community to react with over
It's
the next
me.
few days. And that brings me to our third host, Alex Golden Boy Mendez, who is with our media partners. Hi, everybody. Hi,
E3
hi, hi.
invite me to
Hello,
be there
everybody,
on the
and
stage
welcome.
next year
We're here in
challenge.
our Tetris Collective set. It's actually
Come on
quite
now.
nice here. We're excited.
I mean,
to
come
be a
on
part
now.
of E3 this year, and I'm joined
Definitely
by
get to
some
it.
of our friends and media partners. We got the one and only Damon Hatfield from IGN. Coop, good to see you here. We also
See, if
have
I was
my
sitting
good
there, I
friend
would be
and
in a
coworker
gown. I
right
would be
here,
looking
Ollie
lovely.
May, G4
Y'all
TV,
want me
baby.
next
We
year.
also
You need to
have
book
Dan
me,
Casey,
booked and
the legend
blessed.
himself.
I'll do a drag number for E3. Turn me out!
And
Turn
the
me
person who's
out!
become my new best friend over the last few hours. We got Michael Hyam from GameSpot. Michael, what's up, man?
Thanks for having me here.
Are any of them LGBT
I
during
appreciate
Pride
that,
Month?
100%.
Where are
Of
the
course,
gay
thank you guys
rights?
so much for joining us here today. And you know, we're going to be talking about all the latest and greatest that's going to be coming out of E3. But before we do that, I want to get your guys' quick reactions. You know, Dan, we'll start with you. What are you looking forward to here at E3?
There's so much to get excited about. I'm really stoked for the PC gaming show because there's a lot of great stuff that comes out of that every year, a lot of indies, but in particular
Very true.
Dying Light 2. I can finally live my dream of perishing in a parkour accident without actually perishing in a parkour accident from the safety of my own home. It's going to be so much fun. We've seen a lot from that game. There's a lot of surprises to come.
Yeah, I think all of us would rather not perish from a parkour accident.
I would try therapy, maybe.
David, what about for you, bud?
If you
We
want
got
to
Ubisoft
perish
coming
in a
up today.
parkour.
My
What?
favorite thing to do in video games is clear outposts.
Okay.
So Far Cry 6 is very exciting to me. I'm also a rabid fan of turn-based strategy games. So if Ubisoft had something along those lines to show us, I would say, yahoo!
Hi, Coconut
look
Prince.
At that. Okay, all right. Amelie, what about for you?
I'm excited about everything, GB. This is the first time that I get to
she's
join
stunned.
everyone here at E3, so I've got like the nervous sweats as well as the excitement sweats.
That's right, the best sweats.
But what I'm looking forward
Aw.
to is hearing some news from Capcom, because I know a lot of people have their fingers crossed for potentially another VR experience, and
Maybe.
I would die for that, GB. I'd die
Yes,
for it.
VR.
Yeah,
You know,
for
we
a
have
lady.
one.
We could talk about that later on in the show. We'll
okay.
get into that later.
Okay, we got
I
a
still
very
haven't finished
long
Half-Life
next
Alyx,
few
but-
days. Michael, what about for you, bud?
I'm going to be staying on brand, and I would say Square Enix, but not because of Marvel or any of the big names. I'm talking about Babylon's Fall. That is the game
He's
that
cute.
was revealed in E3 2018,
Hey!
and it went radio silent.
Are you
But
single? I'm
Platinum Games,
single.
I know that they got something up their sleeve, and I know that you're a big fan. Obviously, you're a big fan of Platinum Games.
Are
as
you
well,
LGBT?
but
Do you
Nier
support the
Automata is one of best
LGBT
games of all
community?
time, and I want to see what Platinum has up their sleeve this time around.
Bold statements
You know what I'm
here
saying?
from Michael. That's what you're going to be hearing all weekend, folks. Bold statements, hot takes. That's what you want to hear.
Does he have a
But
Persona
I wanna
mask
thank
tattoo?
everyone,
I will
for
suck him
joining
right
us,
now.
And we'll have more in just a moment. But first,
No, go to
we
his
actually have a
house.
special announcement to share with all of our fans. And to help with the news, here's a very special guest.
It's me. Gag. You'd be like, oh my god, hey. Special well, what do you mean special guest and it's a special, okay. It's me! First
Hey
reveal!
everyone, I'm Mayor Eric Garcetti. And to all the video game fans and supporters,
Who?
developers, and
Mayor?
publishers out there today, welcome to E3. Los Angeles loves E3. And not just because we've hosted this conference over 20
Yeah.
times. We love E3 because this town is a gaming town, home to some of the biggest gaming
You heard it here
companies
first.
and a
LA
multitude
is
of
a
independent
gaming
studios.
town.
LA
Gamer
is
town,
home to
LA.
a growing concentration
Gamer town,
of game
LA.
developers and publishers, esports teams and players, talent
Tilly!
agencies and investors,
Oh my
cutting-edge
gosh!
technology and innovation. And that's
Oh
just the
my
start of
God!
what makes LA a hub for the video game industry and what makes our
Sorry,
city
we're listening to
such a good
President
fit
Mayor
for
Gamer
E3.
Town here.
You have
He's
an
from
incredible
LA and it's a
few days ahead.
gamer town.
So enjoy.
We're watching
and we'll look forward to
E3
seeing you
together.
in person here in the
Live
city
watch
of
parties
Angels
all 4
in
days.
2022.
Hi, TLE. Everybody from me, please follow TLE.
We're
Stream
back,
Queen
ladies
Sibling.
and gentlemen. Next year, E3 in person, back in LA. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
Oh, E3 back in LA? You can see me there. I'm booked.
It's all
Booked.
happening, right? All the
Sorry, yeah.
restrictions are coming off. I mean, the fact that like we're able to be here, you and I together, but Alex, I mean, then to have GameSpot, Nerdist, IGN, G4 all under one roof, right? Like that was a dream last year when we were all at our houses watching streams.
Totally. Actually, during rehearsal, you and I were like, can we?
Yeah,
Like,
it's the thing about it. Yeah, you know.
There's
what I
no
mean? Yeah,
glass
exactly. What do you
between us
do?
anymore,
What do you
but
do
yeah.
anymore? But we're here. It's happening. We're all in person, and we're excited to be in person with you next year, ladies and gentlemen. What an amazing start to this year's E3. There are so many more announcements on their way over the course of this year's expo. So stick with us, everyone. There's much more when we return.
Thank you.
We're not just nerds. We have people
Okay, wait a
that
minute.
like us.
No, we
get
don't
us.
start the
It just
intro
so-
with, we're not just nerds. You're a fucking nerd. Fucking nerd.
you're not doing it right. It's just
Shut up!
excitement.
The size of it all.
The connection of people from different walks of life.
People that I've met in games.
Good night, Tilly. I love you so much.
Enough
I love you and your big breasts.
Exactly one time.
Thank you so much for the raid. Anybody coming in from Tilly's raid, let me mute these gamers. We are doing a live watch party of all 4 days of E3. You can see me here every day at 1 p.m. Eastern. I am based in America, Eastern Time. We're just going to be here streaming, doing this watch party. I'll be in full drag all 4 days. And then we're going to be hopping into, what is it called? The World's Ends Club. It's a Danganronpa style game after we finish our watch party of E3 every day. So I'd love to have you when Tilly isn't live. But yeah.
To
yes,
E3
T-Pain is a streamer. He
2021.
streamed with
I'm
Granny.
Stan Pierre-Louis, the president and CEO
I've been
of
great,
the
Dakota.
Entertainment Software Association. The ESA serves as the voice and advocate for the U.S. video game industry. We've also
Nerd
hosted
Pride Month.
E3 since it started in
Where are the gay
1995.
people?
Every E3 has its own story, and this one is certainly unique. Given the times in which we live, while we couldn't host the event last year, we've been amazed by the role games have played in our everyday
I want to go to
lives.
TwitchCon. I want to go to DragCon.
During the
I want to
pandemic
go to
that prevented us from being with so many
E3.
family,
I wanna go to
friends, and
PAX. I
colleagues,
wanna go to all
video
game drag. You're
games
gonna see me
connected
there.
us, entertained us,
I'm gonna be in
and brought us
gowns.
together.
I will
I'm not
make it
just
my
saying this
event.
because I love video games or because I work in the industry. As a player and as a parent, I experience this firsthand.
Can I
and I
please
hear
open this?
similar stories every day from people from
Open
all walks of
sesame.
life. Games kept us sane and kept us connected. That's what makes coming together this year for E3 so
I literally
special.
want to go to Chicago so
It's
bad.
an opportunity to
You don't
convene
understand.
and
I don't think
celebrate
you understand.
as a community. With that in mind, I would like to thank the publishers, developers, platforms, sponsors, and media partners joining
do
this
this.
year's festivities
I wanna go to Anime
share their
Expo.
plans
They have them
about
in
the future
Boston.
of games.
Can I please
We'll also
open this?
give voice to the many conversations we're all having today about games and about society.
I thought he was going to say gays.
And throughout this year's
So
event,
true.
we'll be sure to reflect the broad community as well as the
Did you just
positive
call me
impact
broad?
games
How
have
dare
had
you? I have
on
shoulder
society.
pads.
Now, I would be remiss if, in a year of so much loss, I didn't acknowledge the passion
I wanna see Chris
of an
Redfield's
industry giant
penis.
earlier this year.
Give it to me,
Robert
E3.
Altman founded ZeniMax, acquired Bethesda Softworks, and went on to build brands and franchises that are among the most popular. Under his leadership, his team created games that continue to delight fans around the world. I got to know Robert
I
in
don't
his
have a
role as
spoon.
chair of
Oh, yes, I
ESA's
do. Oh,
board
my
of
God.
directors. What I learned was that he absolutely loved the creativity and dedication of his team.
This is too
He
much.
relished the opportunity to gather as an industry, including at E3.
What if I use a
and he
lighter?
adored his family.
I set it on fire.
It's great to know that his legacy and the games they produced live on. Now, over the next few days, we'll celebrate games, the people who create them, and those who play them. We'll bring you big reveals from companies large and small. We'll also have some great surprises along the way, so stay tuned.
Oh.
Thanks for all
I
the
love a
love you've
surprise.
shown games this past year. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the next few days of pure fun and excitement.
I just want to open my monster can. What? Oh, I saw this last presentation. This looks good. I'm gonna break my nail off. I should just
Thank you
take
so
my
much, Stan, for that. Appreciate it. And let's take a look at how this week is going to play out, starting with a look at tomorrow's huge slate of devs and publishers. We just
Jesus
saw an
Christ.
exclusive clip, by the way, from Naraka Blade Point, which we'll see more tomorrow with 24 Entertainment. And then we get the Xbox and Bethesda Games Showcase.
That's the
followed
big one
by Square
tomorrow.
Enix Presents and
Square
WB Games
Enix.
Back for Blood.
Really
will follow
hoping,
with some
really
heat of their
hoping,
own.
really
Then it's the
hoping for
PC
Persona
gaming show
3
and
remake.
feature games to
Because
close
Persona
us
3 is
out.
the only game that
Then let's
hasn't
look ahead to
been
Monday.
ported from
Don't miss
the new gen of
things.
Persona
Verizon unveils their
games.
initiatives and partnerships in the gaming space, followed by in television. Take-Two will address diversity and inclusion.
See, I wasn't
in the
gonna
gaming
stream this
space.
day, but it
Then
looks like we
it's Mythical
should.
Games to announce what's coming
Indie
soon
games,
from their
Capcom,
team. If you like
Razer.
indie games, we put the independent developers in the spotlight.
Then
too.
last day is
Freedom Games
Nintendo.
will follow, and then you won't want to miss what Capcom has to unleash. Razor will
God.
end the day with
They
a
said
look at some of their
you
new
don't want to
products.
miss it. Now I got
And we wrap things up on Tuesday as Nintendo leads the
Bandai
way.
Namco
Things are sure to get off to a huge
and
start that day.
Nintendo.
As Bandai Namco
Look how long
will
the gap
follow up
is.
with
How long are
their
they gonna
newest
stream
titles.
for?
Eureka will take the floor, and
Did
then
they say
GameSpot
Eureka?
chimes in as we wrap things up with the E3 awards. So you don't want to miss a single second.
You don't, Alex.
Eureka
You really
at
don't.
E3.
Why would you go anywhere else?
I
Don't do it.
don't
Just
know
stay
why.
Right here.
By the way, we have a new area.
How many more areas are there?
They have
You're gonna have to
DoorDash?
watch and find out for more.
I'll just tell you right now, this is it.
Can I get a promo code?
Greg, we just got to try and keep it
E3
running.
DoorDash
Why
promo
lie to
code?
them? Because then the Twitch chat gets all mad. All right. With so many heavy hitters
fair.
and announcements to come, we want to pose the questions to ourselves here, but also to you at home throughout the coverage of E3. So make sure you're voting in our polls throughout the day.
What
It doesn't matter.
Nintendo
if you're watching
wins,
on Twitch,
easy.
Twitter, Facebook,
You
or
think
your YouTube
you think
pages.
Bethesda is
Simply
gonna win? Square
type
Enix,
into the
Ubisoft
vote
is
into the
gonna
chat
win
and
over
go
Nintendo. Bitch,
and
everybody's
all the votes
watching
get
for
tallied up
Nintendo.
live, and they're shown on screen. So I will pose the first question. Golden Boy, what developer are we most excited for? And I'll accept publishers as well. Put it all into your little chats.
How is Nintendo
you know
losing?
what? I'm going to keep it real. All right, anyone who knows me knows that I'm a Halo fanatic.
Here we go.
So I'm sorry, I gotta go with my boys at 343. I'm so excited to see anything
okay,
from Halo
who is
Infinite.
hacking the
Halo
polls?
community is
Ubisoft?
buzzing right now.
No one is
we're all
excited
very
for
excited about
Ubisoft.
what could potentially
Of
be
course, you see in the chat running away, 42%, so we're going to talk about Xbox in a second beyond that. But let's talk about the real elephant in the room, ladies and gentlemen. Marvel's Avengers, Black Panther, War for Wakanda.
How many times I gotta tell you, Greg, stop attacking me?
I need you to get on my level, all right?
I am excited for it, though.
Jesus.
It looks, you know, obviously we're going to hopefully see more out of it. We are going to see more out of it, and I'm sure it's going to be awesome. Greg's been going nuts about the Avengers this entire time. I appreciate that. You're like me with Halo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so let's go back to Halo, because let me see the thing. Yeah, 39% of people are excited for Xbox and Bethesda.
People are excited for Nintendo as well. So
Sure.
obviously it's Nintendo. How could you not be excited for that? But you know, where's the love for Ubisoft, Square Enix? I have a feeling we're going to see some heaters.
Oh, Square Enix is
Of
going to
course,
take
but
it.
I think one of the big
I
things
love
about
Square
that, right,
Enix.
is the fact that Ubisoft
They have the best
that is
games.
today. Gearbox
True.
is today.
They
I
have
feel
Life
like
is
E3
Strange,
is all
Tell Me
about
Why.
unwrapping that last big Christmas gift. And when
Final
you want to do that,
Fantasy.
you know what I mean? You come down and beneath the tree, you have all the small ones. You got the one big one in the back there. When do you go for it?
Yeah, that's right. And Christmas will come early this year because tomorrow we got the Xbox and Bethesda Games Showcase. I already mentioned Halo. You know, I'm always looking forward to that. I'm always looking forward to whatever comes out of you know, the Forza camp,
of course,
as well. If we get something cool there, but you know what makes this one so unique, Greg, is that this time around,
Do you think this is actually live?
Two of my favorite press conferences have joined together.
Yeah.
The Xbox Bethesda Game Showcase, which means
Starfield.
Maybe Starfield.
Give us Starfield. We have to. It's the game that has so much hype, and we know nothing about
Hi,
it.
Tony.
The time is now.
I know.
Phil Spencer,
Literally,
Todd
where
Howard,
are
come
the
out,
gay people?
Embrace and
Yep.
then just unleash it on us.
If they actually, like, ideally, I would like
There's-
for them
this
to
is
come
not
out
live.
in
I don't
like,
know.
jetpacks.
I'm.
You know,
Sure.
descending onto
Perfect
the stage.
world, yeah.
Phil, I know you're watching, so just you descend into the stage.
Sorry, I'm
with
covering
Todd,
them, but
and
I
then
mean,
you
like,
guys
this is the
announce
perfect spot.
Starfield then and there.
'Cause, like,
I think everyone will be
cares?
rather moist. And it'll be fantastic.
Do you ever think about it though? Look at this is the trailer. This is what we know about Starfield, and people are like going to be the greatest game of the generation. They will go to bat for it. They will fight for it. They will do everything they need for it.
There are people right now fighting for Starfield's honor on Reddit somewhere.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
But I'm excited for it, man. You know,
Hi,
anything
Plastic.
from Bethesda, though, truthfully, it's a treat. A great studio, an incredible history, as we heard Stan talking about earlier. And really, there's just there's a lot of hype. There's a lot of passion that I think is going to be coming out of that camp. And that's the reason why everyone is so excited for it.
I mean, you're talking about taking the Xbox fan base, which is already so powerful and so riled up, and the Bethesda fan base, and making them one family. Like, yeah, you totally expect something from that. And all I want outside of all that is smaller game news. Where's 12 minutes? Give me a release
So
date for
true,
12
gentlemen.
minutes.
I
Yeah?
am here
Fair
at
enough.
E3
Fair enough.
to announce
Jackie, we're
that
pretty hyped for
I
Microsoft
am
on
the
Sunday.
first.
Why don't you and the squad let us know what you think about some of the other big names looking to make a splash at E3?
All right, thanks so much,
excuse
Greg.
the fuck out of me.
So much to look forward to, but first we do want to remind everyone at home, if you want some limited edition E3 merch, including hats, t-shirts, and jackets, it is all available at e3expo.com.
Can I get a promo code,
Have you ever seen the
Gorge?
bomber jacket?
They look awesome.
Oh my gosh.
Do you have gay
We're stealing
apparel?
some.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm a cop one.
Okay, we're gonna do that for sure. But okay.
Thank you
my
so
E3
much for
crew.
joining us. It's time to go to
So excited be with all of you, by the
commercial.
way. But Greg
I
and
actually watched
Boy
that the other
talked
night.
about Xbox and Starfield, all that jazz a bit. But I want to hear what y'all are hyped about. So let's just go down the docket here.
Oh,
we're
can we
gonna
talk to
start
the
with
hot
Square Enix,
guy?
Okay, they recently announced that they'll be dropping a world premiere from IDOS Montreal, an update on Babylon's Fall. I see Michael nodding a lot here. Details on
name's
the Black
Michael.
Panther expansion and a first look at Life is Strange Remastered. Probably see some true colors too.
Hey,
My
Michael.
question is, any ideas on the IDOS Montreal title? Deus?
They all are floating legs.
Yes.
Okay, Deus Ex.
I mean,
Probably
floating.
not Deus Ex. Although
How
I love
dare you?
Deus
I
Ex.
wanted to bring out my little sunglasses that you click and go whoop, but okay, I guess not. But continue, yeah.
Floating torsos.
Well, there's rumors. Nothing is confirmed yet.
Who is
but,
he?
I think
Does he have a
there are some
Persona
Guardians
tattoo?
that are keeping that
I
very
need to
secret
know.
until
Hey!
the big reveal later on.
I'm going to steal this from someone said this during rehearsals, though, but now might be a good
Rehearsal?
time where you might want to have a cyberpunk style game. So I'm like hoping for Deus Ex.
Yes,
'Cause,
I'm
like, yo,
here for it.
Like Deus Ex is one of the most impactful franchises in my life. The
Yes.
original one that came out in 2000, like it's old now, but man, I still got so many memories. And like Human Revolution and Mankind Divided were like almost hitting those notes. But I feel like now would be a good time to like bring that back. And I know immersive sims like might not sell well, whatever, but those are my styles of games. And yo, bring back Deus Ex, please.
I know, please. We'll see who's right.
Oh, it is a Persona
Michael.
tattoo.
I'd be happy to have
We'd
it.
be
I'm probably gonna
happy,
be-
exactly.
I'm probably
Why
gonna
is
be
he not
wrong.
talking
Well,
about
I know. We'll see. It
Persona?
could be a
I
stretch
think he
there.
knows something.
I feel like they took the good guesses. Meanwhile, I just want to like wildly speculate. And
Okay,
go,
let's hear it.
Kingdom Hearts 7, where all of a
Ooh.
sudden everyone turns into Mickey for some reason. But those seem
Oh,
like
she's
they're
imaginative.
actually might happen.
Yours
so I
doesn't
like
seem
those.
off
Oh,
base at
she's
all.
high.
No, I'm pretty sure Kingdom Hearts, a game where Donald actually heals you. Like I'd be down for that.
Let's not talk about something that's physically impossible.
Dan, any ideas for you?
I think I'm
Why did
very
she just
curious.
say
As much as I
7?
would love to commit
Didn't
minor
we
crimes
just
to make
get
Deus Ex
3?
a reality, I'm used to being.
Wait a minute.
I'm used to waiting for Deus Ex. It'll come in due time.
What
so
about
I'm sure it's
4,
gonna be
5, and
something,
6?
Totally surprising.
7, 8,
but
9.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just stoked for more Life is Strange as well.
Because
So
7,
I can't
8,
get my hopes too high when I have so many awesome things
Yes,
coming
you better
my way.
eat.
And I think with the Life is Strange, the remaster, they're actually packaging like the first one and then the prequel together. So if you missed one of them, you could get all of them again.
Okay, yeah. Life is Strange.
Hi,
I'm
Moxie.
so absolutely hyped for. Animation is just off the wall, and then just so heartfelt, and just like hits me in the feels so much. But all right, Damon, I'm gonna put you.
Yeah,
in the hot
but they
seat
wouldn't
here
go to like
because
they
Greg
wouldn't
Miller was
release
telling me
Kingdom
he
Hearts
used to
3
kick
and
your
then be like,
butt.
yeah,
Or
Kingdom
actually,
Hearts
you guys are doing a
7.
really
They
good
would
team
do
in Left 4
4.
Dead.
Yeah, that's not.
Is that not how it went
cooperating in
down?
Left 4 Dead.
Well, no, you could play each other
The
too.
versus mode.
Yeah, well, but we never played that.
Okay.
We didn't play
Oh, okay,
Versus
so it was
mode.
co-op. All right.
Because
Well,
you
I
kept
was
getting your butt
assuming.
That's true. That's true.
Okay.
Oh, they
I
have
was assuming that,
history.
you know,
They
you were
know
ready
each
for Back
other.
4
Oh,
Blood.
y'all
You
know
wanted to take
each
Greg down.
other.
But okay, I guess y'all were
I
doing
want to know
co-op,
Michael
so
with the
my
Persona
bad.
tat. I want to know what is about
cooperative
that. I
gamers.
want to know
I'm
about
super
him.
excited for Back 4 Blood.
Yeah.
God, it feels like a lifetime ago that we were playing
Yeah.
Left 4 Dead with a bunch of other IGNers. So yeah, it's nice to have basically Left 4 Dead 3 come Back 4 Blood coming.
Okay, awesome. I mean,
I'm excited for
zombies,
Warner
like,
Bros. I hope they do.
We can always use
I
more
hope
zombies.
they bring back Batman.
Girl, I was
I know
gonna
they
get
have a
to you and
Batman
Lady D. Okay,
game,
let's talk about
like with
Batman.
Batgirl and
Let's
Nightwing
talk
coming
about
out. But I
it.
want
as a
another
tall
Batman
lady,
game,
I'm
even though they said
obviously
they
a
weren't going to
big
do
fan of
anymore.
the
But
Vampire
I
Tall
want another
Lady.
one. I'm begging.
So obviously Resident
Batman
Evil
games are the best.
25th anniversary. I'm assuming some big drops here.
Maybe like a Harley
just no
Quinn
more creepy
game.
baby. Is everybody with me on that?
Oh, for sure.
Thank you. I never
My
want to
tits
see
just got
that
so big.
again. Capcom,
excitement.
thank you.
Ooh,
But okay,
it's-
yeah,
But
But
that
you know
happens.
what we
It would
needed
never
to
happen,
see?
but-
Or Lady D.
We had like Resident Evil 7 with the whole VR experience where, you know, it was basically poop your pants simulator because everything was coming
There's
at
a
you and it was
VR Resident
terrifying.
Evil 7. I
Absolutely
want to play
terrifying.
it.
But dear God, what I would give if we got Resident Evil 8 VR edition, because then not only will I run straight into
Me
Lady
too, Arc
D
One.
begging her to slash me with those nails, I am going to be playing. I'm like, cool, she's coming towards me. And then I'm heading straight for the floor. I'm heading straight for the floor, looking upwards and going, step on me. And that's all I need out of the VR
Yes,
experience, Jackie. That's all I
lesbian.
need.
There's
First
the gay
off, I would say
people.
relax, but
Yes.
also, I feel you on that one.
I like her.
All in
I like her.
I think we
She's
are all in
high.
that camp.
She's a
But to be real, though,
lesbian.
like Resident Evil
Love
7,
her.
the VR component
Love
was such
her.
a big deal. If you actually played through that whole game in VR, it was wild. It was like one of the best VR experiences, legitimately. And Resident Evil Village is a great game already. So if you can put that in VR, yo, that would be wild, especially if you want to bring it to PC VR as well, and maybe line it up for the PS VR 2.
So they're literally
whatever
just
that's gonna come.
speculating.
Have
Like
that
this
as,
is
like, a
literally what
big
we could be
hitter. That
doing.
would be a
All right,
big
so what does
deal.
everybody think?
And also,
Where
hey,
are we to get
shots
here?
on my CCO
I
if you
think,
want
I
to.
think, you know what I think we're gonna get?
Just be
I
careful
think
if
we're
you
gonna get
buy
Resident
haptic
Evil
suit as well,
9.
because
I
my
know
pal
that's
Kyle
crazy. They
Hill
just
did
released
the
8,
and
but they're gonna
it'll
release Resident Evil
explode.
9,
You will explode.
and
You
the
get
main
stepped
character's gonna
upon.
be Lady
It's
D.
just- it's literally
And what you're gonna
science.
do
I'm
is
willing to take
you're
that
only
chance.
gonna kill
Alright,
Ethan the
that's
entire
good.
time. There's
Perfect.
nothing else in the story.
Onimusha,
It's
were you
just
gonna say
Lady
any
D
of that?
I
Simulator.
hope so.
Malik and I were chatting
my
yesterday, and he's like, "You gotta ask Dan that."
Oh my god, I would.
I know.
I would
Crazy.
mortgage everything I have for more Onimusha.
So you're telling me we're gonna see Dino Crisis?
Is this guy a fan of dinosaur games? I can't. Hold on a minute. Let me mute the goddamn feed. I can't. Dinosaur nerds. I'm so sorry. Go back to 2004 or wherever. I can't with you dinosaur nerds. That is a whole other thing. I can't. That's like saying you still play with Legos. I can't do this. Not dinosaurs. Anything else. Can you come up with something else? I'm so sorry.
Video game characters of all time. She's just this little wild thing, right? And it's gonna be a fantasy epic. I'm super.
I feel like
amped
Ark
about
is a
it. So
different
How are we
story.
feeling? Am I the only one who's
Like, Ark is actually fun, but like,
Roll for
being like,
initiative,
oh my
just get in
god,
there.
Jurassic
And Tiny
Park.
Tina doesn't even look so tiny anymore
I'm like,
that we
no.
saw.
Oh
She's
my
like
God.
going through, and I'm like,
know.
so I'm very excited.
I know. I'm so excited. I mean, honestly, there are so many great items to discuss. If we want to go round robin really quickly, like, what are you most excited for, Damon?
Perfect Dark.
I knew that.
We got a little teaser.
But leave the Legos alone.
I can't believe it's back. Show me what this game looks like.
Me when I collect
I
literally
already said at the
like
beginning, Babylon's Fall.
amiibo collector
me what
things
that
and
is.
Funko
Can you
Pops,
do
and
that
I'm
one more
like,
time?
grow up.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe you did that. All
Jackie, get me on the floor. That's
I like
all
that I said
need.
dinosaur
That and
nerds stop,
Heisenberg
and then
throwing,
Fisher
like,
said,
little
I
metal
want to keep
nuts
my
and
mouth
bolts in it.
shut.
Heisenberg. Oh my goodness. I thought we were on the Lady D team, but okay, Dan.
Give me that sweet, sweet Starfield. I want to see what they have in store.
Oh,
I'm so curious.
Starfield. All right, well, some great answers there, but we are going to wrap things up here for a moment, but that doesn't
Sailor
mean the
Moon
party
game?
is
That would be
stopping.
sexy.
We are just getting started live from E3. Next up, we are talking Ubisoft. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Is it pronounced Ubisoft or
Hey, what's up, guys?
Ubisoft?
It's your boy T-Pain.
Hey,
just
T-Pain
wanted to stop
Bestie,
by
can we
and say
collab?
Thank you guys for watching the show. Thank you guys for enjoying E3. I can't wait till we get
Let's stream together, Bestie.
Be back in each other's faces and walk around these huge convention halls and
No,
stuff
Ava,
like
you're
that.
right, and you should say it.
I can't wait to see you guys. Trust me. Somebody get me out of the house, please. Just come pick me up. Anybody. Don't even care who it is. Just come get me.
He's
Until
so
then,
cute. Wait.
Keep sending candy. Keep sending candy. It's really helping. It's helping a lot. Thank you. Enjoy the show.
Wait, why didn't they ask me to film like a little promo?
I can't believe Jackie just tried to turn Damon Hatfield against Greg Miller. All right, that's impossible. All right, everyone knows we are Left 4 Dead Dynamo. You and me going to be Back 4 Blood Dynamo. It's going to be all about it. But let's talk about Ubisoft. It's up next. We're finally there. What are you most excited to see at Ubi?
You know,
I don't want to be rude, but I am not.
Get some news the other day about this whole
Rayman,
Splinter Cell animated series.
3D Rayman Adventure. Bring it fucking
I'm
back.
Thinking like, well, you're gonna do an animated series about Splinter Cell, which is a great way to accompany said animated series. I've been trying to pull this narrative the entire time. I just want Splinter Cell, Greg.
You are a betting man.
Fuck you! I don't want FPSs and shooting games. Y'all are obsessed with those. I'm tired.
Greatest multiplayer mode ever made. I stand by that statement. Stand by it.
As a Superman fan, let me tell you, Splinter Cell fans, it's time to give it up. You're never going to get another game. It's not going to happen. Don't bring the VR one into this. I saw them try to do this to me the other day.
Not
Don't worry
from
about it.
SpongeBob.
For me, Far Cry 6.
Yeah,
I know
Far
we've
Cry
seen
6.
so
No,
much about it, but
how
I get
many
more
Far
excited
Cry
the more I
games
see
do
it.
we
And the
need,
fact,
girl?
they leaned a little bit and said,
How
"Yeah,
many
it's political.
times
This
do we
is
have to
political."
travel to an island?
Giancarlo had
How
a
many
great
times
interview
do
with
we have to
Jeff
go
Keighley
in the
this week where he was
wilderness,
talking about, like,
get a
what they're doing,
gun,
and I love the fact
shoot
that
an
he's showing
idiot
these
man?
characters that
Like,
way.
I'm
Yeah, I
tired.
really hope
What?
they
Let me
pull
guess.
out
The
a stage show
protagonist has
singing
another
Trees of the
mohawk.
Underdog.
They have a little
but
chain.
The truth is,
Like, I already
Giancarlo
know what the
Esposito
game
could
looks
do
like. We don't need
anything,
6
and
of
I would
them.
be glued to my seat. So seeing him in
It got
Far Cry,
tired after number 2.
It's really going to be fantastic. And I think
sometimes get
honestly,
tired
man,
after number
Ubisoft,
2.
like I would like to see some little nuggets out there for Division fans. You know, my brother's a massive Division fan.
Dude,
plays
me
all the
too.
time. He always talks to me about it. Maybe we get a little something like
I
that.
hope I hope they release
That was
something
the thing,
so
right?
gay,
They
like
went out of their
Rayman
way
or
to say
something.
no Division 2 update, no
this
Division
is just-
Heartland, and I'm like,
all
what
the
Division
FPS
Heartland's
nerds
supposed
are
to be
like,
so-
Ubisoft,
please
oh my
just lie
god,
to me.
Watch
Tell me what
Dogs,
it is.
Splinter
Just
Cell,
lie to
Tom
me.
Clancy,
you wanna lie with
and then they
Ubisoft,
release like
okay?
something really
The other
gay.
one I think that's
I'd
I gotta
gag.
call it out for Blessing
Pride
Annie
Month!
Jr. over at Kind
Wait,
of
this
Funny.
is happening during
Riders
Pride
Republic.
Month.
Riders
Yes.
Republic had such a cool
Gay
debut.
riots.
Then
Yeah.
the delay, like, is that where are we hitting with that? Where are we?
I don't know
at
why
with
I was so
motorsports?
eager about
Because I
dinosaurs
feel
earlier.
like
I used
that
to
is a
eat dinosaur
genre
chicken
that
nuggets
could
like every
really
day.
use something that would like reinvigorate it, right?
Yeah, 100%.
You know, we all remember the SSXs of the world and stuff like that. How much we loved it. 1080, those games, they were great. They were fantastic. I would really, really like to see some more updates on that game. What we'll get, maybe some more
Rain, that's
downhill
queer.
biking
So
as well,
true.
mountain biking. Man, I love that
FPS
kind of
stands
stuff.
for
Inject it
fuck
right in my
is
veins.
shit.
Well, that's what's exciting about
So
it. Right, is that
true.
It's going to be the 2021 version of that, where you
Yeah.
saw all the riders coming together doing that.
Oh my God,
having
I hate to be
XP,
rude, but
having
why do we
progression,
keep-
understanding what that's going to look like in an online
Just-
world? I can't.
they're
wait.
literally
Let alone the fact,
speculating.
right? They've already talked about it. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. You'll be
Please,
getting an
I
update
miss
of some
Tamagotchi
kind. How
Z.
big
We
that is,
should get
what does that
one.
mean? We don't know.
Network
Obviously,
Tamagotchi
they talked about their
pet.
TV shows. There's so much stuff going on, and that's the main show. Remember, of course, we're going to be going over to a pre-show that's going to be talking about Watch Dogs. That's going to be talking about so many other things, and I don't want to string you along any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for our first presentation. Let's send things over to Ubisoft as they prepare for Ubi Forward.
Ubi who? IB Forward? Can my cord stop falling? Hello, you're very quiet.
When the heavens
Your mic's off.
would forsake us,
Turn your mic up, Gorge.
the Kyoshin would look up. See what was
Hello?
hidden,
Jesus, stop.
to hear what was silenced.
Gross. That makes me not like them even more, Weslow. Even though I already didn't like them in the first place. Because they're what? Flop!
To cherish what was about to fade.
Wait, I thought they just said that Ubisoft was next and it's an hour until Ubisoft? Wait, what are we watching then? What are we watching? Oh, it says For Honor in the top right. I've always wanted to try For Honor. I've always thought it looks like looks kind of fun. Not really that fun, but like definitely like interesting to give like a little test run. You know what I mean? A battle pass. I'm already checked out. This game lagging. Like, are we good?
Shedding their old selves, shimmering along the haze. Embracing a new power. To be transformed and awakened.
Funny you mentioned that, Marshall. If you fall asleep during this stream at any time, you can go over to my YouTube channel, NemesisLacroix, and you can subscribe for free and rewatch anything you've missed on my YouTube channel because I upload all my streams there right after I close the stream with a nice, sexy thumbnail. I'm picking my nose, yeah. Fuck off. I feel an itch. I'm gonna use another nail that's not on my pinky to itch my nose. I'll buy this game for $0. With a sexy thumbnail as I use my thumbnail to pick my nose. Wait, what happened to my nail? Hello? When did that come off? Hello? Are you down there? Oh, we're walking. We're walking. We're walking. This is For Honor, I think. Walk for me. Walk for me. Cheer for me. Yes, you better walk. You better walk that ass. I like that they said E3 started at 1 o'clock and it just didn't. So I could have taken time doing my makeup. Can I get this fucking nail? Jesus Christ. I don't know how people wear nails, like, and just go through their day. Like, this is just, everything is a hassle. We're still walking! Wow, love this game so far. Amazing. How fun. Me walking to Australia to confront RuPaul about their decisions on, you know, redacted, redact. Drag Race, down redacted. I just glued my nail back. Do you see how crooked that is? Oops. Loving this presentation, girl. Go give us nothing. Yes. Yes, walking. You better get into it. Get into it. Get into it. Where's he going? It's raining. It started raining because he's walking for so long. Girl, you need an umbrella? You need a sun hat? You need something. You're gonna get all wet. Also, how is this perfectly like... Oh! There's a visitor. There's a horse. Oh, they left. This is me walking to my fridge at 3 a.m. to get a drink. This is also me walking to the store to get a can of air, compressed air later. Not a midday quickie. Oh, there's the horse. Hit him. What is going on? I can't with this. Wait, what if he actually is walking until the timer runs out? That'd actually be hysterical. I should. Serena! In front of all these people? This is how we start E3. Amazing. My YouTube is at NemesisLacroix, just at NemesisLacroix. Where was he walking? You didn't want to explain that?
Community, we have a saying.
Miss Bang.
Nothing
Sorry.
about us without us. It's to say our rights, access, and inclusion in the world can't be met in proper or full ways without direct involvement. It's as true for gaming as it is access to a building. It's really important to us that we work with the community to improve accessibility. By not just involving, but valuing players and developers with first-hand experience of disability, we're much less likely to make mistakes in our approaches.
This is Ubisoft?
Even if our efforts are well-intentioned, they might not really reduce a barrier or contribute to stigma.
Wait,
we're
this
really
is
thankful
Ubisoft?
and proud of the community for their contributions.
When I was working with Ubisoft, on Watch Dogs Legion. We got to sit down at a table going through ideas on how a feature could be used, like the directional captioning, or what kind of information could be on the screen at the same time. Whatever could be removed. There was a lot of going back and forth.
I mean,
to
good
make
for
sure
them.
There was no confusion.
Oh, Serena, I've been using this fan.
It was great how they were double checking.
But this is great.
To make sure they got it right.
I don't know if this is necessarily
I grew
true
up
because
waiting
I
for
think Ubisoft
accessibility
has
to be
had
something companies
stuff in the past that's
can
been
talk about.
problematic. But, you know, I like
Watch
how
Dogs
they're
Legion's Play As Anyone innovation brought with it a
doing it for
promise
Watch
of
Dogs, I guess.
diversity and inclusion that inspired our team to make accessibility a core pillar of our design from the very beginning. The game offers a visualized sound effect system that captions hundreds of ambient world and gameplay sounds, from birds singing to footsteps to cars accelerating or crashing, each prioritized
I mean, I'm
by
not gonna lie to you,
context
I would love to
and
play this game because you
spatialized
can
with
play
a
as an old
directional
lady.
indicator. The Watch Dogs
and
Legion's
fuck
team
shit
is
up as
extremely
her,
proud to have achieved
but I've
this
heard
new
bad
level of
things about
accessibility.
it, so
But it's only the beginning.
It's PR
Games that
hour.
are truly accessible
I
to everyone
guess.
will require continuous innovation and effort.
Literally,
and I
it's
look
a
forward
shame
to
that
seeing
their
today's
games
innovations become tomorrow's standards.
So should we watch
On
this
Assassin's Creed
50-hour
Valhalla, we started
presentation, or
working
should
on
we start the game we're going to start after
features
stream?
very early in the process. We have
it would be annoying
options
for me to
for
upload to
player
YouTube.
to choose their text size, but also the text size of the subtitles.
I guess we'll just watch the hour.
You can add a background to your HUD elements to make sure the contrast is good for you. We can adjust the icon size also depending on your gaming setup. We want to make sure you get the most out of it.
Ubisoft's goal is to make games that enrich our players' lives. And key to that is making games that are inclusive and accessible to all. What we've seen is that by talking to the community and learning from each other, our teams are really inspired to innovate and find solutions, striving to challenge themselves and always improve.
I have my AC on, but it's just not working. Did you play at house? Yeah, I didn't either. I remember us being excited to play as grandmas, but then... I guess so, Tony. I'm gonna say crisscross applesauce. Everybody look away. I might flash the camera. Okay, I didn't. And I'm also not sitting crisscross. I'm sitting on one leg, but it's okay. Are we just doing another straight? Okay, so we're flying now instead of walking. I can't. This is too much.
I feel like I'm going mad.
Did you hear the character? She went, "Stop! I feel like I'm going mad." Thank God, I was getting tired. Are we gonna be swimming next? Up some Subnautica teas. I feel like I can't look at the timer because it's like going by so slow. Here, what we'll do instead is let me let's pull up a thing. of just fly. Oh, I can't read this. This is too hard to read. I was gonna read this. Is this all? I don't know why I'm deciding to play this game because I'm probably not gonna be able to read a lot of it, but I want to really play it. So. Okay, I have an option. So we're gonna play this game. It's called The World's Ends Club. During or after the presentation. Let me do a narration. I have a audio file to narrate the story.
In an elementary.
Nope.
In an elementary school in Tokyo, there's a group called the Go-Getters Club, made up from oddball kids from all over Japan. Reicho and the other members are somehow different than the other kids around them. Then, one day, during the summer, while on the bus for their class trip, they get into an accident. When they wake up, they're in a theme park under the sea. Reicho and the others are trapped inside this strange, long-abandoned place. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a mysterious clown appears and orders them to play a fate game.
No!
Before any of them can figure out what's happening, they're fighting for their very lives. Will they be able to survive and make it out of this weird place? The kids are all lost and confused, but then, extraordinary powers begin to awaken within them, while at the same time, abnormal events are occurring all over the earth.
Why did she say what's happening like that? Help me. There's character bios. So this is the main character. Then, oh, she's cute, Vanilla. What's happening? I don't know how to pronounce that. Oh, she's cute. Oh, he's cute. They're so cute. I love them. Oh, serve. Oh, serve. They're all really cute. I love them all. That's the clown. Oh, yes, Yuki. Serve. What's happening? Hi, Jeff. Can we get a shout out for Jeff? Amazing LGBTQIA+ creator here on the platform. I know, doesn't it sound great? It's by the people that made Danganronpa, so it's very similar in plot, but I think it'll be hopefully very different in story. Or people that worked on Danganronpa helped with it, so I'm hoping good things. Hoping. Oh, so now we're flying a plane. We're flying a plane. Flying a plane. I hope you're good as well. Please, everybody follow Jav. I love their content. I love hanging out in their streams. Please go over there and follow them. I'm so, like, they couldn't think of anything else to, like, fill their dead air. I can't do this. This is too much. I can't! It's honestly comical, love. It's comical. Ah!
Gray_cleric donated $100. Have a hot Nem summer bestie. I am hyped to see all the fun things you do this year.
What was that? Gray, thank you. Thank you so much. That is very generous. Thank you for the hot nem summer. Wow, I don't know how to take compliments and nice things from people because sometimes I feel like I don't deserve it, but thank you so much. I appreciate it for all my hard work. I'm happy that you realize it. I'm happy some people see it because sometimes it feels like it's hard just being visibly queer and like, I don't know, sometimes it's like, whoa. It's like people suck. But thank you for donating. I love you, thank you. Very nice, very nice. I'm sitting my back is nice and propped up. I'm sitting, my legs crossed. I feel like I'm at a business meeting. That woke me up. I got my go-to coffee is a caramel craze. I usually go and I'm like, can I get a caramel crazy? And they're like, so you're regular? And I'm like, yeah. But it's a caramel, like, blend. What was that noise? But yeah, I don't know what's in it. I just know it's caramel, like a lot of caramel. It says ice, sig, LT, small, orig, caramel
So,
seed,
you might often
whole
see
milk.
on social media a game announcing that it's gone gold. But the question is, what does that actually mean? You may not know this already, so I'm gonna tell you.
Thanks, bestie. You're so nice. I would like HD streaming, thank you. I can take it, don't you worry.
So when we say that a game has gone gold, it means that the game has been approved for manufacture. So that can be Sony, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Nintendo, whichever platforms we're targeting for that specific game.
What the fuck is
game is fully
Stadia?
playable. It's stable. It's got a decent level of performance,
Oh, what's
and
this?
everything's basically working.
Oh, that's
and
the
also that
mythology
we passed
game.
all of the compliance requirements from those first parties. And
I was
they
gonna
have
get it,
basically said,
but-
yep, off you go to manufacture, and then we start making the discs from there.
I want to work at a
So
company
the term
like
going
this.
gold comes
well,
from
I want to work at a
when this was
gaming
all done on
company.
physical discs.
But I'm
It's
not
digital now,
talented.
but when
I
this was
just
physical
look
discs, they're
pretty.
ones
I
that
could
were
like
sent to the
stand and be
manufacturer
like,
companies with that version
hey,
of the game on that is
yeah,
given the thumbs up.
pretty
They were gold colored.
lady in your
and so we still use that
office.
term today.
Ooh,
So when we go gold, it
yeah.
doesn't mean that all the work is done for
That's
the
what
team.
I would do at the
We
office.
usually go to manufacture about 6 to 8 weeks before
Did
launch.
he draw
so there's some
that?
time there that we can
Wait a
use to
minute.
properly polish
Wait
the
a
game and
minute.
fix things like stability
Wait, y'all.
and little niggly
Wait,
issues
you're
that might
drawing
impact the
these?
gameplay when we go live.
Okay.
So one of my best memories from shipping a game is when we were working on the Division 2.
Marshall's done.
And we decided
Marshall's
quite last
blocked.
minute there that we wanted to make some improvements to the onboarding and tutorials right at the beginning of the game. So what that involved was me running around the office, just speaking to people, trying to see what was possible, what was safe to do, what changes we could make that were really going to improve everything. And it was great to be able to work that tiny bit of magic
face
right at the
capture.
end that was going to improve the experience for everyone. So when a game goes gold, that's quite a big milestone for the team. It means
Evac!
that something that they've been working on for quite a few years is almost ready to go. So remember to give them a shout out when you hear a game's gone gold. It means that we're all really excited to see you get your hands on the final product.
It said it, not me. So have we established, is it Ubi or Ubi? I like saying Ubi. Ubisoft. Ubisoft. I like Ubi. Uh-oh, Ubi. That's me smacking my leg. Yes, boat! Yes, boating! Oh my god, me and the new Genshin update. Ubisoft. That probably looks really bad with me off the camera slapping my leg. Oh, they're turning! They haven't done that before. They turned. The new Genshin update overwhelms the fuck out of me. There's so much new shit in Genshin, I'm like, fuck. And then after this update, there's gonna be Inazuma, and it's already so overwhelming. They're adding Abyss Mages, 9 new characters, and a whole new area that I have to explore. Like, I'm overwhelmed. But I'm very grateful for it, because it was very dry. Yeah, there's an event in Genshin right now. It's the summer event, and you can... there's like a new area that you boat around. You're kind of like a pirate, essentially. You're supposed to take out enemy forces. And go around to like islands and find the sunken treasure. It's really fun. I just am really overwhelmed by it. It's to prep for the new area they're releasing. It's gonna be a new city. It's called Inazuma. With all like the villains that come from Genshin, they're kind of from Inazuma, or what's to be villains. I was thinking of switching to Genshin for the 35 minutes that we have, but... And have this like in the little corner. I just thought that if I were to stream Genshin, it would get dry really quick, but also I can't really play Genshin to the best of my abilities in drag, well, right now especially because I have nails on. I don't know. I like the story games that I play on stream, because like games like Dead by Daylight and Genshin and stuff, they're good for clips, but I can't stock up my replay library with Genshin, really. Like I like telling a story and playing a story with the chat. That's like where my passion is. And honestly, like we were talking about it, like getting like the partner badge is definitely a numbers game. And I'm really not, like it will definitely come eventually, but in terms of like recently, it seems like you have to play certain games to get more attention, and I'm really not interested in doing that to sacrifice my happiness.
When I started this project, the homework I got from
like the
from
games
the
that are
Ubisoft
popular,
team was
they want you to
go
play.
home and play.
You know what I mean? Like Dead by Daylight, Genshin, League.
My name is Einar Salvik, a musician and composer from Norway.
My name
like
is
that.
Julie Fowlis, and I'm a musician and a singer from Scotland. I predominantly
Which is
sing in
crazy
Scottish
because
gaelic.
the games that get more
Music that
attention
I
aren't
perform
story-based
is deeply rooted
for the most
in music
part.
of the Highlands and Islands.
And I know why. It makes sense because someone can just hop into your
I
stream and be like,
understood
I understand
quickly
what's
that
happening.
myself and
Opposed to
people
when
in
someone's
the
playing a
music
story,
team
you're like,
of
I just got
Ubisoft,
here, what's
we had
going
a lot
on?
of the same
But
ideas
I don't know.
and vision of
I
what
like
my
what I
part
do.
in it could be.
I love what I do.
When I decided I wanted to
I
have
love the
Julie
schedule
on
that I'm
board, and
on.
she's
Finish the
accepted
stream,
I could
upload it to
already
YouTube.
hear
If you
the
missed it,
music
watch the
in a
YouTube
way.
video, come back next stream.
I've
You know
known
what I mean?
Julie for a long time, been a fan, and yeah, always.
Have you played Mighty
hoped,
Goose yet? No, I haven't. Is
at
that
some
the Goose
point,
game? The funny
come
Goose game?
An opportunity to do something together. I do connect to her way of approaching the older song traditions. It feels great to have her.
What is this?
part
Is
of
this Monster Hunter? What is going on?
It was certainly an amazing opportunity to work with Einar. I love his work, I love his music, and his
Thank you, Lee.
approach to making music. To work with Einar on these songs.
What games
was
do you
just something
stream?
to me
Well,
that felt
currently
quite
we're gonna play that
natural
game I just
and
discussed, World
really
Dance Club,
enjoyable,
but
actually.
I play honestly. So my goals. Let me turn this down because this is like who even fucking cares.
Such as the Lyre, which
So this
would
year
be the
my
most
goals
common
were to
streaming
stream all the
tool at the
convention
time.
and game
I, of course,
announcement
used the
events.
bronze horns
That was my New Year's resolution, and we've done that so far. We've done every Nintendo Direct, every PlayStation conference, which has only been one, but you know what I mean. And then this.
One
for
instrument
the next
that
4
I
days.
introduced that I didn't use
So we do
in the main
those.
game is
And
the
in terms
It's a form of
of
lyre,
games, another one of my New Year's resolutions was play every new game that comes out, stay on top of it,
So
and
of the
put it
two
out.
songs that we worked
So we
on,
played
one
Resident
of them was
Evil,
Irish,
we played
Flan Fod Eden.
That is actually an excerpt.
What else has come out this year? I don't even remember.
From the early 800s. That was the intention of the song, creating a praise poem for flan.
There's a really beautiful video on my YouTube. It's called Before Your Eyes, and it's a game that is demonstrated by... It takes your webcam. If you missed that stream, please go watch the YouTube video. The YouTube is gorgeous. The video game is gorgeous.
The ground would resound beneath.
And it's a game demonstrated by blinking, and like your life pretty much just like goes by in a blink of an eye. That's why it's called Before Your Eyes. And it was so emotional, and it was just beautiful, and the gameplay was great. Like you had to, if you wanted to progress, you had to blink. Or you had to hold back your blinks if you wanted to stay where you were. And it was just really cool. But I'm a majority of a retro streamer. I love playing Nintendo 64, GameCube, Wii. But my New Year's resolutions are as stands. I want to play new games on releases. And conferences when they come out.
How it sounded.
So that's what you can really expect out of me.
For sure how
retro when nothing's happening, and then
of
new games and conference news.
The legend is that the stone
So we
will
stay
bring
current,
woe.
we stay upbeat.
But
I like
the
the
song
beat.
claims if Ireland came to peril, the stone would rain a storm.
Literally, it
of
was
wonders.
so. I was really. I would have bawed if I played that by myself. It was really. My sister even told me to play it, and I was like, "How did you?
I had to
How did you?
the
What?"
voice of this amazing character, who's a very, very strong character. But it was really incredible.
What game are they
recording
talking
the
about
voice
right now?
parts and being directed in real time from Canada.
I put a lot of
Ooh, that
heart into
keyboard.
my work. It's
Lots of
important that it
colours.
reflects the game, but also reflects the culture.
The music and the language, they really shape our identity as
Are they adding
Gaels.
DLC? Is that what
It
it
was
is?
hugely satisfying to work on the music, and actually for me it was a great way to channel some creativity during the pandemic.
Not the pyramid table. No, they definitely. No, my god. I can't. I can't. Wait, show us the snowboarding clip. That looks fun to watch. Please. Pleek! 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 Or driving a boat. I like that. Oh, a taxi. Nice. Oh, the ad on the back changed. This area is pretty. You know what I really want to play next after we play World's Ends Club? It might take a couple of streams, but I want to play LA Noire. Do you remember that game? That game would be so funny to stream. For me. Me playing that would be fucking hilarious. Please, they just start GTA driving. Just hitting the civilians. Wow, girl, they're giving us nothing. Oh, an LA Noire? I've heard that nudity doesn't really matter that much as long as that you're not staring at it and you're not being, you're not being inappropriate about it. Which will probably be hard for me because, you know, I'm immature as hell, but... Right? Me and my sister loved LA Noire. We played that. We played it up. We played it good. We played it, like... It can't be in modding? What do you mean? Play with my nails. All right, we've lasted 35 minutes. We got 25 left.
1986, Brittany, France. The
Oh my
Guillemot
God, I wanna
brothers
play
catch a
Saints
glimpse of
Row
the future and launch Ubisoft. No
3
internet,
on
no
stream,
email.
but I feel like that's
just a
too
bunch of people and a
inappropriate.
passion
There's literally
for
a
technology
dildo,
and games.
and there's
Today,
strippers,
Ubisoft
and, like,
still has an eye on a future where
it's like an
85%
even
of the
more
jobs that will exist in
lewd
2030 haven't even been
GTA.
invented yet. Since Ubisoft can't predict the future, we need people ready to forge it. Talented people who aren't afraid to create
Me on
the
Thursday,
unknown. And
ninja.
Amandine Lower is one of those people. This is Amandine. Coucou. She hates
queen.
interviews. Sorry about that. But we'll find a way, because it's worth it. I could tell you she's a junior developer, a graduate of a video game school, but I won't, because she's not. Instead, I'll tell you the story of an unexpected career path. Well, I'm the narrator, by the way. I don't really exist, but I know Amandine and I know Ubisoft. She'll correct me if I get anything wrong. I can do that. Amandine loves arts and crafts. She draws illustrations
Oh,
and
that art is
character art.
cute.
She can crochet tiny, cute animals. She
Oh,
studied
I want
languages at
one.
the University of Chambéry, France. She lived in New Mexico and Japan. In each new place, she started off from scratch, totally lost, barely understanding a word, and she loved it.
I can't say it was always easy, but I love developing new skills to get out of tricky situations.
This is Peo. He hates turning his camera on during calls,
But I'll make an exception for you.
but he'll make an exception for us. Peo is Amandine's first real boss. He recruited her in
Wait, you just stood
2016
there.
for an internship in communications, even if she didn't have a degree in communications. She seemed
cute.
daring and resourceful. He trusted her immediately. And yes, Amandine plays video games, but
What
lots
is
of people
that?
at
What game
Ubisoft
is
play
that?
games.
Oh, that's
Many
the
don't,
new,
and
like-
that's just how Ubisoft likes it. Amandine managed Ubisoft's internal weekly newsletter. She felt this job was a perfect match for her independent spirit and her
I need
taste
to
for
get
new
up and, like,
challenges. But she'll
do,
never
like, some
forget
jumping
Peo
jacks to
saying,
keep
push
my
the button,
blood
Amandine.
flowing.
It will only be
Ugh.
sent to 11,000 people. It's 20,000 now. Props to Maureen, she's now the one in charge of sending the email. Easy peasy.
My
This
Sprite
is Colleen.
socks.
She's a content communications manager. She helped Amandine build on what she learned with Peo when she hired her next.
She wasn't afraid to break with convention, and I really encourage that.
Because it provides a new way of doing
They're doing
things.
stretches. Were those
Amandine
rabbits?
started organizing conferences and writing speeches for Ubisoft speakers. She was learning something new.
Oh my god,
again,
new
and
rabbits
she
game?
loved it.
Wait, earth,
I
wind,
know it sounds
fire,
weird, but
water.
she's telling the truth. I love a good challenge.
But in Amandine's head, a little seed had been planted. An idea was forming. She was so close to the people
let me
making the
open my
games she
curtains
loved.
more so the sun
2
doesn't
years
hear.
later, it became clear. She wanted to be a line designer. Amandine reached out to Elizabeth. She was leading teams of line designers at the time.
The way she talked about the game she liked was so passionate and professional. She was even able to connect an IP to a player's journey and talk about those tiny details that can sometimes make a huge difference on the quality of the game.
Amandine
Okay,
started
so what's
helping
the schedule
production
tomorrow?
teams
Because I'm
design
not
the
waking my
content of
ass
their
up
games.
for shit like this
She's
tomorrow.
one of the bridges between the top management at HQ and the production teams in Ubisoft studios around the
E3
world.
schedule.
She is an interpreter, as she has always been.
Yes, being a line designer is all about communication.
You can always reinterpret your skills in a brand new way. Looking back, without Peo and Colleen, she would have missed a key step.
1 p.m.
That's it. Thanks, Amandine, for your inspiring
for the
story.
Bethesda
Before I
show.
go, did you like this story? Head over to
If I wake up
Ubisoft.com
tomorrow and they do this
to hear more
shit,
just like this
like,
one,
did
and
they
maybe
say
even
this was
take
gonna
your
happen
first
at this
step
time?
towards
Wait a minute.
Creating the unknown with Ubisoft.
Okay, they did. They did. I was just stupid.
And I really encourage that.
I fucked up the times.
Easy peasy.
What if my dress just chroma keyed out? Oh my god, should I wear the morph suit tomorrow? Just be a floating head for the stream? That'd be fun. Literally. They're like, yeah, we're a great company behind the scenes, even though we have so many allegations against us. Let's play patty cake. Concentration. 64. No repeats or hesitation. I'll go first, then you'll go. Starting with video games. Who's playing with me? No one's gonna play with me? Y'all are fucked up. Have y'all never played Concentration, like 64? Okay. Let's go, host. Okay, ready? Video games. I'll go first, then you'll go. Starting with video games. LA Noire. I'll give you a couple. Final Fantasy. Danganronpa. Something smells like it's burning. Am I gonna have a stroke? Resident Evil. Resident Evil Code Veronica. Final Fantasy 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lego Pirates of the Caribbean. Lego Indiana Jones.
Rated E10.
For Honor. Ninja Turtles GameCube game. I remember it. Live stream into a hospital. Brawlhalla. Minecraft. Ratchet and Clank. I had hesitation, but we're still going. Spelunky. I did it off beat. Mario Kart Wii. League of Legends. Dead by Daylight. Wii Sports Resort. Sims $. Pokey Park 2. Are you gonna lose? Oh my god, house lost! House lost! Oh, I broke a nail! I broke 2 nails! Bitch, that nail fell. And it fell hard. I gotta pee. You're taking too long. I'm going pee. Well, now that I don't have 2 nails on, let me use that to get my pee-pee out of my dress so I can pee. So, Delta chairs in chat. Let me use the restroom.
Hello everyone. As you may already know, Ubisoft has been supporting indie studios for many years now. Whether in
I'm gonna be honest with you all.
innovation, creative, or even financial support, our teams have been supporting indie studios from all over the world. Today, we wanted to use Forward to highlight a
This like
selection of
rat
indie games we've had
business
the
with the
pleasure of
rat
supporting
being in my
recently.
kitchen
Enjoy.
is the most terrified
Hi,
I've ever been in my entire life.
Sandro,
Who's
the
this guy? He's
co-founder
kinda
of
hot.
Tucana Interactive, a young independent game development studio based in Berlin, Germany, currently working
It's
on
been a while
Dorf
since I've
Romantic.
been in the presence of a man, you
Dorf
can
is a
tell. So
relaxing
even if these guys
strategy
aren't
and
cute, I'm
puzzle
like,
game where
wait,
you
he's kinda
create
cute. Oh
an
my god.
ever-growing idyllic landscape by placing tiles. You can immerse yourself in a beautiful, peaceful and quiet world if you need a break from everyday life. But Dorf Romantic also offers a challenge for those who are looking for one. Because to beat the high score, you do not only need to plan
You
ahead,
want me to play
but
this,
also
Gorge?
place your tiles very strategically.
This looks like a phone game.
We are the lucky winners for Ubisoft's
I'll
Entrepreneurs
support you
in the
'cause you're
Camp in the
cute.
German-speaking area, and we are excited for the upcoming acceleration program, where we participate in mentoring
The context,
sessions
yeah,
and
Delta
are
in a
able to
chair. So
receive
apparently, like,
marketing
we
support,
started with
such as the
everybody
Indie
just
Game
saying.
booth at Gamescom.
I don't even know how
Dorf
Delta Chair
Romantic
started.
is
I
already
mean, me and
available right now in early access, and will
Me
go
and
into
Joel
full release later
were
this
watching
year.
old videos
In
of the
addition, we
pit
also
stop,
already have plans
and we
for
were just
mobile and the
like
Nintendo Switch, so
making
there's a
like
lot
we were
still
just
to be
like
discovered.
watching everybody in their looks.
Thank you for your time
We're
and
like,
to
oh
Ubisoft for
yeah.
this great
I don't
opportunity.
know how Delta Chair started, honestly. Everybody just started saying Delta Chair.
Hey y'all, so I'm in Taylor. I'm one of the co-creators of Bravery Network Online, a game by Cashapp, which is our studio. Bravery Network Online is
Wait, this looks
a turn-based
cute.
strategy game. You've got a team of 5 fighters.
Wait, this is
playing
so
against your own
cute!
opponents,
This is the
team of
best thing
5
so far.
fighters. And they are, you know, a little bit gay, but you know, if you're not gay,
What?
that's okay too. I think that it's a really, really fun world, and I think that the competitive
Gay!
play is really solid. We've been working with Ubisoft for a little bit now. We actually are. the
You!
leaders
I
of
like
Ubisoft's
you!
2019
Yes! Gay
Industry
visibility!
Ubisoft
Pride Month!
They've helped us out so much over the years. They've given us press support when we launched into early access. They connected us with different folks internally who helped
Let
us
me get
out,
my nail off
and even
the
to
floor.
folks outside their company. We have a pretty vibrant Discord community and a lot of folks who've just been enjoying the game, and we're really appreciative of that. Bravery Network Online is in early access now, so feel free to pick it up and send it to some friends. I would really appreciate that very personally, so thank you. Bye.
I support you. I will support you. I love gay people.
Hello everyone, I'm
well,
David
some
Prinslow,
gay people.
game director on
Not the
Usuka
transphobic
Parking.
gay people
Usuka
that we
Parking is the
know
world's most extreme parking
went
game
private
and
on
probably
Twitter.
the only racing game where the goal is to actually stop your car.
Sorry.
It's a funny physics-based racer, which doesn't take itself too seriously, but still requires enough skill for you to master the hardest tracks.
We crashed into the Ubisoft design team a while ago and we had some great discussions on Usuka Parking. They gave us actionable advice and great feedback along the road. And they've been championing the game ever since, so we're super grateful for them.
I almost
Usuka
said
Parking
Emma.
presents you with a ton
I don't know
of
why I
varied
almost called
and
Mia
surprising
Emma.
levels. The goal is to fill every parking spot before the timer runs
Oh
out.
my god,
And
they
don't
both
get
just
too
fell on the
attached to
floor
your
again.
cars,
I'm
though,
so
because
fucking
you'll have
tired
to
of
respawn
this.
a lot. For the competitive players out there, there's leaderboards in every level, so you can compete with your friends and the world.
If
for
there's
those
no
top
sexy
spots.
Rabbid Peach, I'm
And for
out.
everyone
Like
that's
I'm
feeling
disinterested.
creative,
I
we've
want
also included a level
I want
editor
Rabbid
that
Peach at
features
E3.
everything that's in the main game, so you can go all out and be creative and make your own tracksuit.
You want to know how much you suck at parking? You can already
This
do
actually
so.
looks kinda
Download
cool.
the demo.
I mean,
You
I
can
wouldn't
also
play
talk
it,
to
but
us,
it looks
show us
fun.
your best moves or talk to other parksters.
Do I
at
look
our
pretty? Do I look
Discord.
cool?
Happy parking.
Love the dress today. Thanks, Buckboy Games. How you doing? I like when we do these live stream events, I kind of try to dress like I'm going to an actual award show. Tomorrow I'm gonna wear black. I'm gonna wear that gothic dress. Can this guy turn around? He looks kind of hot. I know he's like an orc man, but we all watched my Raid Shadow Legends stream. Also, shout out to everybody that makes clips. I really appreciate you. Because when I make TikToks, it's so much easier to find stuff that happens in the VODs. Because honestly, I say a lot of dumb shit. Like, I don't remember what I say during streams. I honestly black out while I'm on live. Like, not get blackout drunk, but like, I'm not very, it's not like I have anything planned. I kind of just go off the cuff, so I don't remember a lot of the shit that I say. I'm glad to entertain. I'm glad I'm entertaining.
Hi everyone, I'm Olivier Guédon, producer here at Ubisoft.
At least I would like to think that I am.
The Crew 2, launched in 2018, reaches its 3rd anniversary.
I put the
It's
nails
been
on
a
the
very
wrong fingers,
intense year
but it's okay.
with multiple content deployment. Every 4 months, a new season, and every 2 months, a new episode.
I missed
we
the clip
delivered
thread,
all
Mia.
the content announced 1 year ago.
I shed a tear.
And for this, I
Rest
would
in
like
peace.
to warmly thank our teams here at the studio for their work and commitment despite the COVID-19 context. But it's also time
But I
to
do
warmly
love the,
thank you, our community.
the pinned.
Since we are really proud to announce that we are now more than 30 million players to have joined the Crew franchise since 2014. And for those who have not joined in yet, what a better time to jump in the Crew 2. First, claim this amazing vehicle
we made it.
for
10
only
minutes
1
left.
Crew credit
Not too bad.
in-game
Oh my gosh!
starting today.
You know what we should do in the meantime? Oh, I
Also,
didn't mean to. Let
next
me
week,
refresh now,
enjoy
'cause
one event.
It's not live.
Here.
You know
This
what I
new content
realized?
will of course be available through Motherflix, new season, and
Also,
episodes.
I love B when you take
But then
screenshots of me and post it. It's
and
so
enjoy a
nice.
glimpse
I love
of your next
all y'all.
Motherflix
Really,
show.
I do. I really do.
Thank you all.
Oh, so I was researching the endings to Telltale Batman, and if you weren't here for the ending of Batman, the ending was that Joker kind of turned into like his own Batman. He was like Joker Batman, but we went down a different path, and I didn't think the endings would be so different. But if you weren't aligned with Joker at the end, he would have been like Crazy Joker with Harley Quinn, and you would have played a very serious game of Would You Rather, and there's like this whole, like, the whole chapter is different, like it's an entirely different chapter, which I thought was crazy. Like I could show it, but it would be kind of silly to show it now. But I honestly had really fun playing that Telltale Batman game. If you haven't watched it, it's on my YouTube. And I'm sorry if my YouTube is ridiculously, like, all the videos are super long, but I'm trying to make like a library of all the games I've played, because Twitch mutes the videos. Twitch is becoming that I have to start deleting videos because I have too many videos on here and I'm not a partner. So I have to transfer them to YouTube so they're there. I know, Jewel played it. I want Jewel to upload their videos to YouTube because I loved watching them play it. Thank you, Red. I appreciate you enjoying my content on YouTube. I honestly have a great time doing it. I love making the thumbnails. I love picking the videos and going through to see what happened in that video, and like it's just it's great to have memories. Like honestly, like my first time having Marshall in a stream was the Lara Croft ones, and so was having like Mia here. Like everybody who was here regularly after the Lara Croft stream. So yeah. Yes, so like I re-uploaded the one that Mia loves, the remothered one, to YouTube. If there's a video that I haven't uploaded to YouTube that you want me to upload, like if there's a stream you remember, please let me know. Anybody, I'll upload anything. I tried uploading the Stuart Little video and it got taken down for copyright because the video game took scenes from the movie, so they flagged me. I was like, girl, it's a video game. I want to be in one of these so bad. I don't think you understand. I just want to be in a commercial. That would make me cry if I was in one. Okay. Was that actually a technical outage, or was that like on purpose? Because Assassin Watch Dogs. This is just a wannabe Genshin. Sorry, that was rude. That's never gonna get me in one of their commercials. Oh my god, he cut his arm off! Oh, yes, Just Dance. I want to do more Just Dance streams. That'd be fun. But I don't have a lot of... I'm changing my office very soon. When I get my new lights, we're going to be doing a lot more of the interactive streams. But very soon, very soon. Love the long videos and the summed up. Thank you, Lee. Yeah, I'm trying to create a library, so if I did want to do the summed up videos again, I can reinstall it from YouTube as well. I've definitely wanted to do summed up shorter clips from certain videos. Actually, YouTube created this new thing. They started creating clips, like from Twitch. They created clips on YouTube. I don't think it's like they save it on a separate page, but you can like download a clip from a YouTube video. So if you see anything from my YouTube videos and want it, you can use that new feature on YouTube, I believe. Yes, we need to finish Half-Life Alyx. I definitely will do that. I'll upload the first part to YouTube. But yeah, I miss doing summed up. I'm honestly shifting in the way of doing the crappy horror games in the summed up style. And then my older videos, I'm kind of just like the archives. I'm going through the archives and uploading old videos. Like some of the thumbnails I have to like edit so much because they look so busted. Like it's bad. Oh. Hi. I stare at you. Like in the Ape Escape video, I look like shit. Like, and the Rugrats video, the lighting is so bad. Like, we've come very far.
A resistance, built DedSec, and saved our
we skimmed the archives.
Since then,
I can't believe they deleted my Stuart Little video.
Our tactical ops.
So rotten. It's literally Stuart Little. Makes me sad. That's honestly one of my favorite streams too. Because I love that game as a kid.
What's coming up in Watch Dogs Legion Bloodline?
Trying to think of another old stream that was really good. Ratatouille, but I don't have that saved.
Huge payday.
What's the catch?
It's in London. That's where your nephew Jackson lives, right?
Thank you, House. It's actually a dress. I'm not really.
Anyway, the job's pretty straightforward.
I don't have a lot of body on.
Body.
I have to corset and wear heels next week, and I'm so scared because it's gonna be the first time in forever that I've done it.
Fall into the wrong hands.
Whoa. Easy.
It's serious. So true.
Give me that. This, I need it for a...
4 minutes left.
Okay, I guess we're doing this.
It's only like 20 minutes, but then we had part 2. So I'd have to probably put them in a video together. But is the quality bad? I feel like the quality would be bad if it's screen recorded, because I tried making a clip of a YouTube video before, and the quality dropped when I downloaded it. I was like, oh, okay.
Stolen by your partner. The one in the stupid mask?
I can find it.
I really sat here for an hour. We sat here for an hour watching people walk through the woods and drive cars. I hate straight people. This is the I know that girl before. I know she wouldn't let us sit here with this stuff. She doesn't have she has our back.
Con men running the world.
The people that created this little hourly thing was done by straight people. Makes me upset. During Pride Month. They gave us 1 gay commercial in an hour. Okay. Shocking, companies. Really shocking. Honestly, like, who isn't gay? Everybody's a little gay. You can't tell me with that, like, 7 billion people in the world that you wouldn't be homosexual, lesbian, LGBT for someone out there. Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry. Listen, I loved All My Girlfriends. I'm not saying, like, I definitely was straight at a time. I'm not anymore, but, like, you know, there's people that, honestly, I could meet someone and love them and fall in love with them. I honestly don't, like, I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying?
Now I feel bad.
Like, it wasn't even that long ago that I was straight. Like, what? Like, I had a serious relationship with a girl, like 5-6 years ago? 7, maybe? Like, there's a lot of people in the world, you know? Brawlhalla's fun. We should do a Brawlhalla stream. Yeah. But this time I'm horny. So true, Delilah. Hi, Kay. Happy to see you. Hi, happy to be here. You're right, and you should say it. Looking at a toilet. Oh, that toilet blew the fuck up. I'm gonna blow the fuck up out of that toilet. Oh! When the poop jumps back. That happens to me all the time. This is too much. I would throw up. Who plays this? I'm getting sick just watching it. Oh, you did it. You crossed the finish line. Groundbreaking. Listen, I have a nail on. I have a wig on. Let's go. After having Mexican. Oh! Oh! Sorry, I just want to be really reactive. Oh! I'm sorry, card games are so boring. Okay, that was actually pretty cool. Oh my god, WoW moments. On WoW Presents Plus. Okay, I'm trying. Oh my god, this is so dumb. Please. Stop! One Happy New Year! Woo! Gay! They said gay rights. Just kidding, they're probably a homophobic company. They're using this for clout.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Ubisoft Forward. I'm Neela.
And I'm Yusuf. We're so thrilled to be back hosting Ubisoft Forward. Over the next hour, we'll be your guides to all the latest news and exciting announcements coming from Ubisoft.
And I'm max
We've got
volume.
so much in store for you today, including deeper looks at Far Cry 6, Riders Republic, and Rainbow Six, plus a few other surprises you'll find out about soon enough.
Neelam, I'm excited.
Rayman
We're filming this
RABBID game.
together.
Give it to
we
me
got this
now.
gorgeous set.
Give it to me now!
But I know why y'all are here. You want to see games, so let's get right into it.
Definitely
The
get to
Rainbow
it.
Six operators are facing off against an evolving and deadly threat. You'll no doubt have noticed that the alien parasite has spread to new areas. It's time to suit up and step into the containment zone.
Here's a deeper look at Rainbow Six Extraction.
Who cares?
I used to feel so much peace staring into the heavens until a piece of it fell.
I mean, someone's gotta go home first. Oh, she's dead, sorry. Not her. Oh, she's alive, never mind.
And the nightmare began. We thought it could be contained.
What game is this? They all blend together. Far Cry 6, Rainbow Six.
So we did too.
Call of Duty, everything just boom, 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 boom!
Now. If there's a way to stop them, you will find it. But I know you will find me first.
That's definitely interesting.
Okay, the plan. Nomad, secure our exit. I'll take out the nests.
And I'll find Ivana.
Not the
I have a
aliens.
signal. Let's go.
We are already out of the nests.
Incoming! Clear the area!
Oh, those aliens look boring. I've seen those before.
Stand back!
Down.
Literally, this is just Fear 3.
Let's move out. Clock's ticking.
No, I like some gameplay. Oh, the iPhone. Shameless plug. Some of them are cool, but I just don't care about shooting games, honestly. Like, there's nothing really, like, if there's not a cool gimmick, it's like, what is different here? You know what I mean? Or, like, if there's not, like, a cool protagonist or a cool character design. So, like, what is revolutionary? What is different about this? The aliens? I've seen those aliens before. What is different about the gameplay? Nothing, really. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not crazy. What is that? A C4? Oh, okay, so it shocks people. Interesting. So cool. How long does that last? 2 seconds. See, now I'm definitely into that. I'm into that. The siren screaming lady alien. Now that grabs my attention. Not these boring ass generic zombies or aliens.
Not so fast.
Target the breacher! Now's our chance!
Nomad, blow the door. Cover me.
Stop! Ugh. Jesus. TGI's trailers a cop out, yeah, for shitty games that are boring.
Yeah. Too bad you missed all the fireworks.
Team, it's Ash. We're not done yet. VIP down and...
Wow! Amazing! Next! We walk into the office. Is this a real person?
I know
Otis.
you must have a ton of questions after seeing that trailer.
I don't.
And we have answers as well as a full gameplay.
No. I don't.
So hang tight.
No.
My name is Richard. I'm your resident community developer coming to you from North Carolina. We're thrilled to be back to give you an introduction to Rainbow Six Extraction.
No. I don't need any questions. We can move on.
With me today in Montreal, I have Bruno Lalonde, our lead technical director.
Are any of you gay though? Like, why are you using the rainbow flag in every scenario to be like, to entice the LGBT, to lead us to believe that you are LGBT supporting?
Since there's going to be some of your favorite Rainbow Six operators, but it's going to be completely
it's called
different.
Rainbow Six.
This time, you're not fighting against each other. You're coming together to face an unprecedented, evolving alien threat. Some of the operators' abilities, gadgets, and tech should feel familiar to Siege players. But this time, as you progress through the game, you'll unlock new ability upgrades and a whole new arsenal specifically designed to take on this new threat.
So the operators we just saw in that trailer are very familiar. But what happened to Hibana?
She got captured. In Extraction, you're always putting it all on the line. If your teammate falls
the way I
in
literally
version,
just
you're
didn't
gonna go
put the
missing
two
in
together.
action.
Like that was actually
You
a
can't
genuine
play
reaction.
MIA operators until they're safely recovered. You and your squad are gonna have to come back together to get back in there and get them out. Every time you go in the
Good
containment
God,
zone,
girl,
you
get
risk losing
out!
all your progress
Oh,
and
Mia's
upgrades.
right, 'cause
So
Scarlett
stay
won that
on your
challenge.
toes and weigh every move you make.
Balancing that risk and reward scenario is going to be tough. Bruno, can you tell us a little bit more about the alien threat? What is it? Who are they? And where do they come
from? Hi, Marky.
What we know is
I
the
kick your booty.
Arkeens are evolved
Can you
form
shut up or kick your
of the
booty if I have any
parasite
mods in the
that
chat?
was first detected few years ago during the Outbreak event in New Mexico. But a lot have changed since.
It was plucked.
The parasite
It was
has
done.
spread to 3 new regions,
No, this is
emerging
crazy.
in several containment zones within New York, San Francisco, and Alaska. This is what we know.
Everybody follow
so far.
Barky.
Within the containment
Thank you,
zones,
Serena.
the alien
Thank you,
ecosystem
Mia.
is in a continual evolution. As incubation nests
Serena and
and their
Mia's
sprawling
joint slay.
tissue spawn procedurally, taking over
Joint
different
slay.
area of the map and reaction to the player presence.
The parasite is always spreading, always evolving. But it didn't look too happy about the operators.
Can I ask a serious question?
What are we facing off against?
Well, the
Does
black
anyone
blue-like
care?
scroll is probably the first thing you
Raise
will
your
pick up.
hand if you care.
It spreads
Clap
to the
if
map
you care.
once your presence is detected, slowing progress
Nobody moved.
and helping
Nobody
the
moved.
Arkeens. Some of the other threats you may have seen in the trailer are the long-range spiker, the explosive breacher, the shape-shifting tormentors, and the apex.
Clap if you're
There's
gonna
a
play
lot
this
more
game.
species of Arkeens and mutation that have been observed.
Nobody moved.
More to come on
Nobody
that very
moved.
soon.
Thank you both so much for joining me. I'm really excited to dig into
Please
more
clap,
of the details. We still have
Clap
cosplay
if
to
you
talk
think
about.
she should suffer.
Yes, that's right. Extraction will bring everyone together regardless of the platform. And for our Rainbow Six Siege community, we have exclusive unlocks for you in both games. Okay, you've been waiting long enough.
What?
Let's take an exclusive first look at some gameplay footage.
Jesus Christ.
Here is Rainbow Six Extraction.
I hope it looks like shit. Sorry, that was just rude of me. This is literally just fear. You are taking.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Extraction.
You are taking. You
the
are
new
stealing.
tactical co-op shooter game.
You are
where
stealing.
Rainbow Six operators are dropped into alien territory.
Can you get me a drink? Can I get a cigarette? Can I get a cigarette?
Investigate anomalies identified at the Orpheus Research Center in Alaska.
I want a
HQ will provide
marijuana
additional
cigarette. I
instructions.
know Serena's got
We
me.
need new data on the parasite's underground network. It keeps evolving, adapting.
This is a giant.
Auto trackers on dormant
I'm gonna
networks.
Photoshop this to be a
Don't
giant
destroy them, or we'll lose the trackers.
weed thing.
As a
Of
squad
what?
of
Why
three,
couldn't I think of?
Ella, Alibi, and Sledge will use their operator abilities to complete objectives, assist each other,
Can I get
and
a match? It's a
obliterate
fake
our
cigarette.
teams in their way.
Throw spinning up.
Me when I smoke a weed thing. Sorry. Did you open your monster? I did. I sure did. Sure did, baby.
That's a grunt. Easy for a nest to incubate and bring to life. Not so easy to eliminate.
Not gonna lie, the
large
grunt
numbers.
kind of sexy. I'd let him hit it. Sorry.
Nice and quiet.
The enemy reacts to intrusion.
I would run
from
right
the
at that
ecosystem,
grunt. I'd be like,
including
hey!
operators.
My target.
So stealth tactics are the way to go.
Not the monster and the coffee. Yeah, I'm gonna die.
Visual on nest. Place auto trackers for our React scientists.
I mean, the coffee is honestly just watered down. It tastes like shit. And I also think that they purposely made my coffee wrong because the person that gave me my coffee was someone I went to high school with and we don't get along and she hates my guts. So she probably hid the bagels from me. Because there were probably bagels. It was 11 a.m. But she probably hid them from me.
Parasite generates sprawl, a
Bitch.
substance that
Sorry.
connects the whole
I just really wanted a
ecosystem.
bagel.
Alert an Archean, and a nearby nest wakes up too. Archeans move faster in sprawl, but operators get slowed down.
Take my guy out.
I will say this is probably going to be the
squad can
worst
use
day
their
of
React
E3,
rights
so
to
it's
see
only going to get better.
bioluminescent properties
Because
in
tomorrow is
Archeans
going to be a
and
good
the
presentation, then the day after that is Capcom. Tomorrow is Square Enix, or whatever,
Contrast
I
helps to
think.
better identify
And
targets.
Xbox, Bethesda, and then the last day is Nintendo. So it's only going to get better. This is the worst day. I mean, I look gorgeous, so enjoy this view, baby.
Good job.
Identifying Archean variants helps the
I
team
am streaming
determine
4
the best
days. I thought I was
approach
only going to
take
stream
them
for
out.
3 days, but they announced that Capcom and Razer and some important things are going to be on Monday, so I'm going to stream all 4 days. I don't know if I'm going to be playing all 4 days. I know I was going to stream today, tomorrow. If I really want to, I'll stream Monday, but I do need to rhinestone an outfit for my performance on Thursday. So maybe we'll do that on the stream. Who knows? But I will be in drag all 4 days. Everything will be uploaded to YouTube. This will be on YouTube. Hey YouTube, everybody say hi YouTube! Do you remember when people would do that? They would walk into like your lobby and you'd be like, say hi YouTube!
That was close. Here, the team can regroup and resupply. Airlock doors will open onto
love
the
you,
next
Lee.
subzone, which will be tougher than the first.
We need tissue samples from those Archies, and we need them gone. Use your React blade.
There's actually a really funny video of me when I was 13 or 14 that's on YouTube and I can't delete it. I'm not letting you find it. You're not gonna find it. But there is a video of me when I was 13 on YouTube and I can't take it down and it's so embarrassing.
It's right there. React blade, do your thing.
That target is finished.
One down. We're not done yet. That's your target.
Please, I know this, I've been talking about YouTube so much, but who cares about this? But anyways, please follow my YouTube channel. I want to get to 1K subscribers by the end of the year. I really would appreciate it. If you can share my YouTube, if you can share a clip, if you can share a picture, you can share anything about my YouTube, I would really appreciate
React tech
it.
to go further in incursions. The more intel
Literally,
they
they're just
collect,
dragging this game
the more
out.
tech they'll have at their disposal to fight off this threat. It's all about teamwork to outsmart the enemy.
Barricade that spot.
Reinforcing the wall. Creating a choke point is a good idea to increase the arc mine's efficiency.
Eyes on hostile!
Thank you, Serena.
That's the way. Keep hunting.
That's the React threat sensor. Smasher incoming.
I don't care! Your game has no substance.
Wow.
What is different about these rock aliens?
leader for the
Where's
RC
the character design? Where's the customization? Where's the gay stuff? Huh?
The squad can either
I will not be
exfil at the extraction
purchasing.
point to bring home the latest intel, or move to the next airlock. The third subzone will be the most challenging yet, a true test of both tactical team strategy and operator reflexes.
Some Archeans are responding to an elite as if they're communicating.
Do people get excited for shit like this? I could not. Like, imagine being like a straight person and you're like, oh my god, Alpha Hunt objective discovered. There's a lurker right there. Oh my god, it's tier 3. Oh my god, look at the animation. Oh my god, the aliens. Oh my god, look at the cool. Look, oh my god, there's so much. The guns, they're so cool. Pistols, oh my god, wow. Oh, 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 sports, FPS. Oh!
The elite will show up any second.
I'm so sorry I showed that side of me. Loving the straight person stream, thank you. Where's the straight pride? I mean, come on. Where's the straight pride parade? Where's my straight flag? Straight pride, am I right?
Operator in stasis.
An operator is now MIA.
I don't know if you can hear this, but we're mounting a rescue.
It's true.
Hang
It's
tight.
true. I can't do this. My siblings probably heard me upstairs and they're like,
You
what
heard
the
it.
fuck is
A
this
rescue
F we're
mission is
doing
underway.
downstairs?
React still needs you.
Bye! I need to drink after that. Oh my god.
Operators, it's time to unite and stand together against this emerging threat. Squad up with friends in co-op or step into the containment alone.
Stay tuned for more Rainbow Six extraction intel coming very soon.
No.
If you think fighting aliens is tough, try learning guitar.
Well, that was a segue.
10 years ago, Rocksmith redefined music
I love a
learning by
segue. Can I
introducing
get
the first
one?
console
Are
game
you
that
giving
taught
one to all the
millions how to
viewers?
play guitar.
Whether
These
you're
aren't-
already an
how are they
expert
supposed
or
to
just
stay
starting
up?
out, Rocksmith has an approach that's for everyone. A
What am I
fun
supposed to
and
get, tape?
interactive way to learn guitar,
I couldn't
playing
imagine
your
wearing
favorite
this
songs.
outfit out. I
And
would
in
be
the
so
decades
annoyed.
since its release, our community and its impact have only amplified.
This year, let's turn it up to 11 and see what's next for Rocksmith.
No, literally Gray. Like, stop recycling. Oh, I know Marshall would love this game. I guess this is major. I mean, cool. Rocksmith. Better than Alien Game. Oh, that's Marshall. That's Marshall. Where's the gay shit? Stop! Not Tyler Posey's Redacted fans. That's me trying to play Guitar Hero. Okay, but how much is this? Like, how much is it gonna be? Wait, do you need an actual, like, guitar to play this? Wait, this seems like a lot. Can I use my Guitar Hero guitar? We need to do more Guitar Hero streams too. I bought that whole thing and I just did one stream. I mean, that's kind of very my vibe. I bought a VR and a thing and I just went one. No offense to this game, but literally just YouTube a tutorial for the song. No, you're right. Oh my god, Kumquats return. Everybody buy your Kumquats merch now. It's just hard because, like, the videos get muted before I can download them, so it's hard to, like, play DCMA song games, you know what I mean? Like, I wish they would leave it unmuted for, like, a little longer. Put a shoe on, girl. Sorry. Literally, imagine having a guitar and you're like,
I'm Arthur Von Nagel. producer at Ubisoft San
my
Francisco.
fucking
And
God.
Rocksmith
Now we're
has
gonna go
truly
into
been
this?
a dream project for me.
Jesus Christ.
As a lifelong gamer and a touring musician, Rocksmith is what I wish I had when I started learning music. And that's why I'm thrilled to share the next evolution of music learning.
I'm going to get a hairbrush. I
Rocksmith
can't do
Plus.
this.
A
Straight
new
people really
interactive
just make
music
me
learning
angry.
subscription
Oh my God.
service available this year. Learn how to play guitar and bass by playing along to master recordings of your favorite songs. Connect your instrument to your PC, console, or mobile device and get real-time feedback as you play. Connecting with Rocksmith Plus will be easier than ever now that you can use your phone as a microphone. Download the app, log in, sync to Rocksmith Plus, set it down, and play along. Now acoustic players and electric players with amps can use Rocksmith Plus with no extra gear needed. It's a game changer. And we're excited to reveal
I thought I'd have a nip
Rocksmith
slip. That
Plus
would've been
will have a
scary.
huge amount of songs at launch.
This is a really, like-
all songs in the library
God,
will
I
have
didn't even know there was
chord charts.
boning in
They'll be
this.
perfect
Wow.
for rhythm players
This
who
dress
want to
is, like,
learn the foundation of a song,
I think this
to
is one of the most
hum and
expensive
strum
dresses
along
I
to.
own.
We'll still have the note-for-note, authentic arrangements for players that want to play songs exactly how the artists originally played them. And
Yeah,
each
I mean,
week,
I will
we'll
say,
release a
hi
steady
Natsu.
stream of
I will
new
say this is
authentic
probably the
arrangements
worst
to
day
keep
for
growing that
E3,
portion of the
but, you know.
library. We're also introducing the Rocksmith Workshop, a new tool that lets users create and add their own arrangements for songs we've licensed. Your subscription
Oh,
will
songs
give
you
access
licensed,
to
huh?
all those songs.
So nothing we
More
want to
content
hear.
than
You don't
ever
have Carly
before,
Rae
including
Jepsen?
genres beyond rock.
You don't
or
have
pop,
Lord's new
hip-hop,
song?
country, Latin, R&B, all sorts
don't have
of metal
Ariana?
subgenres. We'll have music
No
from
Nicki?
all over the world, from
I
big
know they
stars
don't.
to indie darlings. It's the most diverse song library ever seen in music learning software. Rocksmith Plus will still have our proven practice features like adaptive difficulty and riff repeater, which let you practice and learn at your own pace, or slow down and repeat tricky parts until you master them. We've improved those features in Rocksmith Plus and are introducing new ones. Beginner and intermediate players will benefit from more personalized learning, thanks to an enhanced recommendation system and more robust
911,
progress tracking.
please help
Players
me.
won't just see their growth on a single
I'm
song.
gonna die.
They can now monitor their progress technique
This
by
isn't a
technique
phone.
across the board, and overall offer a better sense of how you're improving over time.
I have no
Advanced players
commentary.
will be happy to know we're introducing a new Rocksmith tablet review. That way you could take advantage of Rocksmith Plus's song library and practice tools in a format that's familiar and one that will hone your tab reading skills. We're excited to announce that you can register for a chance to participate in our closed beta right after the show. Visit our
Wow.
website at rocksmith.com to get an early look at Rocksmith Plus and help us test and create the future of music learning. Thank you so much to the amazing fans
How do I
who have
react
enjoyed
to, like,
and supported Rocksmith
guitar?
over the past 10 years. Let's jam
Wow.
together with Rocksmith Plus
Like,
for
there's
another
nothing
10.
here. I can't even, like, comment on, like, the artistry and the elegance. There's no flavor in this.
Register now for a
See, like, I
chance
can
to
comment
play
on this. I
Rocksmith
love the
Plus
hoops,
beta.
love the pink top.
Summer's coming,
eating it
and
up.
nothing gets thrill seekers' blood flowing like bright sun and fresh trails. And Riders Republic will give them just that.
Last year, you got
And
a
what?
first look at our massive
And what?
multiplayer outdoor sports extravaganza.
Sports?
The project's grown.
So you went from
leaps and
FPS to guitar to sports? Where is the gay stuff? It's Pride Month! I can't do this! Oh my god! What's next? Shaun White snowboarding 3D adventure for PC expansive products? I can't.
From here, you can meet like-minded.
What was that?
Manage your career. Learn to nail those wild moves. Stay stylish. Share your creations with the Republic.
They want to be Knockout
Stay
City
on
so
top of
bad.
the latest news. And take up some ferocious multiplayer action.
This is
like
literally
Free Brawl
like-
or Tricks Battle, our 6 versus 6
This
team
is-
competition.
I was gonna say Skate 3, that's what
here's
I...
how it works.
Yeah.
Performing
this is
big
just Skate
tricks on the
3,
modules will turn them from red
expansive
to blue.
edition.
And every trick that you stomp
My sister would love
contribute to
this.
your team's overall
My
score.
sister loved Skate
Still with
3.
me? Okay. When your team has turned all
My
the
sister's
modules
also a
blue,
lesbian,
you
but
capture
also
that distance,
she was straight for a while, so.
which will help multiply your score into the big time. Progress, progress, progress. To unlock
My
more
sister's very
content,
like
you gotta earn those
sports,
stars.
FPS, GTA. So this is very good vibe.
So,
my sister would love this presentation.
Your own career.
My gay ass,
famous
nope.
competition
Nothing colorful, nothing fun, nothing gay, nothing sexy. I haven't seen Chris's penis yet. Where is it? What if his penis gets in the way? It won't. That's a reference to a Steven Universe clip. Not from the actual, it was a parody of Steven Universe.
Now, some might say the best parts of the Republic can be found in the city playground. We've got modules that you can slay for days.
How did the finale, how did you finish, House? Was it a good ending? Did you win?
Either way, to progress, you gotta earn those stars. Having the right rig is important too.
No,
We've
you
all got our
didn't.
preferences.
You're joking me. This is giving Nia from Dead by Daylight, that one skateboarder snowboarding skin. It's giving that.
All right, I get it. Sometimes you just want to explore and bathe in nature.
I don't. I don't know who told you that I want to do that, but I don't. Literally, I love skateboarding IRL.
That's
Why would
right.
I play a skateboarding
Everything
video
you do
game?
counts.
Just go
Getting those stars
outside.
will be more
Touch some
rad to be
grass.
had, and the Republic will abide. There's always something awesome to do as you reach
putting
new
my leg up.
milestones
You're
and
gonna see my
unlock
thumb.
more challenges. It's the Red Bull Joyride, people. It's infamous. It's spectacular.
Bring the sleeves down too. What the fuck? What? Oh! Good, cut the feed!
There
Cut
is
it!
so much
Cut
more.
it!
More stunts. More sports.
I'm getting nervous.
More events.
You're making
Just
me
more,
nervous.
And a natural outdoor playground for you and your
Yes, I
friends
had that
to
Buff
enjoy.
Boy games, I did.
Any way that
Sure
you
did.
want.
But that guy on the... Did you see that guy? He was gonna die.
When we say fun with everyone, we mean it. Look at all these riders.
This is literally straight pride. I can't do this.
Does this speak to
Do
you?
straight people
Then
really
don't
do
miss
this?
out on
That's
mass
me
races.
on the concession stand bike. What the hell? Can you die in this game?
The Republic awaits you, rider.
Oh my god, yes. Okay, Delilah, don't be smelly. Oh my god, yes, sports.
Don't keep the mountains waiting. Riders Republic is coming
No, I
September
will.
2nd, and you can pre-order now and claim your right to
Alright,
win.
everybody, pre-order now, because that game looks so
Okay,
good.
So we've seen some of our favorite Rainbow Six operators
fucking
battling
God.
alien parasites.
Dear
But how's their
fucking
day
God.
job going?
No.
You know, ever since Crimson
No.
Heist, we're still trying to clear all
No.
those pesky Flores drones off the map.
No.
Year 6 is off to a
No.
blazing start, with Siege passing 200,000 concurrent players a few weeks ago. If you haven't joined in yet, 2021 is the perfect time to drop in.
Six years into our journey with Siege, we are humbled and grateful for the enthusiastic community that has supported this growth. So today is all about sharing quality of life developments that will dramatically improve player experience.
With the community growing every day, we've been hard at work finding ways to improve your ability to play with your friends and meet new players. On June 30th, we are unifying our PC and cloud-based platforms with crossplay and cross-progression. That means that any player on Amazon Luna, Stadia, or PC will be able to
I'm getting
queue
real
games
comfy
together
in this
while having a
bed.
unified account progression.
And for console players, in early 2022, crossplay will be available between PlayStation and Xbox platform, and the cross-progression will be available between all platforms. For these updates, we needed a bit more time in order to prepare and make sure they have
Please
a smooth
shave.
launch.
Sorry.
Bringing these player bases together benefits everyone. It will finally allow you to play with your friends across different platforms. It also means that your progression will now follow you, anytime and anywhere you play.
We know crossplay is a feature a lot of you has been anticipating, and we are thrilled to see the enthusiasm its announcement has inspired.
Do you see me yawning?
From
Yeah,
the amazing
I'm
fan
bored!
To the awesome cosplays, the Rainbow Six community is the lifeblood that keeps this game moving forward.
Yes, because I would love to go to a convention that everybody's dressed up like people that use guns and terrorism. Yeah, that's really inviting at a convention. I'd love to go there and take a picture with that guy.
Team Rainbow. Check this out.
Alright.
Ready?
6 years ago, I met.
They want to be Apex so bad. They want to be Apex so
He
bad.
saved my life.
They want to be Apex so bad. Look at this. This cutscene like an Apex reveal trailer. They want to be Apex so bad. You'll never be Apex. Is that a condom? Nope.
That symbol. What does it mean?
This jacket was my father's. Dagu Wankan, Wichachpi. The creator's star.
Oh,
has
yawning again because I'm what? Bored!
Wisdom, bravery.
Suits you.
Listen, I need to get this bird in the air. You try to get some rest.
I'll give you a bird.
What's happening?
Shh. Can you do that thing with your other fingy that you lift it, like the middle finger? I can't lift this finger. How do people lift that like so effortlessly? I can do it with this. I do it with every, like when I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's the last finger I put up. Ready? When I put up my fingers, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the last one I put up. The index finger. This one I can't move up by itself. Like I can do that, but you see my fingers are like that, but I can put all my fingers down like that. You know what I'm saying? Like why is this finger so hard to... I can't do it with this one either. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I do that one last all the time.
New projects aren't the only things to be
thank God it's
excited
over.
about this year. Take a look at the incredible updates coming to our live games in 2021.
Was that it? Developer Digital is next. Oh, Gearbox is today. I forgot Gearbox is today. They'll probably go into depth about the new Borderlands games. And Gearbox is very LGBT, even though the drama and exposure of Randy Pitchford, but a lot of their team, they made a lot of their... In Borderlands 3, they added a lot of LGBT people, and they also hired a lot of non-binary, a lot of trans, a lot of gay people on their team. So like I think Gearbox is one of the honestly one of the only companies doing LGBT stuff right. I mean they have a lot of inclusion in their game. Like one of their DLCs was literally a gay romance story about Sir Hammerlock and his boyfriend. It was literally a whole thing. Like they released a DLC for gay people. Like I think that's incredible. As much shit as Borderlands gets, that's why I love it, because it's very gay. And one of the main characters in the new game is non-binary, so stand that. Can you raise your index and middle and ring and keep your thumb and pinky bent?
From the release of the Ghost experience to the latest teammate
it's definitely
update,
uncomfortable.
Ghost Recon Breakpoint keeps evolving thanks to your feedback.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's time to go to commercial.
Marks the 20th anniversary of the Ghost Recon franchise.
Nobody move.
We are happy to announce that there are still many
two
more
breasts
surprises
and two
to come.
biscuit.
Stay tuned, Ghost.
Whatever's in your purse, you need to throw away.
Just Dance has always been about connecting with friends and
Yes,
family.
Just Dance.
When you're in good company, there are no
Add
bad days.
Chromatica!
So move the coffee table, alert the local homeowners association, and let's get loud.
If you add Chromatica, I'll shit my panties. I'm gonna get copyright strike, but should I turn this off? I should probably turn this off.
Hello, my name is Todd Rick.
No, we need to. Thank you so much for joining us. We need to go to commercial.
Part of Just Dance 2022.
Help me! No!
For the first
Oh
time
my
ever, the Just Dance team and I
God.
are collaborating to give you an exclusive version of my song for Just Dance 2022. Girl, I don't dance, I work. I don't play.
I want to let you know this is the first gay thing we've got.
And then sashay. To me, Just Dance allows people to express themselves through dance and to celebrate who they are and their individuality in such a fun way. Just Dance has transformed millions of lives, and I hope that this song brings you all so much joy, whether you're dancing alone or with a group, to work out, or just to have fun. It's going to be a great time, and I can assure you, you will not just play, you will absolutely slay.
Shut
The
up!
new lyrics
I almost
were
said a naughty word. I'm
handcrafted
sorry.
Specifically for Just Dance. And let me tell you something, they're full of sass because, you know, they were written by yours truly. But I guarantee they are going to give people so much confidence. That's the reason why I wrote Nails, Hair, Hips, Heels, and now it's been Just Danceified.
I take it back. Can we go back to Straight
I
Pride?
hope you all have just as much fun dancing to this track as I have
Straight
making
Pride!
it. Oh, and one last thing. You will have the opportunity to be a part of the making of my new video, which will be released alongside the new Just Dance track. For more information on how to participate, darling, just check the link below. We got you. I cannot wait to see you all living your best life and being the most fabulous you have ever been. I will see you all in Just Dance 2022. Girl, I don't dance, I work. I don't play, I slay. I don't walk, I strut.
I want to let you know I'm gonna get copyright stricken for this. I can't. Yes, Ciara, level up. Wait, you didn't want to release the other songs you're adding?
Everybody on the floor. I want to see you work. Come on. Nails, hair, that's all.
It's time to get our Viking on. It was a big year for the new chief of the Raven clan, but your journey with Eivor is far from over.
In November 2020, we released Assassin's Creed Valhalla. To our delight, it was the biggest launch for any Assassin's Creed game to date, and we have you to thank for that. Becoming Eivor, a Viking leader going on a quest to fight for a new home, is an adventure that resonated closely with many of you. I certainly had fun exploring England with Eivor and stumbling across unique world events that left me with memorable side stories.
Thank you, Eivor.
We're amazed to see how you dedicated yourselves to the Viking lifestyle.
Hi, Ivy.
You've led more than 300
Okay, I need to
million
pee.
raids in total, and built more than 100 million buildings
I can't
in
do
your
this today.
settlements.
This is...
Congrats.
Okay.
Eivor
My
still
butt!
has
My
a
butt!
long
Ah,
journey
my
ahead,
butt just
and we've been
showed!
continuing to offer free updates for all players to enjoy post-launch. These updates include time-limited festivals, new quests, and even whole new game modes, such as the River Raids update and the Mastery Challenge. We add in community-requested tweaks and features too. For instance, we'll be adding one-handed swords in the coming weeks. The team is also working hard at tackling issues and improving the game experience for everyone. We've been tracking various known issues on our forums, and also shared our complex bug-fixing process in a recent dev blog. We love seeing your continual feedback, and we thank you for your patience and support for the game. On top of regular free updates, we're also building on Eivor's story and the world of Assassin's Creed Valhalla through game expansions. Wrath of the Druids released a few weeks ago, allowing players to explore Ireland and battle a mysterious cult, the Children of Danu. In our second upcoming expansion, you'll get to relive the Siege of Paris. This is the most ambitious battle in Viking history, taking place in war-torn Francia. You'll have to do everything in your power to uncover enemy secrets and form strategic alliances in order to safeguard your clan's future.
Jesus.
Players may be excited to learn that black box infiltration missions are returning. This means you're given a goal for a mission, but how you'll achieve it
I'm gonna
is
start
up
adding
to you.
people on the timeline and seeing what they respond to
new
me with.
abilities.
I'm just gonna like add people in the chat that are in the chat right now on Twitter and seeing what they
Weapons,
reply to me on Twitter with.
Gear, and of course,
That'll be our
new
our
enemies.
event. Our
Watch
nice
out for the
event
Siege
today.
of Paris coming this summer. Assassin's Creed
Thank
has
you.
long focused on the exploration of history, and we are happy to announce that the new Discovery Tour will be released this fall. It will be free to all who own Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Explore the world and take a deeper dive into the history of the Viking Age. The team has crafted
Please,
a new
Ava.
experience where you'll get to play as people during the time of Vikings and follow them in their endeavors, big and small, while collecting exclusive rewards. Whether you're an Assassin's Creed fan with a heart for history or a student looking to supplement your knowledge, the Discovery Tour Viking Age will have you covered. Assassin's Creed Valhalla doesn't stop here. For the first time on an Assassin's Creed title, we'll be supporting the game well into its second year. While this year will be a very active year for the game, we're already working on more expansions for next year. Something tells me that Eivor is not done with Odin yet.
I can't do this. I can't. This is too much. There's hair in my headphone. Please get out. Get out! How are we enjoying the show, everybody? It's time to go to commercial. I just
So you've seen
snorted.
some
That was
great games
nasty.
from us, but we also have news about the movies and TV series we've been working on.
No.
Our Ubisoft film and television team has some exclusive
It's
content
Ubi.
to share. Up first is Mythic Quest, the workplace comedy set in a game development studio that's streaming on Apple TV+. If you haven't watched the second season yet, here's a look at what you've been missing before the upcoming season finale.
This hair's gonna look so hot straight in.
Why do you have
I'm gonna
goosebumps?
steam
This
it,
is an
and it's gonna be
involuntary
so long
reaction
and
to-
gorgeous.
Being inspired.
I was
I
emotionally
know it kind of looks like a
manipulated.
mess right now, but I'm kind of into like the just got fucked hair. But that's just my brand, I guess.
That's it. Except make it about me and not the world.
I feel really seen and heard.
I don't want to see you or hear you.
She
Me either,
told us to
girl.
get what she wanted.
She inspired us.
She emotionally manipulated us.
What's the difference?
I have to curl it.
Up next is an
Well, I want it
exclusive look
straight
at a
for
new
my
trailer for our
performance.
feature-length movie, Werewolves Within. It's a whodunit with teeth that'll be coming to theaters June 25th and on demand July 2nd.
Literally, who said I watched the first one?
Hello, everyone. I am Josh Rubin, the director
Werewolves
of
Within.
Werewolves Within.
So a game for Mia.
And I'm Sam Richardson,
Game
the star
for
of Werewolves
furries.
Within.
Werewolves Within was
So
based
happy to
off
see
the
you
Ubisoft
represented,
game.
Mia.
We're so excited to bring you an exclusive look just for you.
Check it out. Dr. Ellis?
I told
Oh,
you
it's a
she's
movie.
probably
I mean, a show.
tanked.
Touch this door again, I'll shoot. Again.
Dr. Ellis?
Hey, knock this damn lost, please.
We need answers.
Here,
It didn't
now,
disappear.
hips, blah, here, blah, blah.
What?
I can't
It's
believe
not
Todrick calls that
Emerson
E3.
Flint.
That sends me.
It's one of you.
Oh. Okay, well, what did her eyeball say? Look, we don't understand. Could you just please come out?
I'm afraid I can't do that, Ranger Wheeler. You could be one of them.
One of what?
Me right now. Oh my. There was probably still stuff in. Okay, that was Cam.
What?
A werewolf.
The roads are effed.
So-
Something's wrong with the generator. Also,
Why are they creating
there's a
TV
dead
shows
body
when their
on the
games are
porch.
already crap?
I'm gonna go get a croissant.
Out of curiosity,
Who tweeted that?
Is packing. We having a good old-fashioned sleepover. With guns, though. With guns, yes.
Wow, haha, guns are so funny, haha.
Everybody's going, how the heck?
Not littering, I'm just excited.
Not judging, just watching it.
Literally. How did you miss? It's
Follow
giving
Mythic
Cam.
Quest on Apple TV Plus, and be sure to catch Werewolves
That
Within
was
this
Cam.
summer in theaters or on your on-demand platforms.
No hero story is complete without a great rival to match them. After all, even the most vile tyrant is a star of their own narrative.
When it comes to memorable villains, no one does it better than Far Cry.
No, I think that's where you're wrong, ma'am. No one does it better than Far Cry. I could name a couple people that do it better. Every game and people that write stuff on the planet Earth. I couldn't even tell you who the villain is in Far Cry. You know who I can tell you is a good villain? Two-Face, Harley Quinn,
Give up his ticket.
Catwoman,
Where's family?
Poison Ivy,
Bullshit.
the
Alejo's an
Joker,
orphan.
Mr.
Alejo's not going
Freeze,
anywhere anymore.
Bane,
Come on, Marco.
Todrick
Let them
Hall,
on.
Vamos.
Bowser,
Man.
Get out of boxing now.
Cat in the Hat, Remy the Rat in my kitchen.
Gracias.
Don't worry about it, chamaco.
Here. That's all I've got.
No,
This
Joey
isn't
J
right,
isn't a
Danny.
bad guy.
You should be fighting, not running to the Yankees. Alejo gave you a fucking gift, Lira. We survive. Same as the orphanage, same as the academy.
Please, no, this is a fishing boat. You mean, no.
What if I brought a fan to Ego? I was like, I need this during my number. Ugly ass shoe.
Before he was El Presidente, mi papa loved to fish. We would
Okay,
go out
I'm going on
boat,
Twitter.
just like this, and we would catch the fish and then release them. He would say, "It's not always about your stomach, mijo. It's about
What were you going to announce,
the
please?
challenge." Except when he caught a big.
Thank you for that announcement.
fat,
You're so
juicy
welcome.
marlin.
I'm gonna start adding people in the chat on
to
Twitter.
let that fish go.
In the ad on Twitter.
You have poisoned Yana! You have poisoned your sword!
I have caught a very big fish today. Haven't I, Diego? Diego!
What is this clip?
No way.
I have caught you, Diego. Now it's time to bring you home.
I don't want this anymore,
Jewel
Papa.
asking, is there
We have no
anything
choice.
exciting at E3?
Let them go.
They better
Let
be
them
happy.
work.
They're booked
Make
and
me
blessed
the
right now, and
truth.
I'm sitting here watching
Hola.
this shitty thing.
Truth.
They could be good workers. They could help rebuild paradise. But if you wanted them to live, you would have never set foot on this fucking boat. 13 years old. And Diego has such compassion for his people. These fish...
YouTube removed your video. Hi, NemesisLacroix. We wanted to let you know that we reviewed your content and we think it violates our violent criminal organizations policy. We know you might have not realized this violation of our policies, so we're not applying a strike to your channel. However, we have removed the following video. Stuart Little PS1 video violating the criminal organizations policy on YouTube. Stuart Little.
Another disturbing lesson from Anton Castillo, passed down to his
Stuart Little
as he grooms him to become the
I'm
future
posting this.
ruler of Yara. The most important part of crafting a Far Cry villain isn't the fact that they're evil or shocking. It's that there's someone that could sit across from you at the dinner table and charm you into thinking that everything they believe, no matter how twisted or horrifying, could be absolutely true. That's the secret to Anton's power, and we couldn't be prouder to have him join the Far Cry family.
I
Now,
knew
when
something was up with that
creating
mouse.
we had quite a
That's
lot
why
to
he's
live
better
up
than
to.
Remy.
Because when you
Because
think
he's
Far
part of
Cry,
a criminal
you think about
organization.
the rich legacy of villains, which makes today a very special day for Far Cry fans. Not only did we get to see into the
Quickly,
mind of
who was a Far
Castillo,
Cry fan?
we
Quickly.
finally get to unveil
Sorry,
some of our
that was
post-launch
just rude of
plans.
me.
Our dream was to honor the Far Cry villains' tradition and introduce a brand new experience. It is time to see the other side. Go further down the rabbit hole, and it's up to you.
Stuart Little, criminal violation. I can't do this.
What is going on? Who's watching?
My, what a happy family. RJ, tell your mother and sister to...
You are alive. That is all that matters.
Am I supposed to... Is there supposed to be something interesting here? What is supposed to be interesting? Can you tell me? Tell me, quickly. This guy's ugly. Yeah, I said it.
Why the fuck?
I'm not gonna apologize for it. Nope, not gonna.
And to Emma King,
Who was that?
who isn't afraid to slaughter to get what he wants.
What was that? That was Stuart Little in the Mafia.
Is this a test? A dream? An opportunity? Then I will not waste it.
Stuart Little. I can't. Thinking about Sonic. Can't wait for them to win. If they don't win, I'm not watching Drag Race ever again. So sorry.
You are beyond salvation. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
I emailed so many people about like cool Pride stuff and no one has responded to me. Am I just ugly? Also, Elgato hasn't gotten back to me either. Do I have to show you my cool stuff, Elgato, for you to respond to me? Well, here, I can't bring it up too high, but here's
so
my Elgato
excited for you all
stream
to
deck.
check out this next game.
Oof, Neelam, I can't wait to get my hands on this one.
What is it? Another FPS? Dear God, I'm sorry. Rabbids. Rabbid Peach! Rabbid Peach! Rabbid Peach! Yeah! Luma? Rabbid and Luma? Gag. Ah! Rabbid Luma! Now here for! I love it! A rabbit fucking Luma! Holy shit! Someone please screenshot it! Screenshot the rabbit Luma! I am obsessed. Peach looks great. She's beat. Love her. Yes, iPhone. Yes, vlog. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I loved the first Rabbids Kingdom game. It's actually really fun. It's like teamfight tactics, like chess. So I'd play this if it's like Mario Galaxy inspired. Oh, she's done. Rabbid Rosalina! Rabbid Rosalina! This saved the presentation. Yeah. Furry! What's going on? Rabid Tony the Tiger. Is that a giant squid? Luigi, yes, Peach Parasol! Luigi with a bow. Okay, this looks better than the first one. Yes, you better get into it, bitch. You better do it.
The whole team is super proud of this new game, and I can't wait for you to experience it.
I didn't like the first one.
Well,
I thought it was
we did
okay.
Something quite surprising with the concept of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom battle.
I can't
And
believe
for this
there's.
project,
Did
we
someone
didn't
get a
want to stop
screenshot?
there.
I need to see it.
Hi everyone, Mario and the Rabbids are back. And I'm so excited to be back as well today to unveil our new project.
Oh my god, thank you, Ava.
Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. We are diving back into this unique crossover with even bigger ambition, expanding our universe on a major scale. This time it's not just the Mushroom Kingdom, there is an entire galaxy to save. To do so, you will lead a brave yet reckless team of unique heroes, including some fresh faces like Rabbids Rosalina and other surprises. On their quest to repel evil across the galaxy, their spaceship will bring them from planet to planet. They will be facing a powerful villain, Cursor, an enemy unlike anything our heroes encountered before. But they won't be alone. By their side, they will have their new allies, the Sparks. These surprising creatures, born from the merge of Rabbids and Lumas, will lend their wild powers to our heroes.
I become a
Their
Rabbid.
natures
Bitch, I
and
love the
origins
Rabbids.
are at
I
the
was kind of
core of
hoping
our
for
story.
like a new Rabbids game, but not like one of these. Like, do you remember the old one for the Wii? I don't know if anybody remembers. There was an adventure game that you played as the Rabbids, and you were supposed to cause havoc. Because that's originally what the Rabbids were for. They're like supposed to cause havoc. I was hoping for a new one of that, but this is honestly a serve. I actually really like it. It's like an RPG with Rabbids. Luigi has a bow, Peach has a parasol.
We know we've been off the radar for a while now, as we wanted to take the time needed to bring this crossover to the next level.
I'm sorry, there's
it's
something
not just
in
a
my...
new story with new enemies, new heroes. Mario
feel
plus
it in my
Rabbids Sparks of
eye.
Hope has big ambitions. It introduces new action elements into the mix.
Oh my god, me and
that will
Emma go
push
to the
boundaries
Rabbids
of tactical
HQ so we take
games
pictures with the
even
Rabbids.
further. That being said, we also wish to offer an easy-to-play experience for all players.
That
yet
person
hard
was a
to
serve.
master
I
for
want
those
one in
of
real
you that are
life.
willing to take the challenge, and you'll be able to experience this cosmic adventure exclusively on the Nintendo Switch. We can't wait to tell you more about the game soon.
There is an entire galaxy to save, and we cannot wait for you to experience it.
I want a RABBID plush of the Luma. That's fucking hilarious. Oh wow, look at it. It's like open worldy. This shit is gaggy! Look at it! It's open world and then you go into the levels. Oh my god, wait, they made it like... Oh my god, they made it so it's not blocky anymore. So you don't have to do blocks, they made it so you can just run around. Edgy RABBID? Emo RABBID? Hot Topic RABBID? Billie Eyelash RABBID! Can we get a round of applause for that one? Everybody in between, everybody, all genders above.
So we're not done yet. Let's check in with our CEO, Yves Guillemot.
That was a good one. That looks amazing. I want to stream that. We're going to stream that in 2022, bitch. Because, you know, 2022 is around the corner.
Hi, everyone. As you have seen, we have a fantastic and diverse lineup of games coming soon.
I wouldn't say diverse. It was like
And
5
this is
FPSs
just
in sports
the
games and then a
beginning.
Rabbids.
Thanks to all the teams at Ubisoft for what they achieved, and for always striving to deliver the best possible game experiences. I'm humbled by their resilience, energy, and collaboration, especially during what has been a challenging year. I'm also proud of our industry's ability to bring together millions of players from around the world to share memorable experiences and moments of joy. This is one of the real powers of
I mean,
video
honestly,
games.
Ubisoft is probably
And
the
it
worst
is what
company on the
motivates
lineup. I'm
everyone
like,
at
that's so
Ubisoft
rude for me to say,
do
but
our
like,
best.
it probably is.
Finally, my sincere thanks to you, the players. We appreciate the trust.
Eva,
you place in
please!
us.
I mean,
Your
you're right.
involvement in our games communities keep them growing and vibrant.
They got Tony the Tiger and
We
Cloud
want
from
to
Final
create
Fantasy VII.
original,
Please.
enriching,
Also, love your name, My
long-lasting game
Pussy.
worlds.
Very straight
And
to
your
the point.
contributions,
Love that name.
feedback, and support make
Pussy
it
on
possible.
fire. Come on,
We
baby.
also are
You're so
proud
lucky.
that
Oh,
some
oh,
of the
you're so
biggest
lucky.
names in entertainment
Yeah, sing it, Paul.
trust our creative teams to develop games within their universes. For example, you just saw Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, developed in collaboration with Nintendo, where everyone's favorite
I love that
Mario
Nintendo's
and
already
Rabbids
eating it up, and their
characters
presentation isn't in
return
for like
an
5
all-new
days.
adventure.
Well, it's actually great because now this leaves
And
open to the
speaking of
possibility
great
of
partnerships,
it not being in
there
the
is one
Nintendo
more
Direct, so we'll get
exciting
more
thing
Animal
we would
Crossing
like to
news,
show
we'll
you
get
today.
more Bayonetta news,
It is a
hopefully.
glimpse
It leaves
of
it
the
open for the
amazing
presentation because
journey
they won't have to show this
that
off because they already
awaits
showed it
you
off here.
in
You know what I
one
mean?
of the most beautiful but dangerous places of all, brought to life by the latest version of our Snowdrop engine. I'm excited to share this first look with you now.
Sorry.
Enjoy.
What is it? What are we watching? Thank you. I feel nice. Alright, it's a Far Cry game, I can tell. Fucking, this looks dumb. Already over it. What was that? Huh? Is this an Avatar game? An Avatar video game? Wait a minute. They have my attention a little bit. You have caught my attention. It is an Avatar game! Okay! Okay! I like this! Hi Marisol, everybody please go follow Marisol. I love them so much. I'm almost at 1 year on their channel. They've surpassed 1 year on my channel. Please follow them. Stream Queen Sib. Love them so much. Non-binary, amazing entertainer. Please go to their channel. I love them so much and they're very sexy as well. Please go follow them. Literally, I remember going, I waited 70 minutes on a ride to go on this Avatar ride at Disney and it was horrible. Wow, this is amazing. I'm gagged. I'll play it. Avatar video game? I mean, it's about time, right? Like, I mean, Avatar has been the most best-selling movie back in the day, so I'm surprised it took them so long to make a video game of such a beautiful, like, cinematic piece of history, you know what I mean? Yes, that one, Serena. Yep, that one. The river ride that you go see the one animatronic and then you leave. It was dumb. I was so mad I waited that long. I was not expecting this either. Hats off to them. Like, this is great. I mean, honestly, like, when they were talking about diversity, like, this is what they need. They have a bunch of FPSs. I'm glad they went this way, even though this is probably gonna be like an FPS, but I'm obsessed. Like, well, maybe not obsessed, but I'm happy for them. Yeah, that's weird, right? Oh wait, yeah, right, because they're making another Avatar movie, aren't they? Can we all go on a trip to Disney together? Nemesis Network meetup adventure at Disney. We'll go on the Avatar ride and then we'll stream the Avatar game at the hotel room. In 2022, whatever. Everything's in 2022, for fuck's sake.
You understand now. You and I are gonna tear shit up! Begin the remake!
That is
My face in this screenshot, Gray, I love it. Thank you all for hanging. I'm having a great time today. I'm excited for the next couple of days together. This is honestly so fun. Twitter is making me so happy. Being here with all y'all, it's making me so happy. I love it. We'll be here for the next 4 days. Anybody joining for the first time, we're streaming in drag every stream, every day of E3. Doing tomorrow right back at, what time did this start? 1 p.m. Then the next day at 1 p.m. and then the next day at 1 p.m. Didn't think I was going to be streaming on the 14th, but we're doing it anyways.
Thanks to Eve and all the devs that joined us to share what's new with
I didn't go on the flight ride because we took so long to do the log ride that I was like, I'm not doing another one, and I was so disappointed.
There's some new songs in Rocksmith. Got an adrenaline rush from Riders Republic.
Oh, glad you mentioned it, Mia, because if you do miss a stream on one of our E3 presentation live reactions, you can head over to my YouTube channel. Go ahead. I support you.
Man in overalls in Mario plus Rabbids.
Don't go anywhere. There's still more to come in the post.
Really, Marisol? That's crazy. God, I fucking love vitamin water. Shit. So the end of that presentation was definitely more of the better.
Welcome back, everybody, to E3 2021. We just saw UB Forward, and boy, oh boy, what a way to close out our first keynote of E3. I'm Golden Boy alongside Jackie Jing here. Jackie, we got to
But also, I'm here, Nemesis,
Avatar.
live. You didn't mention me. I'm not offended. Thank you so much. I'm live here. You can go over Nemesis.
Floored. The E3
so sorry.
crew back
Let me,
there just
oh my
started
God.
screaming. The hype. That was just the perfect way to end it, I think.
Yeah.
it was just a taste of it, right? But the visuals, I mean, it completely got me to my core. We know that there's so many movies coming out. What is it, 2, 3, 4, and 5, I believe?
Yeah, a lot.
So
A
this
lot.
is just building up with the hype for the movies, but I just want to be the Na'vi, and I want to ride a pterodactyl creature like a surfboard. Like, that just looked so dang cool to me. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm
here for
glad
that.
we're all
I didn't wanna do
sharing,
that.
things we want to do here.
I'm so
Well,
glad
know
you
what I
mentioned
wanna
that because
do,
I actually don't like
is
dinosaurs,
play
but I
Riders
did
Republic.
eat chicken nugget dinosaurs for about
I
10
put out a
years while I was
tweet,
growing up. Thank you so much.
and I
Thank
said,
you. I
this
know.
game
I look
reminds
gorgeous.
me
Thank
of
you.
Downhill
No.
Domination,
Keep
which
your hands
was,
to yourself, sir.
a
Thank you
game
so
that
much.
I absolutely love.
Oh, let me take
It was
this
like
part,
a-
John.
like
Whatever
a
your name is, I don't know
mountain
who you
biking. It was
are.
like one of those games.
What is your
that it came
favorite
out
part of
around
the
time
Ubisoft
when
announcement,
all
everybody?
the
Please
other,
listen to me,
extreme
sir. Please
sports
quiet
games
down.
were
I'm
coming
trying to
out,
speak
and
here.
everyone was
Please.
snagging up
They're
properties.
here for me,
and
not
someone
you.
said, "How about we have people ride bikes down a mountain?"
Yeah.
You know, and from there,
No, I actually
got
didn't like that
hooked.
game.
I was
No, no,
addicted.
no.
I love that game so much. And
glad you do, sir.
That is what Riders Republic felt like to me. I'm genuinely excited for it.
So I've always loved sports games like this because
Why didn't you ask
I'm
me, though? Why didn't you ask
6'2"
me?
and incredibly uncoordinated.
Why didn't you ask me?
I cannot snowboard to save my butt. In fact, I just land on my butt the whole time. So I'm definitely excited to try out snowboarding, but I also want to drive an ice cream truck. You went crazy for the ice cream truck. You were like,
Yeah,
Why are you pointing at me, though?
The ice
I didn't
cream
go crazy.
bicycle.
Did you just call me big?
Bicycle, yeah.
The little dolly.
I
It
didn't go
was
crazy
so
for the ice
good.
cream truck.
loved
I went
it.
crazy
By
for
the
the
way,
rabbits.
guys, we
Thank
had a
you.
poll
Let's
go
talk
out
about the
here,
rabbits
and,
game.
It
Next,
seems like no surprise, especially given that it came at the end, but Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora is the game that it was everyone's favorite that was announced. 41% resounding score there. But there were
Pretty
some
dominant,
good ones.
yeah.
There were some good
Yeah,
ones.
yeah,
so
yeah. Very
also
dominant.
shout out to the people who voted Riders Republic.
I know a
appreciate
couple things
you.
about being dominant.
But there were some fun ones.
So funny.
Real quick, I do want to touch on Rocksmith because
Yeah,
that game has been going on for such a long time now. But I was explaining it before, and me and Avali, we were like chatting about it, and it's like, it's one of those things that it's not just a game. It's
And
an
I'm under the
experience
DoorDash
about
logo makes sense with
learning
my
how
fantasy.
to try something new, how to play guitar, whether you're a beginner, intermediate, advanced. You can gamify it, or you could just learn
DoorDash
altogether.
sponsoring me.
It's a
I mean,
really
we were
cool,
flirting on Twitter together, me and
idea,
DoorDash.
I'm
We have a
glad
thing
that
going
Ubisoft
on.
continues to
You know
support it.
me.
Yeah, I think for me,
Cry
I
being the
would
lowest.
not be able
Very
to
funny.
invest the time, invest the money into playing the guitar. But
Yeah.
I thought that it was really interesting that it was in this video game format, So I was just
No.
like, like maybe this is something that I could mess with, you know?
No.
Yeah, and then obviously Rainbow Six Extraction. We don't have a
We
lot of
gotta
time,
talk about
so we
Rainbow
just
Six
gotta talk about
Extraction. Oh my God.
Extraction. Looks so good. We're gonna have the panel talking about it as well, I'm sure.
Yes.
As Rainbow Six fans, both you and I have worked Rainbow Six esports in the past. This is an awesome thing to see, a co-op Rainbow Six game for all of us.
Yeah, I think that there's so many zombie games out there, right? So you pick the one that fits you. And
Yeah.
obviously we love Siege. So what's so great about this is that we
She
get
is gorgeous,
to play
though, like,
the
actually.
operators that we love, use the gadgets on zombies. Like, I'm 100% here for this.
Or a version of them, more
Yes.
like monsters,
Okay, well, they were
right?
called the Archeans,
The
right? And it's an
Archeans. Like,
I
alien
want that
parasite. You're right,
dress.
correct.
Yes,
Archean,
yes,
I'm sorry.
Jackie just really likes zombies.
I do. But what I'm so excited for is that we get to play our favorites, like
Yeah.
Ash and Pulse and Nomad. Like we saw Ella as well. Like it was just so awesome to see our operators in action, and then against Archeans. Not
Yes.
zombies, sorry. I'm
There it is.
But
There
yes.
it is. We'll work on that one, Jackie. But yeah, we're obviously really excited. It was a great show, and obviously I'm sure everyone is going off
Mario
in the
and
chat.
rabies.
But for more on what we just witnessed, let's kick things over to Greg and the crew. Greg, what did you guys think of the show?
What I think, Golden Boy, is that it is ridiculous. That you didn't. It's an insult to the entire
Hawkeye's back. Ooh,
franchise
let me get my
that you
fan.
didn't bring up Far
The
Cry
Persona
6.
tattoo.
Save it for you.
Hello,
You didn't
sir.
save me nothing. Cut his mic.
What is
Why
with
he
this?
talking
What
right
is
now?
with
I-
this
Damon,
straight boy
this
rage?
happened,
I can't
right?
with this guy in the
Voss
middle.
popped up. Pagan popped up. I looked over you. This face of what is going on? What is
Just
going
always
on?
yelling.
I don't have the answers, Greg, but I'm excited to find out. It's part of the season pass for Far Cry 6. Some mode that's going to let us play these great villains from the Far Cry series from
It's
3,
embarrassing.
4, and 5. I mean,
It's like that guy on
I
TikTok
hope
that
there's
just
more to
only
it than
yells
just
for
here.
his
Here's a
comedy.
gun.
It's
Your
like,
boss
this is
just
literally
shoot
what that
people
guy
through
is.
a short level. No, I hope there's a little bit more to it than that. But it's cool they've got the voice actor for Voss, Michael Mando, back, which means that now both Michael Mondo and Giancarlo Esposito are both in Better Call Saul and Far Cry 6.
Okay, I need to quickly get a
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, if you wanted to go even beyond villains, even though I thought that was so cool, what is it going to be?
Right,
Enjoy their little commentary. Is this the afterlife of finding out what's going on? We're seeing it right here, right? This performance right here from Giancarlo, right? Of going through and seeing him perform and just come in and eat up the scenery. And just like, that is what I want out of this game, Michael. I can't wait to get into Far Cry 6 and get this story.
Yeah, this is the most I've been hyped for Far Cry since Far Cry 2. I got to shout out Far Cry 2.
This hipster.
Best in the series.
Yeah, okay, we get it. You're cool.
I know, right? Oh, you played them all
we
before.
get it.
Oh,
wow. What about one, though?
One's fine, but like the thing about Far Cry 6 is that yes, they've come out and said like, yeah, we're trying to go all in on the story. It's supposed to be this political drama, and I want to see how Far Cry is able to handle that when they go all in on it, because like they've kind of tiptoed around it with previous games, but the primary objective of those games is to blow things up, and that's pretty much still the case with Far Cry 6. But how do you balance that? How do you balance like all the fun stuff you want to do and all this?
No, the hot guy's talking while I was gone. Why is he shy?
But how do you make that? How do you humanize a game where all you do is shoot stuff?
You get an incredible actor like Giancarlo Esposito.
Hey, yeah, and I want to be a
load-bearing pillar.
But is it going to be that I watch that cutscene and I'm super into it, and then I go off and hunt a bunch of turkeys for a better wallet?
But while you're hunting those turkeys, don't you feel just that tension?
I feel the politics.
Where you're just like, man, I'm killing these turkeys, but I feel like I should be saving the world or something like that.
Exactly, Avi. Yeah, exactly. Did this work for you? Did this demo, this trailer we see here work?
So I have to be honest with you and be like, I heard scary things about Far Cry before, so I'm more of the Mario and Rabbids type of person.
She's my type of girl.
I'm like, okay, cool. This is where I'm going to jump into the series.
Yeah.
And then to see that battle pass where we're seeing like, the past villains and stuff, I'm like, oh, cool. So I just get everything all in one. I'm excited for this. All the story.
So true,
there's something
though.
that works really well about whenever a bad guy shows up and talks about his daddy. You're like, oh, this ain't gonna be a good thing. This ain't gonna be good. I don't like that.
Shouts out to Daddy Issues.
I mean, it's like the Daddy Issues DLC where you get to play as all those past villains as well.
David Archuleta just came out.
Far Cry Therapy Edition.
Yes, David Archuleta.
Everyone here at E3, on camera, off camera, behind the scenes, working night and day to make sure we give the best presentation. They made sure to have a camera on you.
Oh no.
And apparently when the Avatar game happened, you heard Jackie and Golden Boy talk about the fact that everyone went wild. It wasn't everybody, it was you.
I think it was an understated reaction.
Can we see this clip? Do we have this clip ready? Look at there, look at this, look at this. Now, we can't play it because there are so many curse words. Obviously stunned.
Look, sometimes you have to speak your truth. You have to let your heart sing. Open yourself to the world. And I am fully open to another wild adventure in Pandora. Because the movie came out in 2009. They've been promising movie after movie for God knows how long. They're making 4 sequels. So
he's singing about being part of the LGBT.
He's been like, hey, I've been at the bottom of the Little Ocean. All I care about is Avatar, and all you should care about is Avatar. So I'm going to place my trust in James Cameron and the fine folks at Ubisoft to deliver an adventure worthy of that level of spectacle.
Sure.
I'm just shocked that it's actually a thing.
David Archuleta.
It feels like an old
come
wives'
on
tale
now.
anytime
I mean,
you
come on now. I used to literally think he was so hot when I was a kid. I think he was part of my gay awakening. Him and do you remember the Jake guy from Hannah Montana?
That was what
he
I
was
walked
part of my
away
gay
from
awakening too.
As somebody who saw the movie, I think with Damon. Years and years and years and years. Another lifetime
all of the
ago
bad
when we
boys
would go
and
see
like the
Metreon
TV shows.
all the
And
time,
iCarly,
right?
the Pee Wee Babies
It's not
kid
a series that I've looked back at
was
and
my
been
gay
like, oh man, I
awakening.
can't wait for more sequels.
Who
But
else?
watching the gameplay of it here, right? Going through the open world, seeing them already start to mix that up and how beautiful it looks. I'm excited to see what they do with the franchise.
It looks very pretty.
Yeah.
Yes, as soon as if you keep going, you start as a baby chow with an egg on your head when they hatch because you're a new subscriber, and then you evolve into a normal chow.
What got you?
And then after that you become an angel chow, and then after that you transform to a double chow, and then a gold chow, and then until we get partner, I won't have any more badges, but when we do, I have some to save
around your circle of
special little chow babies if you're
seems to be based on Mario Galaxy.
12 months.
Yeah, you got the shines in there. You got
Rosalina in there too, and I love the Rosalina Rabbid. We're just like.
Oh, Camp Rock, Nick Jonas.
Powerful vibe.
Joe Jonas. Very true.
And I'm like, oh, cool, that's me, getting up every single morning. I'm like, I can relate to this. Let's get into this game. But it looks so cool.
Yeah, I love it when you can see Mario just duff someone out straight up.
Yeah.
I was saying earlier, it's like when Mario gets violent, I'm like, oh, dang, he's angry. He's angry now.
He came out of that ship
He said
fully
he
strapped,
Wait,
dual-wielding pistols.
Yeah.
He is not messing
Hey,
around.
Relax, my guy.
Who is this guy? Can we
as
get his
watch it
Twitter?
right
What
now,
is your
this
name?
One of the things
Oh
I think
my
Ubisoft
God.
did well. We've talked about this coming in that, they have an
going
hour-long
to E3's
presentation
official
here.
Twitter
And
or
again,
something.
it is off the back of a pandemic year and still being in a pandemic. So it wasn't, hey, here's 24 games. It was, hey, here are games and here are good looks at them, longer looks at them. Michael, did that work for you? Because obviously I know in the beginning you get into these situations of you're watching something like Rainbow Six Extraction. You're watching something like Riders Republic. And if that's not your kind of game, obviously you're like, okay, cool. But I thought they did a good
Is
job.
he a little
especially Riders,
Archuleta?
Here's a trailer, here's us talking about it, and here's
Yeah.
the gameplay for it.
I think that's important because it shows that they're very serious about this game that they're making. It's not just another game.
I
on
have a
slate
picture
a
of
bunch
the
other
schedule.
ones. So like going all in
I'm
on
gonna send
Riders
this in the
Republic.
Discord.
Shouts out
It's
to
an
Blessing
official
Adeoye Jr. I know
schedule
you're
of what
hyped
we
up
can
for Riders
expect,
Republic.
just so we don't
Oh,
lose
actually,
it.
good point. I'm sorry. I was reacting to Riders Republic with Blessing on Kind of Funny.
Ah, damn.
And I brought up the fact that you told me that he needs to be better about doing his utensils.
Whoa, hey!
He said you have to be better about getting the styrofoam out of the house. So
Yo!
just putting it out there.
Beef 3, yo. When I get back home, we're beefing.
Okay, just making sure you knew. Just making sure.
Settle it on the mountain.
It's a lot of tension.
Oh, I'm shamed.
Avi, I got about 30 seconds, but I want with pre-show. You saw a bunch of little games. What
Oh
were
my
the ones
gosh,
that
I
stood
had
out
to
you?
write them down because they were so cute. So there was Bravery Network Online that looked really cute. It had like Scott Pilgrim-ish art style, and it's like a strategic turn-based game that looked cool. Cannot pronounce it. Dorfromantic, which is like
Nailed
world
it. You crushed
building,
it. You
calm.
crushed it.
was super cute, but there were a lot of like these cute indie games.
It's
and
25
games
away.
that were
No.
coming out.
Well, I mean, it'll be
Yeah.
here in time for
Yeah.
the good presentations.
So all of these
because we have
updates and stuff that are
Gearbox
coming,
and
like,
what
I'm
do
like,
we
ooh, okay.
Yep.
Check this
Gearbox
stuff out.
Yeah, we even ran out of time talking about Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Developer
having more
Digital.
stuff, and
Developer
promising a
Digital is a
second
good
year of
company. They
support,
have
which
Fall
is not
Guys.
something they usually do. But
Yeah.
very, very cool.
And we worked with them
There's so
before.
much
They
to talk about
sponsored
here
one
in
of our
E3.
streams.
But fans were, of course, disappointed last October when the news came out. They were going to delay Far Cry 6. With the first look at gameplay a couple weeks ago, reigniting the fans' flames for this franchise.
Please tell
the
me someone got the
developers joined
David
forces
Archuleta
with
clip
our
because it's
partners
gonna get
over at
muted.
Reddit for a Q&A style AMA.
I don't care. I already have to pee again.
Well, actually, long before joining Far Cry, I had a big interest in history and political science and revolution simply due to my family's own history. So when it came to actually working on a Far Cry, you know, right from the beginning,
Ad break.
I was fascinated, and the team was really fascinated by the idea of what does it take for someone to take up arms against this overwhelming force, this overwhelming regime. And so that invited a
BRB
lot of
screen.
questions and
End
themes
stream.
about the game. You know, when does your revolution begin? How far are you willing to go for that revolution? Are you fighting that revolution for the right reasons? Those were the kinds of questions that we felt we wanted to challenge our
The duality of
characters
this
to answer in
dress,
the
like
story.
having the shoulders like this, and then you can just drop it and have an off-the-shoulder moment. Like this dress is
Finally, I get
literally
to
the
answer the
best thing I've
question,
ever bought.
what is the
One of the
ending
prettiest
of
things I
Far
own.
Cry 6? Well, it's really simple.
The audio being out of sync.
Water buffalo.
Okay. That's really weird.
I think it's super difficult to boil that down to one thing. I think first and foremost, being able to work with such an amazing, dedicated, talented, creative, diverse
funny?
team on this project has been unbelievable. And also watching everyone's voice sort of represented in the DNA of our game has been really exciting
dogs are
to see.
barking.
I think, you know, there's sort of a highlight reel that goes off in my mind over the course of production. Everything from debating the tiniest script detail in our writers' rooms to trying the Exterminador Supremo backpack for the first time, a controller in hand, to our last day of
Everybody go on your
performance
phone, do a
capture
little
with an
scrolling, go to my
amazing
Instagram,
cast
like my
and
photos,
crew.
my YouTube, my
You know,
Twitter,
and
my whatever.
also just
I'll follow you back.
all the amazing
besties.
moments with
This
our
is crap.
collaborators, our experts, our
I don't care about your
consultants
Ask
who
Me
joined
Anything.
us
Fuck
to
you.
make this epic, meaningful story that had something to say. I have so much to be thankful for. There's way more favorite moments in the course of this project.
definitely get
but
to
that's
it.
just a few of them.
Sorry, I was recording a voice.
I
memo
will
for
say
others.
epic, meaningful, and surprising. And I hope you appreciate that I
Onyx's
am
pink
saying
afro.
only 3 words right now.
I'm so glad
because
I
that
told him to
was
get it.
excruciatingly difficult as a narrative director.
Now hold on now.
We really tried to approach this with the idea that every
so
Far
gross.
Cry
It's okay.
sort of has its own story and its own world. There's
Losers
usually some loose
wigs.
connections between the games, but
Wigs
for
X
us, we
on
really
Twitter.
wanted to look at the story of Yara,
Instagram's so
you know,
pretty.
and the
The
revolution
trans
between
rights,
Danny and
devil hair.
Liberton on one
Do you see
side
this?
versus
Well, you can't
Anton
really,
and his regime on the other. It actually really depends on how you play. You know, right from the start, you're really going to be able to approach the campaign however you choose. It was really important
anyone
for
care
us for
about
you to
Drag Race
have
Down
that
Under?
freedom, so you're going to be able to
Who went home?
navigate
I wanna know.
your own path at your own pace and hit missions, checkpoints, F&D bases, and a lot more.
Don't spoil. Look away. I don't look at the chat.
I think something that was new for us and
I
something
was
exciting for us
team
to bring
Coco
into
Jumbo.
the brand was this idea that you would have these moments with Anton and Diego where the
But
player
also, the
wasn't
way they did
there,
a talent show at
that we
top
would have
5,
these
what do you mean?
throughout
Why
the
did they do a talent
game,
show at top 5?
And you
That's
get
so
to
weird.
see the revolution really from Anton and
I haven't seen the
Diego's
episode.
perspective. And it just gives you a bigger picture
Everybody's like, we stopped
of
watching.
how the
Literally
story
same.
is playing out in Yara.
I'm only watching. Is this AMA still going on?
There's a lot to unpack there. The first thing is, Reign of Diego is a fantastic name
Oh, I saw episode
for a
2.
Far
Poopy
Cry,
Poison.
but I am not falling for this trick.
Yeah, my favorite is the,
However,
I don't know their name.
The previous question
But I like the one that
is
they're
super
non-binary and they do
interesting,
the cool
which is,
glasses. And
you know,
they're,
how
like,
did
really
we land
blown
on
out
this
eyes,
notion
smoky
of
eye
family in
colors
Far
and
Cry
pretty.
6? I think
I don't
what
know their
was
name, but
really
I follow them
interesting
on,
for
Instagram.
us
I like them a lot.
to
They won the first
explore
challenge. The person that won
was
the first
this
challenge.
notion that how can a dictator commit such horrible
They just came up
human
on my
rights
page.
abuses
Oh, I
against
love
their own
Inti too.
country,
Yeah.
while
how do you pronounce that?
simultaneously talk about
Yuga
how great a father they are. That was something we really wanted to.
Oh, did episode
mine.
3 come out?
And also
Oh, no, it didn't.
with the notion that
I
over
love
50
Inti.
years,
Love Inti.
the Castillos
Like, actually
have
stand
had
Inti.
some hand in Yara's politics and his future. And I think this notion of inheritance came up, and the idea that Anton really
Serena!
believes
That clip!
that Yara is his and is for Diego to own. That the Castillos are the keys to quote unquote rebuild paradise.
God, I love Serena
That
so
was
much.
really
Please, I
fascinating.
can't breathe.
Thanks for joining me today and for allowing
Thank
me
you
this
so much. I'm
opportunity
done
to
with
answer
you.
some of your
Bye.
questions. Far Cry 6 launches on October 7th. I can't wait for you to dive into Yara.
You, Ubisoft, and Reddit there for that AMA, but now it's my time. I'm turning the tables on you, all right? So everybody, the question is going to be, what do you want from Far Cry 6? What's the one thing you want from Far Cry 6?
Didn't you see the ending? That's all I care about. Chorizo, right? Just that little dog. And I gotta look at him. I think he's like a pre-order.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, you can get special outfits.
God, the
from it.
clips for the next couple days are great.
Chorizo's in a wheelchair.
I know.
He's
I'm
a doggy
excited.
on wheels. That's
I'm
all I
loving
care
it so
about in Far
far.
Cry 6.
Okay, cool. Wiener dog on wheels. Put it up there.
You know,
Damon.
that was a joke, but Actually, the real ending probably is you just get to chill out with Chorizo.
I wish these were later in the night, though, so I could like drink.
The villain has been defeated.
Like, I'd
now
love
I
to
can
like have
retire
some
and just
wine
relax
or
with
some
Chorizo.
alcohol.
Yeah, I think that's a
Do some
fake out
shots,
because a
maybe.
lot of Far Cry games, if
Maybe
you
we'll
just
do it on the
chill out
last
at the
day.
beginning,
That's true.
there's like
Sure.
a false ending. You can beat the
Nintendo
game in 5
stream.
minutes.
That's
so in
kinda
that
late.
one,
No, that's actually
Chorizo
really
just
early.
lulls you into a false sense
But their
of
stream
security.
is
then
expected to be 5 hours long.
Game
I don't know
over.
if that's
He
right
was
or
working
wrong,
He was
but they have a 5-hour time slot.
Chorizo's
It's
big
supposed to
heel
start
turn. I'm sorry to
at
spoil this.
1 p.m. and they're supposed to go till 9
want
p.m.
Far Cry 6 to say it with their chest. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you
That's
have the narrative
8-hour
director
time slot.
front and center.
Who is
not
this
many games
man?
do
I'm
that.
so attracted
And
to
he's out there
him.
saying, yo, it's going to be meaningful.
Oh my God.
We're trying to
Michael
say something. And I think this is a very
Figman.
deliberate move for Ubisoft to put him at the forefront to tell everybody, like, yeah, we are serious about this. So whatever it is they want to say about in their game, I want them to say it with their chest.
And see, that's what I want too. Like when I'm thinking about this, what I want is the narrative to hook me. And I want it to go places that Far Cry doesn't necessarily go before, right? I think Far Cry often does a great job of punching you in the face and giving you a great setup. And then for me personally, it doesn't work. And I'm thinking specifically about 5. I thought 5 opened so strong, but I fell off in terms of what I was doing when I was going in there. So I hope 6, really drives that home, sticks with it.
Seems like they built a really expansive world, at least from a narrative perspective, and I hope the mission design sort of lives up to that, because sort of the problem you have with sandbox games sometimes is running into that feeling of repetition, like you're doing the same thing over and over again. And I feel like you have so much potential here. So yes, I understand some things are going to be repetitive by nature, but hopefully we get more variety this time around as well.
I don't need it. Damon and I will just clear out posts.
Yeah.
Do you guys want some more Ubisoft insights? Well, you're in luck because we've got some info straight from Ubisoft.
I found
with the help
his
from
Twitter
our
so
friends
fast.
at PC Gamer.
Sorry, that's not funny. Me just being a creep. He doesn't have an Instagram? Wait, that's so mean.
Ubisoft has been pretty quiet about Rainbow Six Extraction since it was announced back in 2019, so I'm definitely curious what it's like to finally get to open up about the game and show off some gameplay recently.
We're super excited as a team to finally reveal our game. We want the people to put their hands on it as soon as possible, so yeah, we're excited.
Yeah, and I also want to speak to the inception of Rainbow Six Extraction, what it was like to build a new team to expand on that concept into a full-blown game.
We were lucky enough to be able to put up a completely new team, completely different from the Siege team, with talents from pretty much all the brands that we did it at Ubisoft Montreal, so Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, For Honor, Watch Dogs.
I can't commentate on something that's so dry. There's nothing
and also people
here.
who worked on
There's
the very
nothing.
first Rainbow Six game, so
There's
Vegas and Vegas 2.
There's
And
nothing.
I think a lot of people going into E3 are going to be curious just what an average mission, like an average hour of Rainbow Six Extraction looks like. So can you walk us through
Still
the
wakes
basic
up.
Mm-hmm. First of all, it's a three-player co-op, so squad-based. It's a tactical game because it's a Rainbow Six game. It's a first-person shooter. And so you're doing what we call incursions. So as operators, Rainbow Six operators, you enter containment zones.
Thank you so much for the follow.
Which are mysterious
This is
and which regenerate every time. And you have to extract, which is why the game is called Extraction. You risk it all.
Talking about
every
the straight
time,
game again.
you go in
Here
the
we
zone,
go.
so you must get out. But with the information that you're looking for.
I think I saw in a recent demo
went to
also
get
that you'll be
pizza.
able
Ooh, what kind of
to
pizza?
choose when to
Pizza.
extract mid-mission if you're not doing so well.
Actually, you can extract
This beard is
at 3
nice.
different
It's
places
definitely laid.
in an incursion map.
Nice lace front on it.
Each map is divided in 3 submaps, and it's really up to the players to decide if they want to go further.
I'm curious what it was like transitioning gadgets that are in Rainbow Six Siege into Extraction, to a PvE environment, and how the team decided, which operators come over. Siege has a roster of over 50 characters now, and I saw
what am I?
9
Hello,
so far, so
I'm
curious
bored.
How you guys decide
I'm going on
what
TikTok.
weeks to cut?
Let me try.
There were different layers in order to
it
select
was the
them.
new
The first
Genshin
one
update.
is, obviously, we selected the ones that were the most fit, at least at the base, for a PvE game. But also being able to play alone. As I said, you
The way I have
you
5
can play this
TikToks
game alone with a friend or with 2
because
friends. So
I made like 5
the most
TikToks last
fit
night,
for
and
this job.
You can
And then
schedule a
we-
TikTok,
we-
so
we
I schedule them for the
obviously
next
worked
2 weeks, so I
them
don't have to make
to
TikToks
make
for the
sure
next 2
that
weeks. I honestly
we push them
love
to their
that for
full
me.
potential within our game genre
I need to
and
pee again. Should I
within
go pee now?
our
Probably.
fantasy, while keeping them highly tactical.
A good example I noticed was Vigil, who in Siege can become invisible on cameras. In Extraction, he becomes invisible to enemies, essentially, for a limited time.
That's a very good example of the adaptation that we made, and it's the case for all the ops.
I doubt you can say much about it, but I did also want to ask about Extraction's narrative. How much of a campaign is there that players will recognize, or what type of story is being told in the game?
Extraction starts 3 years after the events of New Mexico, where the parasite was seemingly contained by the Rainbow Six by then. But immediately after the events, they created the React organization. And out of nowhere, with no reason, the parasite emerged again on 4 different sites in the US. So React had to become really active and intervene in those 4 different zones, 4 different areas in the US, where they sent the Rainbow Six React operators.
Is Extraction a live service game as much as Siege is? Will it be receiving seasonal updates, more missions, that kind of thing on a pretty regular basis?
So I can't reveal too much for now. What I can say is yes, there's a post-launch plan.
All right.
Absolutely.
How's that? And I know Ubisoft has also recently committed to having crossplay in as many games as possible.
And I took a long time.
It's been confirmed yet whether Extraction will have crossplay, and
they're comparing
on top of
beards.
That, cross-progression.
Is that really what I
cannot
missed?
answer for now, but I'll be very happy to answer.
They're literally comparing beards. I can't. Okay, straight people, I can't do this.
That was a bit more information on Rainbow Six Extraction. Damon Hatfield. I remember 14 years ago moving to San Francisco and bringing home an Xbox 360 and you and me playing Rainbow Six Vegas.
Dude, so many good memories. Both that and
they're
Vegas
besties.
too. Yeah,
Look
of
at
course.
them. Oh my god, besties.
This is a little bit different. Rainbow Six is different today.
Yeah.
But I am excited for Extraction for a couple reasons. I know Siege is a great game, super popular. I'm not really a PvP guy though, so sort of reworking the Rainbow Six gameplay into a PvE game, much like Back 4 Blood, that seems really cool. And also, just given the choice, if I'm ever given the choice between a realistic setting and sci-fi, fantasy, or horror, I'm always going to go with the latter. So this Extraction is really speaking to me. I like it.
Yeah, I'm right
Any
there with you. Right?
Tension?
I've played
Not
Siege.
yet.
I've enjoyed
I don't think
Siege,
so yet. Not quite
the
yet.
PvP
I'm getting
has never
comfy.
been my scene. So to take, like they said, weeks ago, take all that information that they've learned, all those mechanics.
No one saw
bring in here,
anything.
It gets
You
me
didn't
going
see
too.
anything.
No, Michael, you
didn't
gonna play?
see anything.
Yeah, hell yeah, I'm gonna play it because Rainbow Six Siege is my favorite multiplayer shooter, like on the block right now.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I was a big Counter-Strike player, and Rainbow Six Siege is the game.
He played
that kind of
Counter-Strike?
Elevated that style.
Stop.
of
We're
experience.
literally gonna
But
get
of course,
married.
Extraction being a way to kind of take this. The
Sorry, I have
fascinating
3,000
mechanics,
hours
the
on Counter-Strike. If
operators,
you ever
all
want
the
to
different
play,
things that you can do in Rainbow Six Siege,
I'm available
but
on
it makes you
Wednesdays,
think about those
Fridays,
things
and
a little bit
Mondays.
differently. And I know that Jackie and I were watching it and seeing how the operators are being used.
Oh, you have a
because
girlfriend?
The threat is very different than other like live players. So I think that they have such a strong foundation with the operators and with Siege. So this is like I got my eyes on Extraction big time.
Avi, what about you?
I'm thinking about the entire experience of the game because it's been how long since we've had like some really good multiplayer. Let's go shoot up some zombies, some aliens, some whatever is running towards us screaming.
Slimy tar monster men, yeah.
Exactly right. And same thing with Siege. It's like, you know, your friends can get mad at the people we're playing against.
No,
Oh,
he
they're
queer-baited us.
smurfing. Oh, they're this
Just
and
me
that.
being
Now
like,
it's
oh my god,
hey,
you
man,
look so
it's AI.
good. And he's
Either
like,
get good
well,
or
yeah,
you know, we're
I'm
going to replace
straight.
it with someone else. So that's what I'm super excited
All
for,
right.
to team up with two
Oh,
other
good.
buddies.
You're turning on your friends.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what you're excited for. Throw them in the
it
wolves.
is on them. Like,
Yeah.
if I'm picking up kills, that's fine. And if they're dying, then, you know, we'll replace them. You want to play sometime? Ditch him?
Oh, sure, yeah. Totally. We don't want to ditch him. We can. I mean, it's 3 players. We all have different. Dan, are you playing? Do we need to?
If there's room for me in the group, then
see,
yes.
All right, we'll kick around.
Kick him out.
Is he single?
Don't worry about
He's
it.
kind of
She's
cute
got all these
too.
new G4 friends I've been hearing about. They've been hanging out. Don't worry about it. So those weren't the only things Ubisoft planned
I don't
to
want
show
the man
off
in the
today.
middle.
We
He's
have an
kinda
exclusive
angry
new
for no
clip
reason.
for their upcoming comedy horror movie Werewolves Within, based off the game of the same name. It stars Melania Weintraub and
I thought he was
Sam
gonna say
Richardson.
Melania Trump.
Let's take an exclusive look.
I can't. I'll be on my phone again.
Hey everyone, I'm Margaret Boykin, Director of Film Development at Ubisoft Film and Television and producer of Werewolves Within. I'm so excited to show you the trailer for this movie. It's our first independently produced feature, and I'm even more excited to have the genius writer behind it, Mishna Wolf, here with me. I was lucky enough to work with Mishna to develop the story for this film during Ubisoft's inaugural Women's Film and Television Fellowship, and we are both so proud of the finished product.
Hey everyone, I'm Mishna Wolf, and I'm the screenwriter of the upcoming Werewolves Within film.
The green
I wrote
screen?
it in the Ubisoft Women's Fellowship, and you could say the project sort of chose me since Wolf is kind of my last name. The movie is a modern-day horror comedy whodunit starring Sam Richardson as a forest ranger who comes to a small town, and Milana Weintraub is the postal worker. Together, they have to keep the peace while trying to uncover the truth behind a mysterious creature who's been terrorizing the community.
Please enjoy this world premiere clip from Werewolves Within. We can't wait for you to check out the film on June 25th.
Mrs. Anderson?
It's the damn devil that ate my baby! Devin pounded like this.
I have a triathlon in August, so, 4 a.m. sprints, and I heard screaming. Well, let's be honest, the whole neighborhood heard screaming.
I told you, I didn't need your help!
I'm gonna go get a croissant.
My baby! That monster killed my Chachi!
I'm so sorry, I'm confused. Are we talking about a real baby? Because if that's the case, oh my God. But if not, it's
For God's sake, Joaquin, show a little respect.
It's Joaquin with an M.
I don't mean to be rude, Pete, but your dog only barked at Jews.
And brown people, no carbs.
There's something out there!
Probably just a coyote.
Or a possum, hun?
And that is some Werewolves
Nobody
Within.
moved.
Dan, I'm being told we have to go to you first.
I'm glad they told you that because I do love a good horror comedy, and this cast is low-key stacked with a bunch of people. You may not know their name,
the
but they are
lingo.
genuinely hilarious.
Yeah.
You have Sam
Low-key
Richardson
stacked.
from Detroiters, I Think You Should Leave. You have Milana Weintraub, who's an amazing improviser, but you probably know her best from the AT&T commercials, but she is so much more than just advertising cell phones. And then you also have Harvey Guillen from What We Do in the Shadows, so that is an impressive pedigree right there. Just really talented people, and I think it's a rich premise for it because the game, it's all about deception. It's kind of like, before there was Among Us, or maybe simultaneously, you have a game like Werewolves Within where it's all about tricking people into thinking you're not a werewolf, but you secretly are. And that's
Sure.
exactly what we're going to do.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. You talk about the cast and how stacked it is. When we watched it the first time, I was like, oh, I know that person, and I know that person.
When did
but they're
Blair
all the
St.
ones
Clair
from
get
the funny
buff?
people in the other shows. Like I noticed the one guard from Orange Is the New Black. I'm like, oh, you're in this too.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, to get them off there and go. Michael, what do you look for in a horror comedy?
Oh my God! I did not expect.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah. No, don't turn it around at me. Don't turn
Like
it
they
around
have
at me.
arms.
You
and
think this can
chests.
possibly top an American Werewolf in Paris?
No, I mean, that's a classic.
I mean,
right?
they barely posted.
Oh, I'm thinking London. I'm thinking London. I'm sorry.
Not to be
It's
like
all a
like
shared
they-
universe. Every
they
werewolf
have-
movie
every
canonically
werewolf
is
is
the same universe.
Reposts
I know
and
what
drags since All-Stars ended.
I want people with my kind of skin tone to survive throughout the whole movie.
I
That's
think
what
you'll
I
get
want.
that. I think you'll get that.
Vibes.
It's not
You'll
a
get that.
drag.
All right.
Do
you
they
want
not do
more?
drag
That
anymore?
isn't the only movie we're showing off today. We've got an exclusive clip from the upcoming movie Free
think
Guy,
All-Stars really
followed by
made them
a
sad?
one-on-one interview with
They did
director
good, though.
Sean
They made
Levy
top
and
4.
Entertainment Weekly's Nick Romano. But first, we've got a special guest who's giving
Plant
us a
Girl,
look
thank
at
you
his
for the follow.
upcoming video game action comedy. I think his name is Ryan something.
Ooh, I like him.
I love Delvina on Drag Race Spain. They are so like.
Hello,
Their
E3.
drag is just.
I'm internationally tolerated film star and Nexus 6 basic pleasure model Ryan Reynolds. At its core,
Hey, Dad!
Free Guy is the story of the first self-aware artificial intelligence entity coded into the background of a popular video game known as an NPC. Fun, right? But remember, while AI holds great promise for the future, it may also pose a dire existential threat, and we
No,
should want
he
to
does.
help
He looks
before it
great.
destroys
He
us
could
all.
literally
Anyway, enjoy
ask
Free
me to do
Guy.
anything. No, come back.
My
Okay,
name
thank
is
God.
Guy,
Sunday should be warm and sunny, just a scattering of drive-bys.
and I live in paradise.
I'm so sorry. He could literally.
Friend.
This is the greatest cup of coffee of all time.
Mondays, am I right, Joe?
You said it, guy.
And I work at the bank.
Everybody down to the bank!
I thought I had everything I needed. But then I met her.
I think he's more attractive after he played Deadpool, and I just love Deadpool, but also I love a guy with comedy, I like a guy that has good.
I want something inside me.
I expected you to just
Like-
follow the rules, but you are so much more than that. Put these on.
Okay, fine.
I think he's so hot. See, my top just came off just talking about him.
Glasses or something?
Guy, there's no easy way to say this. This world, it's a video game. You're not real.
Please stop my
Is this Danganronpa?
And the guy responsible for this world is going to destroy it.
You've met God?
Yes, he's an absolute troll.
Trolls exist. Buddy, if we're not real, doesn't that mean that nothing you do matters?
I am sitting here with my best friend trying to help him get through a tough time. Now, if that's not real, I don't know what is.
I know this world is just a game, but this place, these people, that's all I have. So I'm not gonna be the good guy.
Thanks, guy.
I'm gonna be the great guy.
Well, enjoy your lifetime supply of virginity. Off you go.
Wait, Steve? Where did you see Steve?
Is ruining the game.
I didn't see him. From Stranger Things?
It's the first time I've ever driven a car before.
I really wish you'd mention that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That actually hurt my hand. We can save our world, but we have to fight together.
Live action Sword Art Online. Literally, though.
Time's up, bank teller! Nope.
I can't die! I'm never gonna die!
Okay, I mean, Ryan Reynolds. Yeah. Ooh. Sorry. Who is Sean Levy?
This is Nick Romano with Entertainment Weekly magazine. Thank you so much for joining today's E3 panel conversation with filmmaker Sean Levy. Sean is diving into the world of video games as the director of the movie Free Guy. Ryan Reynolds stars as an NPC, or non-playable character, in the open world game Free City, who then becomes self-aware of the fact that he's not actually a real person like he thought he was. Comedy and a lot of action ensue. So can you give me like a little bit, a description sort of about your kind of genesis with this project? Like when did it sort of,
when is the
when did
next
this material first come across your way?
So Ryan called me. We had almost made several movies together.
It's
And I won't name
4:45.
titles
Where's
'cause some of
Developer
them are
Digital?
about to come out. But so we were introduced years ago through our mutual friend Hugh Jackman, who I got to know on Real Steel. And Hugh had always said, if you guys ever work together, it's going to be gangbusters because we're both
I buy you a ticket. I want to
Canadians with
review.
lots of daughters, and
I'd love to do movie reviews.
We really
That'd be
work
fun.
hard, and then
That'd be
we want to
funny.
go home to our family.
Maybe I could do that
we're
for
just-
Patreon.
We have a similar approach to like we knew each other a little
Start
bit.
doing
We
reviews
almost
for
found
my
the right
Patreon.
thing. And in the summer of 18, Ryan texted me saying, "Do you have a movie for next spring, summer?
could,
I
yeah.
think I finally found our film." And we talked about it like a day
Wait,
later.
Developer
and he
Digital's
said
not
that
gonna be
there's
on
this script
here.
called Free Guy, and I knew this script because I'd read it 2.5, 3 years earlier. But at that point, all I saw was, oh, it's a gamer film. It's a film about gaming culture. It's a video game premise. Probably there's
next one's at
more
5.
hardcore players
Gearbox, but
and
they already
gamers
showed their
who would be
stuff.
better suited to that. But Ryan,
But I wanna
kind of-
watch it
he
'cause
said,
Gearbox.
let's just talk about
But that's
it. He
it for
goes,
today.
I'm a casual gamer myself. I think
It's
this is
Gearbox.
an
Then tomorrow's pretty
incredibly
stacked.
juicy
We have-
premise. But let's take the premise and make it a movie that isn't just for the gaming community. Let's get that right. Let's get that aspect
It starts
of the
at
movie
10
right.
a.m.
We
Wait,
worked
oh yeah, that's
really
Easter.
goddamn
Okay,
hard
so
to do
Xbox
so.
Bethesda,
But
then
let's
Square
also
Enix,
make
then Warner
kind of
Bros.
a postmodern
They're supposed to only
new
be talking about
Truman
Back 4
Show.
Blood, but I hope they have
A
something in the
movie
PC
about
gaming show.
Background.
Tomorrow's gonna be
character
long.
Who gains awareness?
So if you're coming
of their
tomorrow, bring
identity.
some
Are
snacks.
there specific games
Sit down,
that
get
sort
in,
of
get a comfy
inspired the look and
position.
the feel of
I'm
Free
gonna be
City?
in comfy
One
drive
of the
tomorrow
more
because it's gonna
overt
be a
ones
long
is
show
Grand
tomorrow.
Theft Auto for sure.
So don't expect me to be all
Fortnite was another.
glam,
But what was
glam.
fun about this, I remember early on, what was fun is the
What's up, bro?
the random
The streamer
little tidbits of
asking how
inspiration.
he's
So for
doing.
instance,
I'm in a wig. I have nails on. I'm wearing a dress. You want to call me
kind of
bro?
sharing this, like
Okay.
early on, I was obviously I make Stranger Things. That's kind of my ongoing.
Hey, dude. Hey,
thing.
Chaz.
And so I showed the script.
Is that your friend?
To the brothers, to the Duffer brothers, Matt and Ross, who are close friends at this point. And because they play a lot.
Like, I fucking care.
Matt in particular plays a lot of video games.
Fucking
He's
losers.
like, you know what always drives us crazy? And I think
Okay,
it was
Monday
I think you mentioned it was in
is
Spider-Man. Like, there's this one
Verizon?
old lady who's like, she's like an NPC, but she's like a side mission. She's just always bitching about her lost cats.
Indie
You know what you
Showcase
should
starts
do?
at 12,
There should be like
so it's just
a character
3
like
o'clock.
that. And so in Free Guy,
in
we
television
created this
is a
NPC
good one
who
we
is
should
wandering
watch
around
on
Fruity
Monday.
City looking for her cats.
Capcom and Razer on Monday.
And it was just kind of a really, there's a perfect example of like,
I
I'll
just
take a
can't
good
with
idea
trolls
from
that actually
anywhere, I'll
come in
take
and actually think I give a
inspiration
fuck.
from
You
anywhere.
think I give a
And
fuck?
I always remember, like,
You think I give
there's
a
a
fuck?
lot I don't know.
A
There's
single
lot of
fuck.
movies haven't
I would
seen,
rather you
games
call
haven't
me a
played, so
nasty
that's another
slur
example.
than come and be like,
I also
hey
wanna say,
bro,
like,
hey dude.
We were supposed to come to E3.
Goodbye.
And
I
we had this
can't.
whole
Y'all are
plan
pathetic.
last year, actually, for Ryan and I to come with Free Guy, and I wanted to show the whole movie to you guys. And, you know, this is obviously
I
the
don't think
heart
it's
of the
started
world
rolling out yet.
that we were every day.
Hey Mia, can you do me a favor?
of
Actually, I may
making
be able to
a
do
movie
it.
for. Making a movie that is different from the other video game movies, because as we said, this isn't an
Followers.
adaptation. It's not literal to anything, but hopefully
10.
it's authentic to everything, and
There we go,
hopefully
I
it's
did it.
authentic.
So then on
to
Tuesday,
not only games,
Nintendo's show
but
starts
more
at
importantly, maybe to the culture of gaming.
Starts at 12.
and that community, and
then
how
Bandai
passionate
Namco,
it is, right? Like
then
people
Eureka,
really care. They care
and
about what they're
then-
playing. They care about the way that
I
that
think
world
that's
and
it.
those games
So
are
I want to see
represented
Bandai Namco.
and talked
Okay,
about.
so we got some
for
shows.
me,
I think tomorrow's
I
gonna be
don't
the
wanna
biggest
do
day.
anything half-assed.
Tomorrow
I want to
has
connect with a community that cares in a passionate
Bethesda,
way. And
Xbox,
hopefully
Square
we've
Enix,
done
and
what we
Warner
set out
Bros.
to do,
And the
which is
PC
to
Game
make a
Show
movie
and Future
where
Game
that
Show.
community feels
That's
like,
gonna be the
okay,
longest day, which
that's
is
one for
tomorrow.
us, and we
So
got it.
tomorrow I will.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Sean, for joining us today for E3's panel, and for everyone watching at
I
home.
will-
Free Guy will be released in theaters
I'll prep
this
for
August 5th.
a bundle of
Enjoy.
crappy horror games. Tomorrow we'll do an edition of that.
And that was your deep dive on Free Guy, a movie we've heard about forever. You know what I mean? This whole pesky pandemic got in the way of it, but it's finally coming out in August. Avi, I need to ask you, am I allowed to be excited for it? We've been burned as gamers by movies so many times. Like, this looks
Gamers.
interesting and funny, and it's got Sean, and it's got Ryan, and like, why wouldn't we like that?
I feel like because it's a comedy and because like we heard from the director, like he's done his research into
Oh,
the
excuse me,
culture, and
sure.
then also the fact that Ryan Reynolds is involved with it, and we saw his work on Deadpool. Like he really went through Deadpool and became that character.
Yeah.
I think that we can get excited for it. I'm feeling optimistic about it.
Okay.
I heard that there was a bunch of streamers who have cameos like Pokimane
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Ninja. and then
Jacksepticeye, you know what I mean? That
What
guy.
about me? I want to be in
Me too,
it.
But I mean, like, I feel like there's gaming culture has gotten so much bigger now that finally, like, oh, look, Hollywood's paying attention
Sure.
and they're going to try to jump in on it. But
Gaming culture.
even
I'm
if this
sorry.
one is like
What?
okay, that
Sorry.
opens the doors to find
Baby
and make
steps.
something that's like even better.
Yeah, baby
Right?
steps. Exactly. No, that makes perfect sense. Now, Damon Hatfield from IGN.com, you host a show called Game Scoop.
Yeah.
But I hear you have a movie scoop.
Scoop for you, yeah. In addition to the streamers,
Yeah, my favorite
you can also
streamer.
find a cameo from former IGNer Terry Schwartz in Free
Oh.
Guy. And in an alternate universe, it was me. Because they wanted to have some gaming media in the film, and they reached out to IGN, and the idea was floated for me to do it, but I couldn't make it for some reason. I had a conflict. They were shooting on location and couldn't fit it into my schedule. So Terry went instead, and so now Terry's going to be in the movie.
Wow. And then she quit IGN.
Because she's a big movie star. She went Hollywood. She went Hollywood.
That was all Terry needed. She's like, I'm out. Are you kidding me? I'm going to get out and do this. Michael, is this going to be one you and Blessing head to the theater to see?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
You know, Bless and I were talking about how it's wild going into a theater nowadays. It's like,
totally
He has a
like, I like
girlfriend.
going into a theater where there's nobody there too. So I'll probably wait a little while, and then it's like, okay, now the theaters are
damn
cleared up.
it.
Sure.
Bless and I can get our seats together. We can share
Okay.
popcorn.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me know what's up. What are you doing when this when this movie comes out? So
Yeah.
Please.
I want to hang out with my bro.
I can't.
Okay, good.
And I'll
good,
take
good.
the styrofoam out.
Get the styrofoam
Yeah,
out of
I'll
the
do
house.
it.
You know
I've
what
never
I mean?
seen that tweet
And then
everywhere.
Dan,
I can't.
you're going to go see this one? Is this on your
I
radar?
am. I can't wait to see this in a theater because that trailer looks like something so much spectacle, the kind of which I really want to see on the big screen because I've been missing that. So many movies that have come out, I'm very grateful we've been able to watch them at home, but it can't replicate the sheer thrill of seeing it with other people on a screen the size of several times my apartment. So I'm like very thrilled to see that. And also, I'm putting my trust in Ryan Reynolds here because this is not his first video game movie rodeo. He did Pokemon Detective Pikachu as well. He takes a very active role in his project, so I'm hopeful that they can have a good time and really lampoon some of the stuff that we like to make fun of with video games and those tropes and things like that, but on this sort of blank slate. Plus, you have other people like Jodie
why are we
Comer,
reviewing this movie about video games? Like, I'm hopeful. Going in depth and being like, oh my god, it needs to have references to NPCs. It needs all the gamer lingo. Like, relax. It's a fucking movie.
Jackie, what did you guys think of these movie trailers we just saw?
But also, who cares?
Absolutely. Loved it. So much comedy, involves video games. We're absolutely here for it. Let's start off talking about Free Guy, right?
Yeah.
I think we make fun of NPCs a lot, let's be honest.
Oh, all the time. It's an endless thing. They never do the thing you want them to do, you know?
I
Especially in escort missions. Why?
Hunting
Stop
grounds
making
for
escort
God.
missions, people.
But
it's not hard.
I know, but what's fun about this is that okay, the NPC is sentient, and he's just absolutely adorable and hysterical, and he's played by Ryan Reynolds. And I just feel like Ryan Reynolds can do no wrong. Deadpool, Deadpool 2, we heard Dan Casey talking about Detective Pikachu. I really just, anything with Ryan Reynolds.
He did do Fantastic Four, but not Fantastic Four.
Green Lantern!
Green Lantern. Oh, I'm out of here.
Leave.
Goodbye.
Just leave. Okay.
That was my joke.
Yeah.
That was my joke, and I messed it up. Greg, don't come at me. I'll fight you.
Greg is running over here.
I'll fight you.
The angry white man.
Green Lantern.
We're not talking about Green Lantern.
Greg, stop yelling.
Don't talk about Green Lantern.
Okay, we're good. All right, everyone, back on the rails.
Okay.
The straight
that happened.
man, white man
Within.
rage from these gentlemen.
I told you we were going to be crazy, Jackie. I told you we were going to be crazy. That's why we have you and people like Dan. And
please
Obviously
calm
somehow away
down.
in here.
Yeah.
It's pretty nutty.
It is
Why
quite the
are
group.
we
I mean, you
yelling?
guys are literally two wrestlers that are talking about video games,
Yeah.
but I'm here for it. So yes, Werewolves Within, also very comedic. I told you I absolutely love the trailer, and it's actually a VR game, and I think it was set in a medieval village setting, but obviously they're branching out here. This is modern times.
Embarrassing.
But
It's really
absolutely
embarrassing.
hysterical. I was in stitches about it, so I'm here for more movies about video games and making me laugh.
Oh my god,
There's
they're so funny.
learned,
I
right,
can't. We
especially
can't
with,
take them
like,
anywhere. They're so
Pikachu,
loud and
like,
funny and
hey,
crazy,
Ready
and they
Player
always
One,
loud.
even
Oh my
though
god,
it was
so
more
funny.
pop
Laughing
culture,
emoji, laughing
there was
cry
still
emoji, laughing
that
emoji, laughing
flair,
cry
that
emoji. Oh my god, I'm making a
charm
little
that was present in the movie. And it really spoke to a lot of us. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the book. So I kind of got a little bit of that here almost with Free Guy, which made me excited. And then obviously with Werewolves Within. I'm not a horror person, but I'm always into the idea of comedy horror. Yeah. So, you know, and you put Sam Jackson in anything, and I'm in from the get-go. But yeah. And I'm going to go and, fight Greg.
It's been a long day.
I'm going to go fight Greg.
Yeah, you guys are going to go fight, actually.
Shocker, the
But
men are
before
gonna
y'all
fight
do
about
that really
nothing because they
quickly,
like to
do
be
not forget
angry.
to check out our exclusive E3 shop for t-shirts, hats, and jackets at e3expo.com/shop. Now y'all can go fight.
Yeah, we're going to go fight. But don't worry, folks, because coming up, we've got Gearbox Software and what we might see from them later on today. You know, new games, new trailers, who knows? That and more still to come.
They're going to be fighting.
I was going to have one a while ago.
too.
but
So
it just
make sure you're here.
At
didn't
E3
really fit in the
2021.
schedule. I would love to do one, though. That'd be really fun. Monster flavor tier list review. I love these ideas. Keep them coming. 'Cause I need some for my Patreon.
So addicted to it, and I had so much fun. It's still one of my favorite games ever, though I don't play anymore because, gotta work.
My playtime on that game was literally measured in years on one character.
One of the biggest things
I
about
want a
World of
cool
Warcraft that
setup
kind
like
of kept
these
me going
people.
back
I mean, I'm gonna
is
have
just
one soon,
the
hopefully, when I
grind.
get my new,
The lore of it is just
lights
amazing, and it's just
desk area
an
situated.
amazing game. I don't think any game could ever beat it, honestly.
RuneScape of all games, that game completely took over my life.
Play RuneScape before school, get a couple more hours of sleep and then wake up and act like I totally wasn't tired.
Psychonauts, a game that
Why
built
was I
on
not
my love
invited?
of platformers, but also added a comedic sensibility that I had never seen in video games before, and just a general creativity that I thought was mind-blowing for anything, not just video games.
Snatcher is my favorite game. They teased us all with the TurboGrafx 16 Mini, where they included it in there, but it was the Japanese version of it. I wasn't mad. I was like, I need to find a solution
Not
to play this
Kentucky
game.
University. Huh?
Jet Set Radio, because I saw a commercial for it once, and
Jet
it was
Set Radio!
bananas, and I was like,
Why
have to
wasn't
have
I
this game.
invited?
So I went to a pawn shop and got a Dreamcast.
Can
with
I be
my own money,
invited?
and then I went to Target right afterwards.
year,
and
next
the only
year.
game they
I'm
had
going to E3
was
next
Jet
year.
Grind Radio, which is the game I wanted.
E3,
So
TwitchCon,
it was
DragCon,
fate.
PAX.
Jet Set Radio,
I'm
if you
going to
haven't played
everything.
it, please go back in the day. It was on Dreamcast.
Sims, just because that was my first PC
No.
game ever.
Definitely
Sorry.
Sims because you could make I could make my
she
own
is
black family in
gorgeous.
Sims, and that was something I'd never really experienced in
Oh
a
my
game before.
God.
Definitely The Last of Us.
The Last of Us. Being able to play a game that's so jaw-droppingly beautiful and immersive and getting so wrapped up in that story.
Oh my gosh, took all my emotions, poured all of them into a glass, and then smashed the glass in front of my face while I cried about it. It was so good. It was so good.
No. It was not. Don't get it twisted. I was rooting for you. But then you brought up the transphobic game of the year, so. Sorry. Oh yeah, the first one was good. I saw Trashly playing the first one recently.
Welcome back to E3 2021. We are mere minutes
Oh,
away
God.
from
The
the
men
latest
are on
from
stage
Gearbox
together.
Software. Guys, what are you hoping to see from Gearbox
Please
today?
don't yell if
talk
you-
about Green Lantern, all right?
Or in my instance,
that.
Fantastic
Okay,
Four.
I'm sorry, Jackie.
I had to hold them off.
Jackie,
during the
what do you want to
commercial
see?
break.
What do you want to see from Gearbox?
Okay, so two
Jackie's
things.
carrying.
Number one, I mean, it's E3. We're all
Everybody
here for
follow
video
Jackie.
games,
Of
right?
course.
But okay, we gotta talk
Stan
about the
Jackie.
movie. I'm
Fuck these men.
super
I'm
amped
blocking
for
her.
Movie talk.
Huh?
More movie talk.
Let her talk!
I just say no more movie talk. Okay.
but-
But really quickly, I do want to see Kate Blanchett walk out and just be like absolutely stunning and amazing. And then
Sorry.
ain't no
Hi,
rest
Safety.
for the wicked.
Yeah,
Just
the
come
song.
on,
Yeah,
Cage the
yeah,
Elephant song. And I just think that would be perfect. That's all I need. Just like a little walkout. And then Tiny Tina's Wonderland.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes! Want.
Absolutely love Tiny Tina.
Me
She's
too,
just
bitch. I have a Tiny
absolutely
Tina
nutty in the
cosplay. I
perfect
should have worn
way.
it today.
And this is going to be a fantasy epic. So I just want to see more, and I want to see what they're planning. So that's me. Those are my two things.
Yeah. Just to echo on it, Tiny Tina Wonderland, I want to see what they do with the mechanics of Borderlands and, add some new flares in there, you know?
Of course,
That's what
yeah. I mean,
like
that's
to
what, it's, based or inspired by, right, that DLC that everybody loved from Borderlands 2, which
Best
was Tiny
DLC
Tina
in the
telling you
history of
story.
DLC, hands down goes to Gearbox,
Right, and
Tiny
the
Tina
fact that
DLC.
she's the
I'm just
bunker
saying,
master
like,
here,
it's
right?
the
She's
best
gonna be
DLC,
telling
that's why
you
they're
this
making a side
D&D
game off of it,
That
because it was
sounds
the
awesome.
most
I wanna be
successful
a part of that.
DLC
I'm
and the
excited,
most
of course,
impressive
yes, for the
DLC
movie
ever
because
created
they've
by a
shown all the
company.
silhouettes for the team now.
I'm
Let's
not
see
being
what the
dramatic,
characters
it's the
look
best
like.
DLC
But then
in
also,
existence.
I think, we look
It is
past
the
all
best
that. Gearbox
DLC in
publishes a lot of
existence.
games.
Very true.
So what they could possibly have up their sleeve, what surprises they could have for us today, that's a big part of this equation, even though we immediately jump to Borderlands.
And when you talk Gearbox, you got to talk about Borderlands. I get it, but I'm excited for this one, Greg.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to wait any longer. Without further ado, let's turn things over to our friends at Gearbox Software.
I would love to play Should we do that? Should we do that this year? Replay Borderlands on stream and do Borderlands cosplays? I would love to do a Maya cosplay with a nice blue bob. That'd be fun. I have a short blue wig. I forgot. I gotta clean it though. I could do it. I did play it, but I didn't finish it because I played it before.
Welcome to Gearbox University, where inquisitive minds encounter
Moxie.
compelling
Mia,
opportunities.
you're gonna love Moxie. Moxie's
At
a
Gearbox
MILF.
University, our aim is to broaden your intellectual
Tina!
horizons and enrich
Moxie!
your global perspective. Gearbox University was founded in 1999, just 15 years after this 80s orientation video was made. We offer numerous degrees across a multitude of fields, including sociopathology, supply chain management, and storytelling with a European-sounding accent. Gearbox University comprises 3 unique colleges that will place you on whichever path to success is right for you. At the College of Gearbox Software, we can shape you into the looting, shooting vault hunter you've always believed you could be. At the College of Gearbox Publishing, we offer advanced degrees in Norse mythology, projectile meteorology, or regular meteorology. You can even write your thesis on the deification of gravity. Finally, there's the College of whatever the hell else we're doing. with specialties in badass bunkernomics, history
I
of
hope it's not
magic,
an overhead
enlarged vehicle
Borderlands
maneuvering,
game.
and yes, even Hollywood filmmaking. Did you hear we're making a Borderlands movie?
I
It's
did.
true.
Oh my
Let's
God,
learn
wait,
more
there was just
about
people
all the
that were playing-
innovative
Oh,
opportunities
Moxie!
you can find at Gearbox University. Dynamic, pioneering.
I want to work at Gearbox.
groundbreaking.
Gearbox, please hire me. Is this the DLC for Borderlands 3? I think this is Borderlands 3 DLC. She's hot, I know. You would literally love her. She invented, she was one of the original MILFs, I swear. I sure did. I played the shit out of this game, girl. I played this non-binary icon. I never finished this DLC because the ending was too hard. Here's the good news. What is it? Remake? What's the announcement? I want to know. I throw some ass. Oh!
Hey everybody, if you don't know me, I'm Randy Pitchford.
Why is he in Hungary?
The founder of the Gearbox Entertainment Company
Get off my screen,
and
sorry.
executive producer of the Borderlands franchise and all of the great games that we do
Misha,
at Gearbox.
rest in peace.
I am right now on the set of the Borderlands motion picture, in development, in production. We're shooting. This is a live soundstage, and I thought, since I'm here, wouldn't it be cool if I walk you around a little bit and show you some of the cool stuff that we're doing?
There's Tiny Tina. I want to know who she is.
This is a live set. There's guys working on the movie right now in real time. We've been everywhere. We've been
I want to know
in
who
the
plays
caves of
her.
the caustic caverns. We've been
Ariana Greenbelt?
in the desert, in the sand quarries. We've been in the stone quarries, doing all kinds of amazing
Ariana
stuff.
Grande?
Actually, look, this is. Let me. Hey, Eli, can I grab you for a second? Yes. This is Eli Roth, our director.
Blurring her out so rude.
Hey everybody. This is E3. These
What's
are
up,
our
guys?
gamers. And you've got Edgar
I
here.
know. We have so much. He doesn't exist in the game, but he exists in the movie and in real life. It's Edgar Ramirez.
Well, Edgar Ramirez's character Atlas exists
I'm glad they released
hypothetically
her.
in the game. We've never met him before in the game or in
Oh,
real life.
she's
I'm
gonna do a
meeting
great
Atlas for
job.
the first
Oh,
time
look
in
at
this
her.
movie story.
She's
I'm so stoked that you're doing
adorable.
this.
Thank you, man.
She's
I'm very
13 years
happy.
old.
This is gonna be a blast.
Amazing.
Look, I feel like we're just getting started. The whole point is to entertain people.
She was in Avengers.
This movie
Was
that
she
Eli's making,
young Gamora? She was young Gamora in Endgame.
I don't want to say what we're filming, but it's
Obsessed.
lots
Oh my
of blood, lots
God.
of guts. It's totally bonkers, but it's also very Borderlands. And I have learned how to twirl a Vlad
She's
off.
young
You know what?
Gamora
I think we
in
should- let me
the
show
movies.
this.
We can show
I'm
that.
obsessed.
This is the stunt one. That's a foam one.
This is video game fans will recognize this as the Infinity. It's a Vlad Infinity.
Oh my God, that's so
you got pretty good
cool.
twirling.
Well, they have ones that actually, this one is light, so I
Yeah.
could really learn to
Yeah, yeah,
twirl
yeah.
because I don't want to.
I want
smash a
one.
real
You're
one.
good at that.
But Kate's amazing. Kate's
got-
like she can side twirl, she can double
Kate
twirl.
That's right.
She can.
I
do
think
the
I
front
know her.
twirl.
Kate
Isn't it
Blanchett is
unbelievable how
Lilith.
she's brought
Kate.
real life?
It's
I can't wait for you to see it.
Well,
Kate is a god.
I saw, everyone thinks of Kate from Blue Jasmine or Carol, all the things she's done. And House of the Progress.
Oh my
Rolls, I saw how
God.
unbelievably
Wow,
funny she
that's a
was. And I
perfect
noticed that
role.
She brought out the great
Kate
dramatic
Blanchett is
acting in
totally,
Jack Black, and Jack brought out
totally
the great
Lilith.
comedy in
I
Kate.
see
She was
that.
so into it. She wants to really
Jack Black is
understand
literally
from the inside out,
playing
like, what are the
Claptrap. He's
powers,
playing
where do they
robot.
come
It's
from?
wild to watch her walk like Lilith. That blew my mind. She's totally done it.
We want to make a real great.
Lilith is hot
science
too.
fiction
Love
movie.
her.
We don't want to just make a great video game adaptation movie. I
Right.
just want it to be a
Well,
great.
that's the key,
a
right?
great sci- you just have
Yeah,
to
that
make a
guy
great
right
sci-fi
there.
movie, period.
Over
And
there,
it's
not,
really come to
not
life.
Randy,
So for
the guy,
Borderlands
the
fans
director, he's fine.
who play the video game, if you have people in your lives,
Sorry, I'm a
that
big
have-
Borderlands
that
nerd.
want to- here's the
If if you're new
Borderlands, but
here,
aren't gonna play
Borderlands
the
is
game with
my
you,
favorite game
this
series
movie's
of
how
all
you do it.
time.
You
I
can
know that
bring
sounds
your
silly, but it's my
family,
favorite
your loved
story.
ones,
It's my
bring
favorite
them to
video
the
game of all
movie.
time.
We
I would
want
love to
to
take you on the
introduce them to
channel, but
Borderlands. They're gonna love
the
it.
screen
We
might
want
get a
this to
little
be
like the
a
FPS game might have
gateway drug
issues
to
because it's a first-person
Borderlands
shooter.
fans.
And I know we were just
The thing
talking
is,
shit
the
on
great thing about
first-person
the game is
shooters, but
there's
the
so
story
much
is
to
so
it
good.
that you're telling 80
The
hours
story, like the characters, the comedy, like everything is just amazing.
So we have to
in it.
create a
Like,
different experience.
I'm a big
The
fan of
experience
Borderlands.
has to be thrilling in a different
And
way.
they have a lot of
and
LGBT
exciting.
inclusion,
Of
like
all
I was
the
saying
things
earlier. They
fans
made a
love.
DLC
Easily the best
inspired
cast I've ever
by.
worked with. But like just a world-class cast of actors.
Kevin
that all come
Hart?
in just to
No,
come
not
in
as
and play,
Roland.
and
I mean, haha, he
everyone is
dies.
so
Oops.
into their character.
Jamie Lee Curtis is Tannis?
Florence played Cree.
Florian is killing it.
Ariana is Tiny Tina.
She's
Kevin
doing
is
amazing.
Roland.
Jamie
and
Lee
Kevin is a man on a
Curtis!
mission.
I can't believe
like he's
watching
playing like
Kevin
a full action
go
star.
full action star. I think he's really going to surprise people. I think Kevin's over there actually, and I know Lisa is trying. Lisa, our
trying to
first
get a
AD.
shot. You go get him.
You go to work. All right, come with me, guys. Come with me. I'm going to see if I can find Ari and one of the producers and Emmy. The R-Odds are legendary. Hey, Ari. Can I interrupt you, man? Guys, this is Emmy and Ari from Arad Productions. Ari Arad has made a whole bunch of awesome movies. You're probably familiar with the Arads from Marvel, right? Because Avi Arad was the founder and the CEO of Marvel Studios, and they created a movie called Spider-Man, and then Iron Man. I believe you were the executive producer.
Yeah, I worked on that one.
You worked on, and then the X-Men, and then the Avengers, and you know. I think it's gone from there. These are the most successful movies of all time for comic books. And the pitch you gave me was, hey, that was cool. We figured it out with comic books. We think that video games are the next frontier of this, and we think Borderlands is the perfect video game. And you were really flattering. And how was I to you? I was kind of a jerk, wasn't I?
You made us work for it. You made us work for it. But you were right. You were right.
Well, you have to understand, like, we get hit up from Hollywood people all the time, and it's a different world. Like, what we have to do to make video games is a completely different skill set than what you care about in making these incredible films. And I wanted to make sure that if we were going to partner with somebody on the film side, that it was with people that cared about our universe, cared about our fans, and cared about the character and the worlds that we created, and was going to actually develop it. Not just, a lot of these guys will collect options and just throw it at studios, just see where they can get business done. And I probably beat you up for like 2 years plus.
Oh yeah.
We called it dating for 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. I remember.
You remember we were dating for years. Yes. And but we did a deal, and it's been a long road.
They're still talking.
But you know what? We're here and we're psyched, and it's been worth it. You know, like feels like we used that time pretty well.
I can't believe it.
You know, and we're really proud of where we're at.
It's pretty amazing. So we're about.
I will be honest, Randy has a lot of allegations against him, so I do not support him.
We're
but I
about
support
2/3 of the way
everybody he's
done.
hired
Oh, look at
because he
this.
has a lot of
We have a really funny shot.
Oh yeah.
With the trash. We should be shooting it behind the scenes.
I was told that we can't.
I don't think we can give it away, but I think that for him, anyways, for our behind the scenes, we should get it.
Oh. So I'll tell you what, you guys. This is Eli. This is Ari. Oh, don't look that way. We can't. No, this way. Look this way. We can't show. Yes. I don't want to. Okay. So guys, it's going to be an amazing E3. Borderlands the film is going to be absolutely incredible. We've got some cool stuff to show you. I know some of you are interested in seeing more about the new game that we have announced, and learning more from Gearbox Publishing. So you're going to get all that. I wish I could be there in person, but since we're digital, we're going to do it this way.
Not the Discord leaving.
And I'll catch you later. Cheers.
Nasty.
Among the many innovative courses offered by
Thank you,
Gearbox
Simple.
University, make sure you check out Borderlands Science. By solving the puzzles,
I
you can
loved this
contribute
game.
to
Are they bringing it
real-world
on
research
mobile? I
studying
love
the
this little
human
mini
gut
game they have.
microbiome. For you freshmen in the audience, here's our leading scientist, Mayim Bialik.
By playing Borderlands 3, you can contribute to real-world scientific research that helps real people. You'll be directly helping our scientists organize and compare
This is camp.
doo-doo.
I'm the conductor of the poop train!
Oh, the poop!
With Borderlands Science, you too can be the conductor of the poop train. And while you'll reap in-game rewards when you play,
I
the
know
real
Jewel loves being
reward
the
is
conductor of
knowing
the
that
poop
you're
train.
making the world a better place. Gearbox University. We're not even charging tuition for this.
the Homeworld game started in the mid-90s. It would be the first ever truly 3D RTS.
Oh. Sorry, I don't care about Homeworld. Not really a fan. Oh, my phone.
So that was a big deal in, you know, the late 90s.
Fate. It soars on the wind. It rises from the grave.
Wait, what's this?
It stalks the ocean floor.
They moved on real quick. What are we watching?
You cannot hide from fate. But you can make your own.
What's that? To the site. What is going on? Butt Stallion? I can't. That's hilarious.
Quick question. We're not talking about yet, right?
That is correct.
It's my favorite. Hi, I'm Kayla Belmore, and I'm senior producer on Tiny Tina's Wonderlands.
Hey, bestie. Love you.
So what's really unique about Wonderlands is it's a looter shooter, which is, you know, pretty classic for Gearbox software, but for the first time ever, we're setting it in a brand new fantasy environment. Even though it's inspired by some of the content we've made before with Assault on Dragon's Keep, a fan favorite.
Roll for initiative, suckers!
It's a completely standalone plot, new set of characters with some nods to the past, but if you've never played a Borderlands game before, you can absolutely jump right in and enjoy it just as much. We're absolutely excited to talk about all of our new enemy types. So that is one of our wyvern enemies. You will absolutely be fighting them. They're not your average wyvern. So of course we've got goblins. You definitely can't have a fantasy game without goblins, but again, we like to make them our own. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope that you are as stoked as we are about Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Follow us on our social channels to find out the latest and greatest news. Enjoy the rest of the show.
No, come back.
This franchise has been around for so long.
I almost started crying. I love Tiny Tina. I'm really happy. I'm really happy she's getting a game. I'm so excited. Like, it's my favorite. Like,
here we are years later.
I'm getting emotional.
You know, we keep looking at like well, Homeworld 3. This has to happen.
I'm so excited. Very excited.
The giants have come to Midgard, and you have been chosen by the gods to protect this realm. But your first task is to find some new clothes that aren't as drafty. Your tribe's journey starts in the wilderness. Hunt down pets, gather rare resources, and explore the untamed world. Once you've plundered all you can carry, return to your village and use those resources to forge Viking-worthy gear. You must protect the seed of Yggdrasil at all costs, or this world and everything in it will be destroyed forever. So take heed. The Heltings rise when the sun sets. Destroy these dark spirits before they destroy the seed. Each victorious knight makes way for a new day to venture into new lands,
for the Nintendo
build
Direct?
to greater heights.
I would say fan out of 3 news.
And with great risk comes great
Like,
reward.
I don't understand how they can have that
But be
long of a
careful.
presentation.
You're a little used to
Because, like, hear me out.
Troll.
They had their Nintendo Direct
Croc
in
legendary
February, right?
weapons.
And they still have
Build
games that are
deadly
coming
defenses.
out
And
from that
grow the
presentation.
strength of
So
your
there
tribe,
can't be
because those giants are on their way.
too many new games. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it would be weird if
it's
they
time for
announced
us
a
to
lot
end
of
their
new
path of
games
destruction.
opposed to stuff they're already working on, like
Let's
Breath of the
show them
Wild
our
2,
might
Bayonetta,
is greater than
Smash
their height.
DLC, Xeno, like all the stuff that's rumored. You know what I
As the
mean? Like stuff we haven't heard about in a while.
Valhalla. Can't wait.
So I think they'll talk about that stuff. I unfortunately really think they're gonna give us a Switch Pro, which I really do not want. But I think they're gonna release it because of the Xbox and the PS5, and there's not a new gen Switch. But games will probably
Hello,
still
everyone.
be compatible.
My name is Ren
hopefully.
Naroda. I'm the
I
creative
really don't
director
want them
at
to release a
Northville.
Switch Pro,
We're
but I
just
think
under
they're
2
gonna do
months
it.
away from finally launching our upcoming
Hopefully a
10-player
new Mario
co-op
Kart.
action RPG, Tribes of Midgard, and deliver it to you on July
I'm
27th
praying for a
on
Fire
PS5,
Emblem game. I hope they do
PS4,
a
and
remake
Steam.
of an old Fire Emblem game, or
In Tribes
they
of
make a new
Midgard,
Fire
you
Emblem
play as
game.
an Aino
I
Jarl,
really
the
want
glorious
one. I
Viking
would
hero
cry
that will
live on
return to
stream if they
Midgard
did a
in
new
order
Fire
to
Emblem
protect
game.
the seed of
Anything
Yggdrasil,
Fire
the
Emblem,
world tree.
anything
Every
Three
time you start a new
Houses,
run,
Fire Emblem
you would want to
DLC,
go out and
anything
explore
for
this
Fire
new
Emblem,
world,
I will eat
gather
up,
some
no
resources,
crumbs. I
fight
will cry. I will
enemies,
be very
and
emotional.
return to your village
I
in
really
order
just
to
want
craft
more
better
stuff from that
equipment
game because
and
that's one of my
tools
favorite
to
games of all
help you
time.
survive. You can also upgrade and fortify your village, because each
I would love
night,
Smash DLC. I would
creatures
love to
from
see
hell
new
will
reps
emerge
from
the depth to attack your tree.
Nintendo.
Make it through the night to go
based,
back out,
like
to raid
Birdo
enemy camps,
or
dwell in caves,
Captain Toad
take part in
or
events,
Toadette
go on quests,
or just
build
more female
anywhere,
reps.
and of course, loot
I
countless
want an Echo
items
Fighter
to gain
pack. We
experience
said this
and
last
level
time.
up
I want a
your
new Mario
Viking.
Kart. I would
We now
love
have
a Double
8
Dash
classes
remake.
in the game, each with
These
their
are
own
just my
abilities,
hopes and prayers, which I know is probably not going to happen,
playstyle.
but I
As
really
you can
pray that
experience,
they do.
you level up to unlock even more skills, which you can then combine with dozens
Me
of
too,
moves
House.
for over-the-top results.
But
But those
yeah, those are
knightly
my,
creatures
I would say,
aren't
predictions.
even
I
your
think they're,
biggest
I think they're
threat.
definitely giving us
You must
news
get
on Breath of the
ready
Wild
and prepare
2.
for your
Maybe
biggest
that'll come
challenge,
out
and I mean biggest
2022,
challenge
early
to date.
2022.
Every couple of days, a
Well,
giant
maybe
will
late
emerge
2022
and walk
because
towards your
Nintendo,
village with
they're
the intent
known
of
for doing
destroying the
reveals
seed of
in
Yggdrasil.
November. I mean,
You must
releasing
stop
games
it
in
and
November.
take it down, whatever the cost.
See, they had a
Otherwise, it's
Pokemon
game
Direct
over.
too. They have Pokemon
You can,
games
of
coming
course,
out
play
too.
Tribes
So
of
I'm like,
Midgard
that doesn't really
completely on
leave
your
room
own.
for a lot of
But
games that they haven't announced.
We highly
So I'm like,
recommend that you bring
there
along
has to be
9
a Mario
friends
Party
to
or a
thrive
Mario
together.
Kart. Breath of the Wild,
We cannot
Bayonetta.
wait to share more information.
You know what I mean? I feel like there's not a lot of room for stuff.
And
then the Switch Pro. I think that's what they're gonna do because I don't think there's not enough.
Right now,
if they're gonna do an hour presentation, right? Because that's what usually Nintendo does, an hour presentation. There's not enough that they haven't
Because
talked
as
about
they
that they can
say,
announce at
Valhalla,
E3 to make it a
then
big
wait.
bang.
Thanks for watching. Sail.
At
If they don't
Gearbox
talk about that
University,
stuff. You know what
it's
I'm
not
saying?
all
Am I crazy?
textbooks
I
and
think I'm correct.
calculators. Sometimes
I
we
know
like
what
to
I'm
kick
saying, and
back
that's all that
and have a
matters.
little fun.
Metroid,
a good
very
sense
true.
of humor is of vital importance if you want to succeed in these halls. Here's a list of sensible wisecracks you might hear when you're exploring our campus.
I would love another Ring
Why
Fit.
did the tribe of Midgard cross
I'd
the
love a
road
Wii Fit.
to get to the
Or a
old
Wii Fit
Thor
remake of
side?
like a Nintendo
Knock knock.
Switch Fit
Who's
or
there?
something.
The Commando. The Commando who? I don't know. What are you axing me for? Welcome to the Home World Diner. Our special today is the dessert
I mean, they're definitely
of
going to
carrot.
show us gameplay
Hell,
of like
I've God
stuff
fallen,
that they
and
have.
I
like,
can't get up.
Probably gameplay
Claptrap,
from
Tiny Tina,
the
and
remakes
Mad
they're
Moxie
making. They're probably
walk
going to show
into a
more
bar.
stuff off.
Wait, I think
They'll
Moxie
definitely
owns the
show
bar,
off,
so why would she be walking in? She'd already be there.
I don't even
and is
know.
Tiny Tina old enough to drink? Maybe it doesn't matter in space. Also, what's the punchline? And how is Claptrap walking in? I want to say he counts as a unicycle. Okay, we'll work on this before we submit to E3. Gearbox University. Our comedy school is a 2-year degree.
Animated blood violence, T for teen. I have to leave and I don't want to go BRB during this.
The war is over.
I'd probably go now. Because I'm not a big fan of Godfall.
But our fight has
I'm
just
sorry,
begun.
I pee a lot when I have caffeine, so I should just have a toilet in my room. Oh my god. Oh, my nail came off, but my skirt is all the way up.
Our duty is to carry the burden of war.
Or
Just savor the victory.
What fun is death, when death is the end of our fun?
The darkness has breached reality. It is time, my champion.
Know how this is going to end.
I'm coming! Oh, thank God. I didn't miss anything. Wait, this looks kind of fun.
Time for your madness to end.
Wayland installation stream. Shut up.
I was never just your brother. I am your god.
And after all your promises, you've ripped it.
I'm wearing my Sprite socks in honor of Serena.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Dick Hayne, and I'm the senior technical producer at Counterplay Games.
Over.
First and foremost, on behalf of everyone at CPG
really
and Gearbox alike, I want to thank you for being part of Godfall's journey up until this point. It's crazy to think that Godfall just launched in November of last year. Our developers have been hard at work.
I wish I could, but that would mean I have to donate
biddies. This past
on
February, we launched the massive Primal update, which included
new
content such as additional rooms in Tower of Trials, Primal Gear, Ascension levels, and much, much more. But I'm excited to announce today that on August 10th, we will be launching Godfall on the PlayStation 4. Not only that, but owning Godfall on the PS4 entitles you to a free PS5 upgrade, and we will
is really
support
doing better.
cross-gen play.
I'm proud of them.
And PS5 users
they have a long way to come. They
together.
need to be held accountable.
And if you've
I was just thinking while I was going to the bathroom, can you believe that we have a trans tag? I'm so happy. Like, thank goodness.
Really, matchmaking and the PS4
But also, I'm excited for animated emotes. I'm excited for follower emotes, more emote slots, emote libraries. I'm so excited.
Entitled Fire and Darkness. Fire and Darkness will take players into the Fire Realm for the first time.
I just can't wait to be like.
Met with new
I've been a streamer on Twitch for like 5 to 6 years.
Trophies, cosmetics, and so much more. But alongside Fire and Darkness, we're also releasing a free content update, which we're calling the Lightbringer Update.
God, that's gonna
the main component of the Lightbringer Update is a new endgame.
I would literally cry my eyes out. I would cry so hard.
In Lightbringer, players will fight off the darkness that threatens Aperion and be rewarded with a new loot type, Cursed Loot. Cursed Loot will challenge the player to complete particular objectives in order to lift the curse and awaken them.
Because we were like, we worked really hard in 2020, we had the numbers, but since we took the front page opportunities over applying for partner, we probably could have gotten it because we had the numbers, but then Twitch was like, you were inflated by front page,
and the expansion alike, all of which can be unlocked by simply completing objectives in the game.
So it, like,
thank you so much for your time today. It is an honor to be speaking here.
2020 was a good year.
Enjoy the rest of your E3.
There's a really unique tone and vibe and feel to Homeworld that hasn't been emulated since. It's not a prequel, it's not a remaster, it is Homeworld 3. It is the next Homeworld.
Lost a nail, I don't know where it went. It like disappeared.
We're glad you've chosen Gearbox University for your higher education endeavors. As you engage in your academic pursuits, don't forget to try out our extracurricular activities. Show off your shutterbug talents in the photography club. Make lasting connections in our chapter houses. Or if you're a boring person, you can always try out for the debate team. We also have sporting events, but try not to party too hard at the homecoming game, or you'll end up looking like this. Be sure to follow us on social media, where you'll occasionally find free shift codes, as well as news and announcements about our latest scholastic offerings. Gearbox University, we can shape your future, because thinking for yourself is hard. Now, go buy all our games.
We're back. I hope you guys had an awesome presentation from all the Gearbox games in development and Gearbox publishing products coming. Listen, I'm standing outside Kevin Hart's trailer door. I'm just gonna. You guys want to meet him? I think I think he wants to meet you guys.
I know Kevin Hart was mad that his trailer said trans on it. I know he was mad.
Hey, Kevin, you got a
He
minute?
said, get this out of here. Sorry.
Borderlands fans, meet Kevin Hart.
How you guys doing, man?
I mean, to be completely honest, he does fit Roland
Pretty pumped
very
up
well.
right now to meet you guys. Randy, you should tell them actually how big I am in person. It's a great
Well, I'm
opportunity.
6'3", and
yeah, they can get a good grasp of how much height I put on for this role right now.
dude, you are freaking awesome. Like, you don't understand. Like, you're a freaking action hero.
Thank you, man.
This
Thank
is
you.
amazing watching you work.
You know
like,
what?
You're blowing my mind.
I'm going to say I'll one-up you. I'll say it's amazing for me to have the opportunity to.
He's mad. He doesn't want this role. He's mad. He hates it. Look at how bored and angry he looks.
The best thing is the surprise that you guys are going to be in for. Because you got no idea what I'm doing or how I'm doing or why I'm doing it. You got no idea the level that I came in at. You got no idea how much preparation I decided to put into this particular character in this role. You got no idea. You got no idea. You don't even know what's under this jacket.
OMG! It's metal!
You got no idea.
Okay, sorry,
My job
sorry.
is to come in, not only be prepared, but to shock. And I think right now this is what we're doing.
We are doing it. I've seen some pretty, like,
it's intense.
It's no one's ever seen you like this before.
No, I can honestly say, man, Eli is doing such a phenomenal job. He's doing directing.
It's also fun to work with him. Like, he's working his ass off. Well, everyone's working their ass off.
Absolutely. You got an amazing cast. Kate, Jamie, Ariana, myself, Flo, our director, Eli, Jack Black. You put an amazing group of people together. So shouts out to you, your team at Gearbox. Shouts out to Lionsgate, for seeing that this is something that could be phenomenal. Shouts out to the world of Pandora knowers. Okay, you guys that know and love this world, I promise you, you're going to be in complete awe when you see how real we have made it become from a place of visual. You're going to believe that you're in this place with us. So
wow, you're making me cry, man. It's dope, man. My eyes are welling up.
No,
hey, thank you, man. Hey, I appreciate you taking a minute to introduce yourself to our fans.
No problem. I'm going back in here in the weight room.
I'll see you later.
I got a weight room in here. Just Roland lifts weights in between takes. You'll know why later. Take it easy, man.
Take it easy, Kevin. Thanks, man. Holy crap, you guys. I can't wait for you to see this movie. It won't be long, but we still got a lot of work to do. We're a little bit more than halfway done with production. And
I want to see it.
But you know what? Back at home at Gearbox, all the great people that created this universe that I'm here representing on behalf of all the talent at Gearbox, we're hard at work making new stuff. So check this out, and I'll see you guys soon. Cheers, everybody.
Check what out.
For those of you who've never seen the greatest the world has
that
ever
Ellie?
did, I'd like to introduce myself.
Oh, it's just a...
I'm out here making the mag, 'cause I got it. So good at being
Give me something new at the end. Come on.
Stop wishing and being sad, 'cause I got it. I just got it. I just got it.
Let the blood sport begin!
I'm out here making the mag, 'cause I got it. So good at being too bad, 'cause I got it. Stop wishing and being sad, 'cause I got it. I just got it. I just got it.
Jesus H. Reindeer games, my dude!
I'm the one that got the swag. I'm the one that got him sad.
I'm the one that got the swag. Oh, if you're subscribed to my YouTube channel, you have the swag. They said it.
I said, please don't call my phone. You should just leave me alone. I did this here all alone. I just got it.
Paperweight.
Show them how to act. Put my shoulder on the back. Keep it feeling nice and back. I just got it.
Show me something new. Poop you. Poopy. Thanks for watching.
And the Gearbox presentation is a wrap, and my goodness, I have so many thoughts. Oh, what are you doing? You smiling at the camera?
It's like, you get to carry all the weight this time. I get to just look at it and go, hey guys, how you doing? Good to see you.
Carrying the weight, yeah. Oh man, I don't even know where to start. Let's start with Tiny Tina.
What a tease!
I know.
What a tease!
I want more.
Oh, come on.
I want more.
I I thought for sure we had already gotten the Tiny Tina trailer. I thought we had a little bit of gameplay, right? And you didn't.
100%.
Obviously, we got to talk to somebody making the game. That's always great.
he's
And,
mad.
giving devs the spotlight, but I wish we could have seen more.
All right. I think that's that. That is E3 for today. I almost just ended stream. Oops. That is E3. Day 1. Nothing else. I believe. Literally on screen counter. So. How was that? I think the winner of today was RABBID. I think today was RABBID's. I know, I see it. I have to go BRB anyway. RABBID's Avatar, Tiny Tina. I agree. Oh my god, we did not get 20 subs today. Let me switch that. Uh-oh. Oh no, my thing broke. Uh-oh. Oh no. Did it break? Hold on. I'm waiting for this to reset. I hit refresh, and it's not refreshing. I'm scared. I think I broke it. Oh my god. It is broken. Fuck my life! I don't know where it is. Oh, it fixed. Wait, so if we do... I don't know, y'all. This is too much. Okay, so what's gonna happen now is I am gonna go change into a comfier outfit really quick, really fast. And we are going to play a game for maybe a couple hours. We'll see how I'm kicking. I'm gonna get super comfy, and then we're gonna start this game, World's Ends Club. So I will be live again with tomorrow with E3, but for now we're gonna start playing this game. I'm gonna switch, go BRB. If you need to go to the bathroom, go to the bathroom. But I'm gonna go quickly change. It should take me not that long, but I just wanna, you know, do my due, take a BRB, do a little stretch. And we'll be back with this video game, so don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.